Smoked up. Allergies.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is going on? Welcome to day 2 of, say it with me now, you ready? The Cage. He said a long night of drinking after the after party.
That's
he was
right.
ready for the deep Cage voice and the Duke Nukem voice.
I did it all, not for the buzz, but for the loosened vocal cords so that I can do Duke Nukem properly with you.
You did it for the fans, baby, for
That's
the
right.
fans.
That's right. It's all for you guys.
I love it. All right, so for those of you who don't know, what in the heck are you doing here? Welcome to Awesomeness. This is The Cage. It is a $5,000 buy-in, cash game, tournament, hybrid, freeze-out type format. And all you have to do, way easier said than done, is survive through today.
That's right. You know, people are really like into their Priuses. No. This is a hybrid.
Ayo!
This format, man, this is where it's at.
We're starting so quick with the dad jokes, and it makes me so happy. So we do have our
I'm
boy.
serious.
Yeah,
Priuses
I love
suck.
it.
Yeah.
I love it. We do have our boy Poker Priest back at the table. We are running some giveaways as well today. We are giving away 4 more $55 satellite tickets. Online ACR every Sunday. You can get your chance to get down here and hang out and play the Cage with us.
Hell yeah.
So check out ! giveaway in the chat. That is the link to the Instagram. And without further ado, let's get this party started.
So we got some returning faces from yesterday. Renee from Storage Wars has made day 2. Scott Balls made day 2, and then our boy Priest, of course.
Of course.
And we are down to how many returned for today? 16.
16 players came back today.
All right. So you know I'm no betting man. Oh wait, no, I am a betting man.
Hey-o.
And I'm betting that we're gonna see ourselves a true final table.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially with these crushers. I mean, these guys, you still got like people like Tom Canuli in it and everything. They do not, they don't back down. They don't keep pots small. They go crazy with it.
That's right. It's basically, if you see them with headphones in, they're just listening to I Won't Back Down on a loop. No, I won't back down.
$800.
So we're going to start the action off strong. We have the check mark already for Nugent. He does have top 2.
Gabriel's got nothing though. This shouldn't
Yeah.
last too long. Gabriel had a lot of options, a lot of possibilities on that flop, but running ace queen of diamonds is not what he was looking for. Some new faces here today on this feature table.
Yeah, new faces to the feature table. Not new faces to us, though. All of these guys, a lot of fun last night at the after party, as always.
Yes, it was a blast. Trade and I ended the night somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning playing Pai Gow.
Yeah, running around.
Full degeneracy mode activated.
We shut down the Pai Gow
Yeah,
table,
we did.
actually.
Yeah,
She's
they
like,
kicked us out.
Yeah. She's like, okay, 4 more hands. And I pushed all 4 hands. I was betting like 100 out there. And
Yeah.
like 4, I pushed all 4 hands. I'm like, man.
Yeah. I would like to be kicked out for winning too much.
I just wanted to win.
We just got booted out. They were just like, can you leave, please?
Rounds and game. Got 1 already. They're in the 3rd quarter, thankfully.
You want AirPods or something? What's the aim?
That's Train's high roller flex for sure. What up, JJ?
Yeah, I just keep pushing. Honestly, I just wanted to win or lose my bet. I wanted some change in currency. That's all I wanted.
Right. Us boys from the States, we play high stakes, $100 per hand.
I seem to manage. Oh, no.
Button straddle.
Boy, the table's a whole lot quieter without Phil and Renee and Scott there, huh?
Very, very different table element for sure. God, Renee was a good time, huh?
Yeah, man. That guy, the longer the night went on, the more he talked.
Man, it's
yeah,
crazy.
if you can believe it. The beginning part of the night was him not talking very much.
Yeah, it's
that
funny.
was his low mode.
He's in here and he was just like boom, 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 talk, 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 and then he apologized and we're like, why? He's like, oh, because I'm tired. I'm so tired. And I'm like, this is you tired?
Right, yeah, this
and
is
he's like,
tired
yeah,
mode.
when I'm tired, I talk a lot. I'm like, okay.
Alrighty. He must have got pretty tired by the end of the night there.
Oh man.
What a fun dude.
Guys, we will be giving out the password very shortly here. Speaking of other cool stuff, we are watching the Venom tick down at 2,400 entrants. That is the 6 million guarantee official line that we pass. We're at 2,357 right now. So just about 40 players left, and we have a special treat for you. We have a live feed into the headquarters, and something tells me you're going to see the crew go crazy, man. It's a big milestone achievement. They've been working on this Venom for quite some time.
Very cool.
And everybody's super jazzed on it.
Very, very cool.
All right, so we're going to start this off with Napadow. He's going to make it 200 to go. King 8-4 from the hijack. Once again, guys, those chips, reds are 5s, greens are 25s, blacks are hundos. And then we get into those ever so sexy James Bond style plaques. Blues are 500, golds are 1K.
Here's Priestley, P. Lang, of course, calling out of the small blind with garbage queens. I'm a little surprised to see him call there. The small blind is a tough position to play out of post flop, and his queens are naked. 8 deuces, just nonsense.
Yeah, very true.
So here he flops air. So, but I guess he's getting a decent price, but that's a spot where I would actually just fold pre-flop,
88 Philly, to answer your question, if you look at the official ticker, it looks like there's 264 remaining players and 2360 total. I would imagine day 2, it's whatever we finish at today. We'll probably call it 100 and something players. Probably go to day 2 would be my guess. Now, we don't see any of them at the feature table, but I would not be surprised if at least a couple players in the room were not only grinding on the side on their laptop, but possibly playing the Venom as well.
Totally. You've seen it before. So you're on the flop, Nugent. Is that right? Nugent calls the pre-flop raise and then leads out flop?
Ah, the old bet into the razor scheme.
It doesn't work, though, and gets called. There's a pretty even equity split at this point. Both of them almost flopped a straight.
Bet 1.1K, and that will get Nugent to find the fold.
No, I had a lot of those cards.
How hungover are we, Travis? I'm not going to speak for Train, but I think neither one of us really gets very hungover. We're professionals.
Yeah. It's called functioning alcoholic.
Oh, I was going to say it's called ibuprofen and fizzy water, but yeah, your option is fine too.
No, yeah, I just went next level with it.
42?
Yeah, I don't know if I have the functioning part down, so I just go right to the ibuprofen,
Yeah, everybody in the chat, you guys are awesome. Travis E. Coffin, 88 Philly, Jave Flop, my man, of course, Ghost of M in the house. PJ Player, what's going on? Welcome. We see you. We love you. It's okay. Hang out, sit back, crack a cocktail, enjoy the stream. It's a free roll, man. We'll hook you up, I promise. And looks like we're going to start this party with Gabriel popping it from the hijack with ace 8-7-6.
Gabriel's opening from the hijack here. It's got nut clubs and kind of an ace-high weird rundown.
Deja Vu in the house. Welcome, welcome. Woo House, Wilmer. Good to see you. 9 high board peels down, and that hits Gabriel right in between the eyes there. Look at that board.
Yeah, the middling cards is pretty much what he was looking for, and he does have the backdoor clubs option as well. And more importantly, Fosco has whiffed.
Yeah, Fosco. I mean, what a good-looking hand for just PLO high, and then you get a flop like that.
And here, are we seeing this again? The pre-flop caller leading into the razor? We are.
Looks like it, yeah.
Interesting. Not something you see very often.
Maybe a
But
bit
he
of,
figures you can't check the hands
yeah,
over.
yeah, and he figures, he figures a bit of a little semi-bluff there, right?
And
Maybe
he actually does turn
double gutted.
a double gut shot, yeah. Yeah, he did have the gut shot on the flop, but that was pretty much all he was working with. He doesn't really want to pair up, which he did not. He just adds to his straight options. And he's going to stay on the gas here.
House, yes, Lightning is still in, and I believe he is crushing it with somewhere 12 to 15K. Ghost of M, if you would, my man, command in the chat for chip count updates, and we will have those for you every hour and a half.
And actually, man, I mean, is Gabriel just going to fold here? No, he's not. Let's see a river card, and it is an irrelevant 4.
4 ball. Man, this, for Gabriel's hand, this board looked so cool, but now you're just sitting here with a weird middle 2 pair, and you're
Yeah,
like,
right.
am I good?
But what did your opponent do this with? Like, what did your opponent? They called you pre-flop, and then they've let it you weirdly out on flop.
Yeah,
and you call them, and then they let again on turn. What
So
are they doing?
does your opponent have a set here? I mean,
Right.
you're blocking 6s and 7s. Does your opponent possibly have like
9,
9s?
9 exactly.
Is there a weird whatever combo of hand they have? Do they happen to have like 8-10 in there? If they're like they called because they were double suited, they got an ace
8-10
high.
would make sense more than 9-9 because
Yeah.
9-9 would slow down on one of these streets because
Yeah.
the straight's available. So I mean, I think you'd see 9-9 check, open check on maybe turn, probably river,
And
but he's not doing that. He's
Fosco
betting.
swinging for the fences, applying maximum pressure to Gabriel here.
Gabriel only beats a bluff.
This is not an easy spot for Gabriel.
Very tough spot. But like, again, this is one of those very polarized spots. Fosco is not doing this with kings and 9s. He either has something like he has, 4 Costco cards, or the nuts, 8-10.
Ooh, looks like we're about 25 players
It's gonna
away
work. Yeah,
from
it
hitting
works.
the Venom
Wow,
Guarantee.
God, well played by Gabriel. My goodness. The triple barrel airball bluff in PLO.
Well, yeah. Well,
Wow.
Gabriel had to find the full as Fosco. Yeah, he just went for it there on the
Wow,
river.
unbelievable. He went for it on all 3 streets. Wow. And you've been called twice, and you still have the moxie to airball bluff the river?
Triple barreling in PLO. I mean, you have to know what you are doing.
He's a functioning PLO holic.
Absolutely.
This guy.
And we approve.
Wow. Well done.
So like I was saying, actually 24 players away from hitting that sweet 6 million guarantee Venom. And guys, I can't speak about it yet, but I would imagine we got some very, very fun tournament stuff coming down the pipe as well.
Oh, yeah.
ACR always innovating in that department. And I would not be surprised. They're arguing basically, I think, over how much the next Venom should be. So that's a good thing.
I just can't wait to hear or not even hear, but feel the collective exhale.
Yeah.
From ACR once that number hits 2,400. Yes.
It's good.
All right, so Gabriel's going to start this off with a mystery hand under the gun. He's going to make it 250 to go. Blinds 40-80. Not a cheap game at this point and only going to get more pricey. So we're going to be 40-80 blinds here for the first 3 hours, and then the last 3 hours of the day we're going to be at 5,100. I don't know about you, man, but a lot of these players, especially if they satellite it in, are not guys who play 5,100 cash on the regular. So it's you know,
Really? That's not their regular game?
No,
That's
no,
not
no.
their home game?
No, 5,100. Well, yeah, I play 5,100 cents. That's,
Yeah.
that's a good home game.
Yeah, that's a little actually rich for my blood.
Oh shit. Knockout. Good.
There's a lot of pretty bad hands are out there.
Yeah,
Man,
a lot of
jeez.
squadu. So obviously, Anharia and Priest are returning to our feature table here. They were both on the feature table yesterday. Capital, Gabriel, Fosco, all new to the feature table. See that little reg patch there on the, there you go, on his shirt there on the left?
Yep.
That is a poker charity. I always like to see that. That means pretty much they are donating a percentage of whatever they win to charity.
What do you know what the charity is?
I'm not sure if it's that charity specific or then they pick like a charity within that and it's just like that's an overall umbrella of like I'm going to donate. I'm not sure, but
Cool.
always good to see that patch.
You know, when I donate at the poker table, it's usually not to a charity.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see
I mean,
that.
it depends. If the person you're playing really needs the money, maybe it is to a charity. I don't know. Kimmer66, what's up? Welcome, welcome.
What up?
Under the gun here for Priest Dog, Queen 10-8-8. And he's going to let it go. Priest last night having a lot of fun at the Pai Gow table.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I snapped a quick picture. It was Priest surrounded by like 6 girls while he was betting.
Yeah, standard for a priest.
I mean, the average age, collective age of them was like 59, but still.
Hey, details,
It,
man.
it was awesome. It was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, he caught the pie gow bug right quick.
Oh, dude. You know why? Because I introduced him to Pai Gow, told him how to play in the first 10 hands. He either won or pushed. And I'm like,
Oh, he's like,
welcome
"This
to the
game's easy."
Welcome to the game. You can't lose. All right, 10, 10, 9. Couple of clubs out there, peels down. The best of it here for Anhario with just ace 9.
Man, so many people are live right now on Twitch. It's crazy.
Oh, I feel like this is, you can just feel the energy. This is such a big Sunday. I mean, every
Crazy.
Sunday is great for poker, but I feel like this Sunday especially, it's
Look
just
at
like the
this.
perfect storm.
Oh my God,
The perfect
everybody's
storm.
live.
This is great.
Everybody's live.
This is great. And everybody's just got sweet viewership, too. Like, everybody's ready to party.
Box paused.
Awesome.
JJ, Party, Vanessa, ACR, Lawn Car, Dramatic DGen,
Jeff
Jeff
Gross.
Gross, Solid Pav, Matt Staples, Spraggy,
Jeez.
Fenton, Jamie Staples. Good
Wow.
Lord, dude.
And it's
Twitch
cool
poker
because
blowing
whoever
up.
makes deep runs today, we're just going to keep dumping everybody into each other's channel. And at the end of the day, who's ever just crushing is just going to have like 5,000 viewers. Like,
No kidding.
It's
Yeah,
going
exactly.
down. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Gabriel here on the button with Queen, 6-5, some hearts in his hand. He's going to make it 200 to go here from the button. Unfortunately, he's going to run that right into a pretty beastie monster hand for Anharia here. Ace, Ace, King, Deuce with nut spades. And even right behind with Priest with Jack, Jack, 8-8 and a spade draw. Could get interesting.
Yep.
Just see Priest. There we go. This will make an easy fold for
Yeah,
Priest.
Priestess has to fold.
You know, Priest has one of those hands that maybe if you're newer to the game, looks really fun.
Right, and then what do you do though? You cold call the
It's
3-bet?
nothing. You either flop a set or hope you flop
Yeah.
quads, and even if you flop a set, you gotta hope it holds, and your flush draw is no good.
That's your
and,
either
like,
or. You either flop a set or quads. That's
Yeah,
what you're looking
like
for.
good luck.
Yeah, find
luck.
another jack or two
Yeah,
jacks.
or 9, 10, 7, and then you have all the blockers in the world, and you make $0. So either way,
Exactly. So Gabriel in position wants to see a flop, and he's going to be looking for a honey.
88 Philly. I don't know if that actually counts as a donation, but good luck with your tax, man. Let me know how that goes for you. And that is a monster flop for Anharia.
It sure is, but Gabriel has the second nut flush draw, and indeed, it is a live flush draw. You can see the percentages, though. Pretty abysmal. You know, he does have the 5, which is irrelevant, but he's going to like the side of those queen high hearts.
I would imagine we're going to see some healthy busts out today. So Tilst 82, as long as Lightning stays alive, I would imagine he would probably end up finding his way back towards the feature table.
It should be interesting to see how this plays out. So a lead continues his aggression after his 3-bet pre-flop. Of course, he flops top set and king to go with it. He's got a full house kappa, so he just leads out, and nowhere is where Gabriel is going. Where's Gabriel going?
Nowhere.
He
Oh,
turns
wow.
a set.
Now he turns a set and thinks like, oh, I have backup outs. Like, now if the board pairs, I'm good. This
Wrong.
could get Gabriel in trouble. If the river pairs the board, oof.
Oof, indeed. We have to get there first. Let's see if Anaria, who now loses to 10 jack, stays on the gas pedal. He has no blockers. Could Gabriel have a 10 and a jack on the hole? Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Would have had to been a gutter. It's not like he's calling open-ended, but then again, with all the action pre-flop,
Sure.
you got to think your opponent's holding some high holdings. I mean, obviously, he's got queens.
If he
The
can have
yeah.
queen 6-5 with hearts, why can't he have,
he can have a random
jack
10
10x
for
with
sure.
hearts, you know? But I don't know. Is Anaria going to check and call? He's obviously not folding, so yeah, he figures I'm not going to slow down now.
And he is getting ready to, as Phil Nagy would say, drop some plaque.
I was tempted to make another dentist joke.
Oh, I meant to just bet that. It's okay. I meant to just-
Now that black plaque there is real special. That is actually a 5K plaque. We're going to call the floor over. He actually did not mean to bet the 5K.
That's a pot bet is what that is.
It's probably going to be an auto pot,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Or
Well,
fortunately.
Yeah, it's actually fortunate for him. He's a huge favorite here, and his opponent just turned a set to go with his flush draw.
Yeah.
This is little does Anaria know how perfect a pot bet is
Yeah.
right now. What's Gabriel going to do? Fold?
Yeah. And so that black plaque, guys, is a 5K plaque. And since that is the buy-in,
Pot.
we call that the plaque of a fallen soul.
That's real dark.
Well, it's true. The plaque of a downed player. Player down, player down. We'll call that the seat open plaque.
What a tough spot for Gabriel. How in the world is he finding a fold here?
Yeah, clearly an obvious angle
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Gabriel, he's sitting, what does he have left? He has 7 left, and he's facing 2.5K pot bet. What does he do? Does he just pot get it in? Does he just call and hope for heart? He thinks maybe a board pair. What a weird spot. What do you do here? You pot get it in, just call, what do you do?
I cry into a pillow.
What is that sound, dealer? It's Justin weeping in the corner.
It's just weird, quiet sobbing.
Really, though? I mean, what do you do here?
That's rough, man.
God, what a weird
I would feel
spot.
so much better. See, the thing is I could be up against an ace-high flush draw as well, too. So it's like...
Maybe on my heart's not live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true.
I probably end up, like, hating my life and folding.
Yeah, I think so, too. Because if you call here, you just don't even know what you're hoping for.
Well, and this is the thing, too. I mean, 2.5K, he's got 6.8. It's like... Is this the hand that I want to go with? Essentially, is this going to be
third set in the second up flush draw?
my double up or like my just finisher?
He
hand.
can't. Yeah, I don't blame him though. He doesn't want to fold. His hand seems monstrous.
Oh,
so
God,
he's going to
no
be
board
looking
pair.
for
Oh,
a
is that
heart. Instead, it's a jack. Means nothing. The
This
set of aces
also
is
very
good.
highly straights the board though. This could slow down some action.
Yes.
Any 10x combo makes a straight.
10 Broadway combo.
You know, 10
yeah,
Broadway
that's
combo,
true.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this could,
both of them hate it.
Oh.
Hanari is going for another bet.
He's looking.
Are you serious?
Dude, he's grabbing that stack. He wants to push it out so bad.
How in the world? Value betting to get called by a worse set?
Man,
he has a king.
He snap grabbed for that stack, and that
Holy what?
all in.
What?
All in.
Gabriel can't
he
call.
He pots it. This is insane.
I can't believe this value bet.
Wow.
Like, if I do this, my opponent's just like, call Broadway.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, of course you have
Boom.
Broadway.
You know, ace 10. Got him.
Got him. And, wow. There you go.
Damn,
Gabriel does lay it down.
That pushes him to almost nearing 20K. A healthy, almost 4K gain there for Anaria.
100%.
Guys, we are 8 players away from the official 6 million guaranteed line at the Venom, baby. Oh, 7. Oh, God, it's ticking down.
Or 11. No, I actually meant to bet 1250. Swear.
Oh. I thought you meant bet.
Wow, that was a sick hand, man.
I meant to bet 1250.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, stud? How's it going?
Good.
Is it?
How we doing?
Special,
I just wanted
special
to-
guest joins us in the booth. Look at that. That looks so great with your shirt, man.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like my Venom hoodie?
Yeah.
I
There it
don't know what
is.
it means or anything, right? It's just,
Phil Nagy in the house, ladies and gents.
yeah. I just wanted to come down here. Well, you
Five
know,
away.
we're five away, and say, wow, holy crap, it happened.
Yeah, we got a live feed of The Office, guys, and something tells me there will be some fireworks here.
Yeah, everybody's pretty excited. Went to the office this morning. Everything's, knock on wood, rolling along according to plan. People are having fun. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Who would have imagined 2 years ago when we did our first cage, right?
Yeah.
That this is where we would be.
Right?
That's,
I did, for the record. I was like, oh, they're going to be just, rocket ship to the moon, baby.
it's beyond my wildest dreams.
That is so awesome.
It's so amazing.
So we have a live feed here that we're going to activate.
4
actually
away.
Pretty much right about now, guys.
FOMO.
4 people away. So we're talking upstairs, and there's a few guys over there playing on laptops or whatever. Of
course.
And talking about maybe 7.2 is where the line looks at.
Wow.
Is what we're thinking it's going to end up.
Aces for Nakadao here. He's the original raiser, and he does flop top set.
Wow, you flop top set.
And unfortunately for Anaria, he makes aces and sevens.
Yeah, and he's got the spade blocker too.
He does indeed, and he's got backdoor nut diamond, so I don't think he's going anywhere just yet.
Wow, that could be a really big pot.
Yep.
I don't know. Sometimes I think I overrate blockers.
Well,
They
in this-
work. They're great when they work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And when they
like,
don't,
I
you're like,
knew
what was I
it.
doing?
They're the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, like of course you're just gonna call with a flush. Like prove it. So a real flush draw in the hand of Fosco, the king high flush draw.
Here it comes.
2 away, guys. Here it is.
One
We
away,
got
one
a
away,
cool
one
feed
away.
for you. Check this out, guys.
One more, guys. One. You can see the.
He's just putting
One
one
more.
up there.
Oh, get ready, guys. Watch it happen.
Are we there?
There it is.
$1 million.
Yeah, baby.
Woo!
Hey.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'll tell you what, it's just a poker company in a dream. It's just a
Yeah,
poker
look
company in
at
a
the
dream,
crowd
man.
go crazy.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's. I'll tell you what, it's these guys you're looking at work so hard to get us there, to get you guys there, to kind of bring poker. It's back to, you know what? It's for those of you who still say poker sucks in the U.S. You're just wrong. We're not that far off from everybody else.
That is
We're just
awesome.
not that far off.
That is so cool.
I'm playing four-handed, blinding out at 40-80 right now, so I'm going to let you continue to watch. But I did want to come down and say hi, guys. And thanks.
Congratulations.
And,
Awesome. Here it is, guys.
Thanks. I'm glad. It's just happy to be part of all of it. Oh, look at that. I don't have a head and just the venom.
It's
Oh, that's
just the
sexy,
venom.
right?
It's just
That's
a
good
floating
stuff.
venom. My man.
All right. Thanks,
Awesome.
guys.
Go
Have a
crush
good
it.
one.
Go crush it. That is rad.
Wow. That's cool to see.
That is super cool, guys. That is awesome.
right.
And it's cool because you can see that they have the stream on the TV in the background there. And so they turn around, they see their own live feed,
Yeah.
and they're like, yeah.
Ah. So here, back to Earth here, where the King Jack of Spades got out. Looks like it would have made a flush on the turn. And it's just between the aces and sevens of Anaria and the aces and aces of Napadao. It looks like the river just goes check, check. And that is the nod of a man whose aces and sevens are not good.
All right, so what do you guys think, chat? Let's take a look. So we are now at 2,404 players. Obviously, the guarantee was at 2,400. What do you think we're going to end at? Total number of entrants. We're at 2,400 now.
I'm going to say, this is the last day one, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say 2436.
Ooh, I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go 2,550.
Wow, you think that much?
Yeah.
Okay. So here, let's write these down. So I said 2430, and you said 25 what?
2550.
2550. Wow. All right. Train is 120 past me. We'll see. We'll
People
see who
like their
gets there.
venom, dude.
Yeah,
You know?
Clearly. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys, here for the cage.
Yeah.
Live from Costa Rica, and that was a cool moment we all just got to witness.
That is sweet. And the crowd goes nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it takes a team, man, and everybody there is all about it.
Here, let's get you. I see some of your guys' guesses in the chat. Get your guys' guesses in for what you think the final number is going to be. Travis 2605. JJ was 2855.
GHEEG was 2376. Itch My Twitch 2427.
It's my 2427. DVO was 2553. Yave flop 2457.
Itch My Twitch. Good to see you. Good to see you.
I can't write fast enough. Sweet. All right.
Yeah, we love you. We knew this was going to go
I
crazy.
can't
We
go
love you
fast enough,
guys.
but I like your
We'll take
guesses.
your word for it. When
Yeah.
we actually get the final number, we'll
Honor
go back
system.
and we'll
Honor
see what's
system.
up. Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack here with the nut hearts
Here.
for nap down.
Take a picture of the screen. How about that? All right, I took a picture of the screen, guys, so I got your guys' guesses down.
339 peels down. Alto Rainbow Garbage flop. Queens are still good here for Napdow. So Fosco raised. Napdow just flatted pre. And now we have Fosco swinging for it. Doing a little C-bet action at 150. Pretty quick call here by Napdow. 7 hits the turn. Still nothing, but does add a flush draw to Fosco's hand. And now he's going to slow down.
Wild Wild West guessed below the current number.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like your
Good,
style.
good guess, bruh.
Spoiler alert, you already lost.
Wrong.
That's weird. My name's kind of weird. No, it's a cool name. That's a cool name. I like it. I rarely say that. That's a legit cool name.
Oh, Priestley
That's
Lang,
for the
yeah.
start, you know? Someone's got a cool name, like...
You got a cool name, so you better be a cool dude, right? Like just be cool.
Yeah, duh.
Sorry, you were saying.
Just like my boy Jesse James Hollywood I was telling you about last night.
Yeah,
Cool
dude.
name, cool dude. Oh no, wait, he was a criminal.
Yeah, but the name Jesse James Hollywood in general, like, I feel that you're going to be extreme one way or the other. You're going to be extremely awesome or
yeah.
extremely bad.
If your last name is Hollywood and you decide you want to name your kid Jesse James, congratulations, you've created a felon.
Itch my Twitch, please. We definitely showed the live feed of the corporate ACR headquarters there. You can go back in the video on demand and check it out. I believe actually now on Twitch you can look at the VOD like right now.
Oh, boom.
So you can just pull it up and go check it out.
There you go. Sean Christie is just mashing his fist into his number pad on his keyboard right now.
Part of our steak is backed by party poker. Part of it is steak by Bill. So I got sent here.
That's cool.
Part of the team.
That's fun.
This is definitely way higher stakes than I usually play.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then what do you do in the Virgin Islands? Just that's your perma residence for now, or just part of the
I've
year?
been traveling like a lot this year. Probably the most I've ever traveled.
Under the gun here for an Arya. He's going to let it go.
Napadow with a silent monster in the small blind.
Dude, blocking his own royal flush draw, unfortunately.
That does suck, but Ace King Queen is a pretty nice looking hand. Definitely better than the other two pieces of cheese these guys got.
So this is going to whittle down to the button versus blinds, which we're going to see a lot today as people maybe kind of snug up and try to lock down some of their stack. So Fosco likes to open from the button, and he's going to run that into some healthy hands here.
It is what you make of it. Like, I live outside of the strip, so I'm away from the hustle and bustle, but I'm always
Napadow with the world's easiest 3-bet from the small blind.
Yeah, just rip it and cross your fingers.
Gabriel dumps his 2-card hand here. His Jack of Diamonds pretty, 8-5 of nothing, not.
You have to.
And now it's back to Fosco on the button. Does he want to see a flop with a pretty marginal hand to understate the case?
So like for WSOP, I went down there for the summer for like 2 months.
He does.
I played MTTs.
He does. He's in position, and he's like, let's see a flop, dealer. His clubs are not any good. He's going to be looking for some straights and stuff.
MTTs. I wasn't able to catch anything.
Are you in the makeup right now?
It's a free roll.
And he does find with the board, kind of board he was looking for.
Exactly. 7-4 deuce rainbow, but definitely some wheel straight potential there.
Certainly. However, that is a good flop for aces. It's very difficult to have aces beat right now. Obviously, there's some possibilities, but as you can see, Fosco's still a pretty big dog here on the 7-high rainbow board.
Trust me, we'll find a way to coordinate the crap out of this board.
Yeah, well, what are we calling on the turn? What's the train call for the turn card?
You know, are you talking about when I was accused of counting cards at a poker table? Because that's always fun.
That's what I'm talking about. That's for my reference, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go 6 ball on the turn.
Oh, I'm saying Jack, the Jack of Pumpkins.
If we get to a turn, $1,100 bet here.
Yeah, maybe we won't. No, we will, though. Fosco is not going to fold when he catches this
All right,
flop.
6 ball on the turn. Let's see if I can call it.
Look,
Ooh,
Upside down
6 in a
six.
mirror. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, close.
So Fosco adds a pair to go with his straight possibilities, but he's still a dog to the aces. Is Napadow going to slip? You know, Napadow has no hand here. He just has his aces from
there's a
4
lot,
streets
but,
ago.
not all of them have poker. Some of them limits. They just started bringing like PLO in Niagara Falls. I don't know if you've ever been there.
I've never been there, but
No, the PLO's been there for a while, but like I don't know if any other casinos have PLO. I don't really play no limit.
And now swinging,
And
swinging
Napadow
again.
does not slow down. He still likes that board. 9-high rainbow, uncoordinated.
I feel like I run so bad, like my opponent just already has a set now.
Turned a set of nines.
Oh, cool, yeah, I have a set of nines.
I mean, hey, Fosco does have A9. He could have, but in this universe, he just has 1 pair and a straight draw.
Man, this pot is getting bloated quickly.
This is a huge pot. And Fosco is going to have to commit basically the rest of his stack. If he just calls here, he only has 1.5k behind.
Big Bill, I believe Canuli is still in. He's on one of the outer tables, and every now and then we have a camera that switches to those tables, so I'm sure we'll get a peek. I know Scott Ball is in as well. All the good stuff. The free roll password, guys, will be given out sometime within the next hour.
This is a weird spot. I mean, Fosco, are we just going to, like, you know, pot get it in? I mean, he just has 1.5k more on top of the bet he's facing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're thinking. Like, again, is this my tournament hand?
No.
I can just tell you where to have it in like 20 minutes. It doesn't matter.
or I guess in this case, is this my $15,000 cash table hand? You know, either way.
Tough spot.
I really just want this Bills game on right now. Do you watch
And
football?
he is gonna do it.
He does. He just calls. He's going to leave himself that last 1.5K,
Vegas nights?
presumably in case he,
Have you been to a Vegas?
Whiffs.
night?
I haven't been to one yet.
which he is
I heard everyone
62%
kinda
to
rallies
do.
around them.
Yeah. I definitely want to go to one.
2 of his aces gone. He's going to be looking for some help. Right meow. And he does not find it.
Wow.
The 10 of nothing. And that is an annoying sight for
And
Fosco.
Napdow checks, but like, does Fosco ever have fold equity here? The pot's just shy of 10K. I mean, even
He's
if
going to bet 1.5.
yeah, even if
Absolutely
he jams
not.
in for 1.5,
yeah, he has to check.
You have to check, and he's just gonna.
Ace is good. What a spot.
Napdow is going to find the biggest sigh of relief that his aces are good. Here.
One pair good.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Wow.
And that's such an awkward spot for both of them, leaving the 1.5K behind on the river because it's like neither of them are folding, right?
Right.
So you're like,
Check.
Question
I have
mark?
a 9.
Wow.
9?
Wow.
I can't even think of a set of hole cards that a 9 would be good
Yeah.
against.
Yeah. I love it. It's my Twitch says Phil literally sits out of a 40-80 game. And by the way, since this is essentially a cash game, but it is like a tournament, the blinds are forced. You don't just in a cash table you get to sit out and they just deal around you, right? Nope. In this, you are actually paying $40, $80. Why do you
Yeah.
think these guys don't go out to have a cigarette break? It's a $200 and something cigarette after you
100%.
pay the blinds and the ante.
That's right. You just do the tobacco nicotine enema and you play your blinds.
Yeah, I'm glad you woke up like that too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it was hard to fall asleep, frankly.
Oh man, if you guys haven't done so yet, click that heart follow button. We keep it free, fun, and fresh for you every other month here at The Cage. Live from San Jose, Costa Rica. Every Sunday, guys, you get your chance to win your way here as well for just $55, which includes everything. And I do mean everything when you get here, man. They hook you up. It is 3 days of a blast fest, including the chance to win, well, I guess our biggest winner before, Scott Ball, upwards of $60,000 in the cage.
Is that all?
Yeah, just a little bit. Exclamation point giveaway there. And we are giving away 4 of those $55 tickets over on Instagram. Couple follows, tag a few friends, hang out, and we're going to be giving those drawings away throughout the day.
JJ, double in the Venom. Nice dude. Keep it going.
JJ, all I want. So we will be doing commentary for the final table of the Venom on Wednesday as well. And all I want is for one of the cool kids, one of the streamers, one of the people we know and love to just get to that final table. So we can just, the ultimate sweat is watching your buddy play for $1 million.
No kidding.
You know?
Please, one of you, please. Win some all-in pots and get there.
If I do this, you can't see my eyes.
Currently, first place in the Venom is at 1,066,000. Not a bad day. Not a bad few days at the office. King high, a couple of diamonds peel down, and this should be fun. Top 2 pair for Priest, and a baby diamond draw, and a pair for Napdow.
Napadow flush after that big win with the aces, and he's going to try to make a flush here.
Ah, I see what you did there. Sitting on 12.7, Priest. A little bit on the shorter end when it comes to chip stack right now, 3.7. Napdow does not mind getting large amounts in the pot, and
he
this
finds
is unfortunate.
it straight away on the turn. He finds it, and all of a sudden Priestley is in dire straits. Yeah, he checks. Good check. And
be interesting. So,
Napadow checks back.
He's actually
Interesting.
really lucky that Napdow doesn't have.
Yeah.
See, that's unfortunate. So he's actually really lucky because he gets a free river because Napdow doesn't have like the nut flush. He's just
Right.
got a medium flush, and
Yes.
it's very easy for Priest to have a higher flush.
100%.
So that actually scored Priest a free river card. Unfortunately, could not find the board pair.
Napadow now, with some Broadway gets there, he's going to hope that maybe Priestley just made a straight, or is going to want to call him with worse. Figures a flush is good. He's right. And Priestley in a weird spot with his top 2 pair. But he does lose to 9-10, ace-10, and any combination of diamonds or any set, and that is a lot of combos.
So who in the chat else is playing the Venom? I know JJ Corrado is in there playing the Venom. He found a double. It's my Twitch saying it'd be great to have Ryan DePaulo at the final table. Man, could you imagine a final table with like Ryan DePaulo, Lawn Car, like everybody just streaming and going crazy, and JJ and just like
I can imagine it.
That'd
Yeah,
be so
I mean,
sick.
you know, hashtag rigged.
Yeah,
Like, the
yeah.
entire final table is stormers and pro streamers.
I know. God, I mean, what a sweat.
And
What
you
a
know who
sweat.
else made the final table is Never mind.
So unfortunately, last time in the Venom, nobody was streaming at the final table, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. I can't really blame them because I mean you're playing for $1 million. You're playing for some serious life-changing money, and so like maybe I don't want to see the guy in the chat talk about like my mom last night or something. Like maybe I kind of want to concentrate on the game. Like I get it. You know?
Yep.
JJ says nope. I will be streaming one hundo.
JJ is a dedicated man.
I'm thirsty for you. Keep saying he eats. He like ate his own socks and everything else. I would really go to the doctors, man. I think you might have a problem. So Fosco down at that 1.5K mark. He's pretty much looking to find his hand, pick his spot, and just say pop, 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 pop.
Turn off caps lock and turn on chill lock.
All right, so Battle O the blinds here.
Did Priestley call with the kings and queens? I didn't see that. I think he folded.
The river, he folded.
He did.
He
folded.
so it's 3.6. Yeah, he folded. So Narya's just going to complete, and Priest is going to check back here. Jack high flop, couple of diamonds out there.
Kind of an air ball for Priestley. He does have that blocker, the ace of diamonds nut flush blocker. Anaria has a real flush draw and the best
top
hand.
pair.
Yeah.
So he's just going to bet 100, and it looks like Priest is going to come
I'm sorry, no, he doesn't have the best hand. No, he just has the most equity. He did have the jacks with the king, and Priestley had jacks with the ace, but the diamond on the turn means check mark for not Priestley.
And Priest keeps getting checkmarked either on the turn or the river.
Not the runouts are not favoring him right now. And Anaria checks over to Priestley, who again has the pretend nut flush here.
Jared P. Lemons, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream.
So Priestley is going to fire with his pretend flush, but Anaria with the real flush, obviously not going anywhere just yet. And it is going to take a cataclysmic act here on Priestley's part to get Anaria off his hand.
There,
the board pairs.
I mean,
but
still, it's going to cost Priestley a pot-sized bet
100%.
to hope his opponent finds a fold.
Yes, and Priestley can no longer confidently bluff with the pretend nut flush because he loses to all the full house combos, and he doesn't have it in the first place. So Anaria's going to check, and Priestley is in no man's land here.
The board also with the 8, getting super coordinated with the straight, and Priest reaching for chips. Is this going to work?
Wow.
What did he bet?
Interesting.
He did. He potted it. Oh,
and he gets snap
good try,
called.
Priest. Good try.
Wow, snap called. Anaria didn't even think about it.
No. And honestly, it's because of Anaria's stack size too. You know what I mean?
Man.
He's just got a huge pile of chips, and it's not that much for him. Unfortunately for me, if I was in Anaria's shoes, I'd be looking at Priest thinking that's a big bet for your stack size, and I actually would have weighted it. I probably still would have called, but I would have thought about it for a minute.
I mean, yeah, that's got to be pretty tilting for Priestley there. Like he hasn't really been playing very many hands. He's been playing tight, and he can't get the third nut flush off his hand on a paired board with a pot bet on the river. Like he gets snap called.
Yeah, it was a damn good attempt though, Priest. For sure.
I mean, it was a great spot to go for it. Your opponent did not have the nut flush, and he loses to every full house combo, and that's just a
not very Priest-like.
Yeah.
He's like, trust me, I haven't heard those jokes my entire life.
For your phrase. Not very Priest-like, Priest-like, not very Priest-like.
Also, thanks for the needle after you picked off my bluff.
Yeah,
Jeez.
That's cool. Thanks for the needle, man.
Appreciate
and thanks
that
for
a
that
lot.
$1,500 too.
God.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
So Gabriel here with the king, queen, queen. The deuce is irrelevant, annoying, blocker. But the king, queen, queen is good enough to raise. Fosco gonna defend his blind. And not only, yeah, well, that's a hell of a blind defense. He just flops the joint straight away, the 8 high straight, and he is 99% on the flop. My goodness. As such, Fosco is going to do this move we've seen a few times already today. He's just going to lead out into the razor. We've seen marginal hands do it. This time he has the stones, and it's over to Gabriel with a naked overpair and a backdoor flush draw. And 1% equity.
So, Big Bill, we do update these stacks every hour and a half throughout the cage. If you do exclamation point updates in the chat, that will give you the current chip counts.
And we do just see the queens fold out straight away. Good, wise fold over pairs in this game. Naked like that. Our trouble in River City, and he just gets away from it. On to the next one.
So many naked pairs. I mean, at least put on some clothes. Jeez.
Yeah, or don't. I mean, you know.
Somebody think of the children.
Won't somebody, please?
R. Bjork, what's up, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Say, hey, is Pastor available yet, fam? Asking for a friend. We've all done that. Yeah, I went to the doctors and I'm like, my friend says.
Yeah, my friend Joey Jojo Jr. Shabadoo.
I've actually partyed with him.
You have the same friend, obviously. That's my go-to friend name as well.
Hey, Joey Jojo.
Seems like a genuine guy.
Yes,
Just
yes,
true,
definitely.
true and true.
Sounded like Inaria was talking with Priestley about Mr. Bill Perkins, the founder of the Thirst Lounge. Both Priestley and myself are members, and yeah, good guy indeed, man. Perkins is a guy who just beats to his own drum, man, does what he wants, and has a good time doing it. And I can't wait for his book to come out, actually. That's going to be a really, really good read.
Inaria opening up from the cutoff here. Pretty nice looking hand. Napadow with his own flush in his own hand. Not a terrific run here. But it's good enough to defend the big blind. We're going to see a flop.
And I believe we have a player mic in the bathroom. Love it when this happens.
It's so good.
Sounded like a nice, steady stream. Nothing to worry about there.
Oh, man. 7-5 king hits neither one of these guys. Pair on a straight draw for Napadow. And Inaria with the top pair.
Jay Smith, do you work in radio? Not sure if there's a Jay Smith here in the booth. I am Justin. This is Scott. And you guys are the chat. And this is the cage. We love you guys, fam.
Hearts.
Hearts, all the hearts.
The deuce of pumpkins on the turn means nothing.
Come on down while we spin the smooth jazz records.
You're listening to KTIT. K-Tit. Playing the breast. The best tunes in town.
You've waited all day for that Duke Nukem quote, and that makes me so happy.
I paid this guy to ask a question about radio.
Fantastic. We love you guys. You guys are the best. Bet 550 now, almost half pot. Actually, a little over half pot.
Napadow turning his hand into a bluff. I'm not sure what he's repping. Nothing got there. That is just the driest run out ever. But Inaria just has one pair. He has a hold'em hand. This would be a sick call.
Yeah, maximum pressure by Napadow. I mean, guys, we talk about overvaluing your hands here. Is like king queen for me, especially on this board texture with the deuce 4 run out. It's just an auto muck.
Auto. I don't even think about it. I mean, maybe I think about it for a second, but ultimately, like, what am I hoping my opponent has?
When I try to make super light calls like this, I feel like I play this game called There Goes My
Yeah,
my Stack.
totally.
Like,
and
bye.
they're like, oh, 7s and 5s? I'm like, that's good.
Yeah.
Inaria has made a couple of sick calls, especially that one on Priestley from a few hands ago. Can he do it again? Yeah, he wants to. I guess what you'd really be worried about is a wheel. Maybe like an ace-high heart draw that backed into a wheel. You know? And ultimately, he decides that must be what Napadow's doing, and he folds.
Spider senses are going off here.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't believe his opponent, but he does not pull the trigger on the call, and Napadow gets it through.
Man,
Great-
I'm
great
surprised.
bluff.
Yeah, I'm
Great
surprised. I mean, dude,
And you're bluffing the guy that has shown
Yeah.
just 5 minutes ago
that he can snap call Priestley's pot-sized bet. Yeah.
with a very marginal hand.
Yeah.
So that is balls of steel from Napadao, and he makes it work.
They actually had a Duke Nukem little pinball game called Balls of Steel, ironically enough.
No.
They sure
Really?
did.
They made a Duke Nukem
No, not
pinball
like a
game?
not like a real one, but like a digital one you play on the
I
computer,
see.
you know?
Balls of steel?
Of course it was.
That sounds about right.
That's a very Duke Nukem thing to do.
Time to play pinball and chew bubblegum.
Shake it, baby. Don't tilt. Oh my god. I can't even deal with myself or control myself.
Yeah, you guys should do what it's like to hang out with Train outside of off the microphones. It's not any different.
Yeah.
And every now and then he'll just be like, I can't turn it off, man.
It's true.
And he
Well,
can't- he
if,
cannot.
if you guys want to come hang out with myself and Scott here are the upcoming cages. January, March, May, August, and October are all going to be Hold'em cages of 2020, and the PLO cage will be the last cage of the 2020 year, which is going to be a good year.
Look at how the number 2020, doesn't that look crazy?
In December, yeah,
it looks so
2020.
crazy when you see it written.
I don't care how old you are, the year 2020 should just make you feel old
Yes.
and or like you're in a sci-fi movie.
Yes. I do love the part too where authors of things or movie makers couldn't see past the noses on their face. Like Orwell writes 1984 as like this crazy futuristic date. It's like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
I love it. Like you couldn't have gone like 2184?
Hey man, I'm just happy that I was around for the actual Back to the Future day, like when they traveled into the
Yes.
future. Like I was just like, oh.
Yeah.
Actually, really cool story. USA Today, who did remember, when he's like trying to fake that he's his son, and then like Biff flies, and the whole like newspaper headlines change
Yes.
in the movie. So that was all USA Today, and
Yeah.
on Back to the Future Day, USA Today actually ran that paper.
Oh, how cool.
And so I got one and framed it because that was just
I
such a
love it.
cool little
Yep,
piece.
Very cool. Yeah, and then didn't the Cubs win the World Series like right when they were supposed to?
So things like Back to the Future and The Simpsons and stuff, it is freaky how
Yeah.
close their futuristic
It's
predictions are.
spooky. It is spooky.
It's pretty insane. Clearly, those writers and animators know way more. The inside info for sure.
Obviously. I don't know why they're wasting their talents like writing for a damn TV show.
They're like, well, I couldn't make it as a fortune teller, so I started.
Miss Cleo has really monopolized all the business.
Call me now. And again, we're going to see a lot of blind-on-blind violence. In this case, Gabriel just electing to limp the option over to Anaria. Queen 7 deuce, couple of spades on board. Not a bad flop at all for Anaria. Anaria seems to be murdering a lot of these boards here. Top pair and a healthy flush draw. Bets it, wins it, easy game. Kobanowski, Buckbean, Kimmers 66, Dell 26385. What's up, guys? Welcome, welcome. I believe that free roll tournament will be starting in about an hour and a half. So I think it's time for that password.
So password.
The password. It's not password, guys. Hold on. Let me let me find it.
Is it abacadabra?
It is not. See, and this is what I'm talking about, guys. I told you that people were wondering how are there already people registered. I'm like, these passwords are not highly complex, like nuclear launch code passwords. The password, you guys ready for this? Costa Rica. All one
Whoa.
word. I think I almost made a joke earlier that the password would be like Costa Rica. And if you just would have tried it, it would have worked.
Yeah, totally.
Costa Rica,
You
all
should have
one
heard me
word.
trying to guess earlier. I was like, El Salvador. No.
Nope.
Nicaragua.
Nope.
Bolivia.
Egypt.
Paraguay?
Nope, all wrong. Costa Rica, all one word, all lowercase, guys. Hang out with us. Do not shut off the stream. We're going to be doing giveaways as well throughout the day.
Rio de Janeiro?
Nope, wrong again.
Zaire.
Okay, we're just going to cut you off at this point. You're
There is no Zaire, dude.
exactly. Napdow's going to make it 200 to go from the cutoff with a sweet all red double flush draw hand here. And we are just going to flop top pair, open-ended, and the nut flush draw. But we're not out of the woods yet because Priest flops the nut Broadway straight.
Wow.
Guys, we could. Napped out fires. Priest is going to come in for a check raise. And man, Priest, we just got a hold, bro. 50-50 right here.
You didn't know that already?
I mean, I'm just assuming that we're going to come in. Like, there's no more cards I want to see peel if I'm Priest. I'm just like, pot and pray.
That's right.
P and P.
That is exact. He does have backup, like, what do you call it, running spades, but he doesn't, he just needs the deuce and the four to come
the
off,
triple P, it's the Priestley pot and pray.
That's, yeah, exactly. In the morning, I do the triple S. Here we have the triple P, and that is a
this-
great turn card for him.
The beautiful turn card. Now Priest just wants to see a random Brachiosaurus black card on the river that does
And
not
Priestley
bear
is
board.
perfect. He has a pot-size bet, a little less than a pot-size bet. He has the nuts. This is a great spot.
Yeah.
50-50 equity on the flop, but now Priest turning into a pretty heavy favorite here at 73% on the
100%,
turn.
and he shoves turn with the nuts, and this is great. His opponent can just fold. His opponent can call and not be a favorite. This is a great spot for Priest.
Just add 2 more cards.
He's going to have to get very unlucky to not survive this moment.
Don't even say that.
Like, his opponent doesn't even have to call. His opponent can just fold. And I don't even think Priest would mind seeing that at all. Just fold, I just win.
And the sick part is now his opponent makes the straight on the turn. He's
And
not going to go anywhere.
well, his opponent refuses to give up, and Priest is going to have to
Priest
fade.
just needs to see no diamond. That's it.
Only one.
He's got 2 opportunities. Obviously, that mandatory all-in twice. First river is safe.
Safe.
Second river
Good start. Good start.
is safe, and that's a double up for Priest.
Nice. Priestley with the full double courtesy of Napadow.
And both of those rivers are scary ones too. He should be happy he got it in on the turn.
Extremely happy.
Both of them pair the board, both of them
Yes.
with high cards,
Yes.
and you're just scared of boats everywhere.
You feel like you can't possibly win with Broadway on both
Yeah.
of those river cards.
Even then, it sounded like Napadow kind of like needled him, joking like, "Oh, boat," and he's like, "What? No,
No,
oh,
not like this."
Oh no, okay.
Priestley right back in it.
Go to that turn.
And a healthy double for Priest puts him just below starting stack again. I think he's at 4.3 now after that pot.
He turned it straight. He did. With a nut flush draw. Yeah.
Can't win every pot.
It's my Twitch. Thanks for the love for the Thirst Lounge 10. We appreciate you guys. Lots of regs there in the chat. So if you guys enjoyed Renee yesterday, we also had him in the booth towards the end of the stream. Really good guy, lots of fun. He has just started his Twitch streaming endeavor, and needless to say, he's a talker and a real funny one at that. So check him out, guys. Our Bargain Hunters is going to be his screen name on Twitch.
Hey, Dan.
Our Bargain Hunters.
Is that 500 a 2-day? Okay. I'm on pedals.
Definitely got all the tools that make a good streamer. You know,
Oh, yeah,
he
absolutely.
He has the capability to be funny and interesting and never stop talking.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Which, I don't know, for my money, that's all I really want in a streamer. Don't stop talking and be funny and interesting.
Yeah, and he's the exact same, because I actually hadn't really seen a lot of Storage Wars. I saw a couple of the really early seasons, but he didn't join till what, season 3 or 4 or something like that.
I think he said 4, yeah.
Yeah, and so I actually streamed one last night, and he was on that one, and he was hunting down a storage unit with his dad. And his dad seems like a crack-up character. I mean,
Sure.
not surprising at all.
Totally.
And it was good, man. I mean, but them acting like on that show and everything they were saying and doing was literally just him here hanging out with us. It was the exact same. There's not like a shtick. It's him.
It's him,
Yeah.
totally. Fosco here flops the flush draw. And Priestley's still here with a bunch of equity with the open-end straight draw.
Salazar Slytherin, what's up? Thanks for the love. We have a lot of fun bringing this content to you guys, and we do it every other month. So like I said, get your chance to come on down here and hang out with us. $55 gets you into the Cage Satellite every Sunday. They give away 2 packages, and when I say packages, it is huge package. We're talking a 5K buy-in to what you're watching now, $800 for airfare, an envelope literally labeled spending cash with $1,000 in it.
I followed instructions. I spent all of mine already.
Nailed it. You're doing it right.
Priestley, unfortunately, does not catch a favorable run out. He fires a little semi-bluff on the flop, gets called. His opponent makes a flush. Another spot where Priestley finds his opponent with the check mark on the turn.
Tosslin in the house. Welcome, welcome.
How are you, Tosslin? Nice to see you, man. And so, yeah, so the turn, Priestley wisely realizes that's a horrible turn card for him. He checks. Fosco checks back because his flush is tiny. On the river, the board pairs. Fosco's hand gets more marginal, but he does have the best of it. And with Priestley open checking the river, Fosco knows he has the best hand. He bets for value. But Priestley has nothing, so end of hand.
So you know what's real cool about this tournament as well is it is, if you guys haven't been here before, the main gaming floor is on the ground level, and that's generally where the poker room is, where they host all the cash games, etc. This is in its own kind of private area. You got full cocktail, full food service, everything's included. It's on the 4th floor in its own section, and then all of the players' rooms are actually kind of surrounding that area. So if you need to go back to your room, you need to go grab something, you want to go use your own bathroom, something like that, it is a 15-second walk.
100%.
Yeah, it's not the Rio.
It's my favorite. Oh,
it's
yeah,
not the
right,
Rio where
yeah.
you're like to
You need
get to
20
your room.
minutes.
Yeah, to walk to your room it takes 15 minutes. Like it's
100%.
not, you know.
This is why, pro tip, if you guys go to Run It Up Reno, well, I don't even know if I want to give it away because I want to make. Okay, you know what? I forget it. I'm not going to say.
These certain room numbers to get as close to the to the poker room as you can.
I have mastered that 15-second walk from tourney floor to room, and it is wonderful.
It's good. Just look for the room by the security guard sitting by the stream booth. That's as close as you can get, right?
Yeah, and then you have the added bonus of the trays of leftover room service that you can pick off of like a freaking raccoon.
Wow, awesome.
I don't do that. I'm just saying I've seen people do it.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
me.
For a friend.
Not
a
me.
friend.
Yeah,
does that.
a friend. Yeah.
So Priest here with Ace, Jack, Jack 8, the nut clubs. He's going to make a 225 from the button. And it looks like we are going to get a pot-sized bet here from Fosco with a small with Ace, Ace, 7-3.
Very poor aces, but aces nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, God, when he got aces, like, just at least give me single-suited. Double-suited is, like, ideal, but come on.
Eddie Doe, the password for the free roll was it Zanzibar?
Not gonna cook it, but I'll order it from Zanzibar. No, you're good. Exclamation point PW in the chat. Thanks a lot, guys, for being on that. We will get a lot of people coming in. Good luck to everybody playing in the free roll. Hopefully you enjoy the free roll and hang out with us here for more giveaways throughout the day.
Sometimes you got to squeeze.
Sometimes you've got to say
Please. Sometimes you got to say, hey.
Okay, sorry, that's it.
End of song.
All right. We can't sing any more Tenacious D on the stream.
Priestley is going to muck his Jack, Ace 8 with nut clubs. Decent hand, but he gives Fosco credit correctly, and we are not going to see a flop.
And JJ is my hero, the only person probably playing the free roll and also the $1 million first place prize Venom at the same time.
JJ is a very polarized individual.
I love it. Our player count is still ticking up, 2483, 83 players over the guarantee now. Max V-Pip here for Fosco and Gabriel, but everybody pretty much taking their turns. All V-Pips in between 35 and 40%, very close. For those of you who don't know, V-Pip stands for voluntarily put in play or put in pot. It's essentially how often you are in the hands.
Priestley with a not terrible looking hand, but his chip stack's a little fragile, so he just actually folds. Thanks, Woohoo Sue. We like our setup too, man. We're glad you're hanging out with us and you're enjoying it.
Yeah, that's exactly how we do it, for sure. It's, I mean, even when I'm streaming on the Thirst Lounge and, you know, you have like it's something as small as a 4 or 5 minute delay, it still keeps you going back in cycles, essentially. Because, like, I bring up something, then you answer it, then we have to talk about it all over again in 4 minutes, and I really like being live here with the audience. Now, check this out. Set of 8s flopped for Napadow, and somehow still good on the world's most coordinated board.
Yeah, neither one of these guys liked it. Even the set is not a fan, so It just gets checked all the way to the river. Napadao realizes he has the best hand.
Naptow goes for the thinnest value. He's like,
And he
100?
gets it.
Question mark?
He gets it. Gabriel has 2 pair, and with the top pair,
I will bet
Jackson 6s, so he calls.
I will bet slightly over 1 big blind.
And Gabriel has his yeah, that's right. And Gabriel sees that he's got to ship slightly over 1 big blind to his opponent because his opponent has him notched. Jackson 6 is no good. Set.
Waspaloy in the chat, actually proof that giveaways are a thing. You can actually see there, you can see Renee, We Pay Cash. That's who I was talking about, our bargain hunters there on the right. That is him. We have Lightning there on the left. Looks like we got Dan playing as well there. Who else do we got? You got 3Bet Tom in the back over there. Lots of familiar faces. Yeah, Waspaloy actually won a cage package giveaway a few cages ago, and then came out and cashed it in the last cage. Had a blast.
Oh, nice. How much did he cash? Do we remember?
No, he ended up busting, but just like he cashed in his free roll, he cashed in his ticket
cash
to
to
get out
come.
here. And,
Gotcha. Just came and partied.
Free trip to Costa
Yeah,
Rica. Plus, the
sure.
thing is, I've talked to all the players who have busted out first hand of the cage, right?
Yeah.
And they're just like, whatever. I'm still in Costa Rica. I now have a couple days freed up. I'm gonna go check out the rainforest. I got the spending cash. I got the swag bag. Sorry, not sorry. I'm still having a blast.
Yeah.
So Napda here on the button makes it 2 1/4 with a kind of mediocre double suited hand, and it's just gonna work.
Thien Mater, do we have a live feed? Do we know it's already happened? No, we're watching the same thing you guys are. Your screen is our screen.
I play Uno. Welcome, welcome. Jay Grabals, indeed. Lots of really cool places to see within like a couple hours driving distance. I mean, even right down the street from our hotel here is a little zoo you can go check out as well. I definitely went to go see that because my mission was to see a sloth, and damn it, I was going to see one.
Yeah, mission accomplished. And it's all caught on video. You don't even got to take his word for it. So you guys saw there the chip counts a moment ago. Anaria and Napadao. With basically, almost all the chips on the table, the other 3 stacks are quite short. That sets up an interesting dynamic when it's so polarized like that. We're going to see if one of the short stacks can find a get out.
And more aces for Anaria. It's interesting, him and Priest have been mixed up in a lot of the hands. Most of the time it's only came down to the blinds, though. Anaria's just been limping, and Priest has been checking. They've been going to a flop. So this time, if I'm Priest, this could be setting off some alarm bells. It doesn't seem like Anaria is trying to pick on my blinds too heavily. And look at that, he's even going to show him.
I had it. Look, dude, I had it.
Yeah, ace, 8-6, single suited, like I'm in. Let's go.
And Priestley playing
God, you
tight.
weren't kidding. Those stacks, man. What a spread.
Right? And yeah, that's why, Priest is, he just doesn't really have room to defend his blind. So he's going to look for spots to double up like you saw him do moments ago with the flopped Broadway straight. And otherwise, tight is right.
Yeah, guys, I know we mentioned it briefly yesterday, but these Cyclone Step tournaments coming down the pipe, I believe the official launch date is going to be sometime towards the end of January, and we got a chance to play them in beta mode at the headquarters. It's really nice to click the account cashier and have 20 million in your account. That was pretty sweet.
Jeez.
But man, these Cyclone things are so cool. So the way they work essentially is you'll get 5K in chips, and every time you essentially accumulate another 5K in chips or whatever the numbers are, it automatically takes that 5K in chips off the table and gives you a ticket. And then whatever chips you have remaining left over, you can still play and run back up. So essentially, you could triple up in a pot and win 2 tickets at once, and then now you have a little short stack, and if you run good, you run hot, you can roll that up again for another ticket. You could just keep doing that.
Or you can just leave your computer and go plant flowers.
Yeah, that's what you do, Scott. That's so that's going to be...
once you've got your tickets is my point.
So look for that.
That's what's cool about it.
Look for that coming in late January. They just want to work out a few more bugs. If you had it Phil's way, Phil basically just like, push it now, I want to do it. We're like, we know you're excited, Phil. We know. Well, let's make it right first, though. It's good. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun on this flop for Fosco, who flops Priestley into bad shape. Priestley picks up a weird straight draw.
And then Fosco turns a set for fun. Why not?
Yeah, and Priestley's got 2 ways to make a straight, but he does not have very much equity. We are up to 24.91 on the Venom, inching towards our predictions.
And do we know how much time is left on late reg in the Venom? I'm curious. Ooh, 2
more
hours. We're definitely gonna hit my 2550. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
then.
we've already gone past my prediction. I was wrong. And Train's 2550 looking like we might get past that too.
Yeah. And we might break that 26 mark. And you can see the first place just ticking up there right now at $1,025,000.
Yeah, that's the Theme Mater is right, Train. There's no shame in gardening, man.
No,
It's very
absolutely not.
therapeutic.
It's not. And look at it. But speaking of that, the Venom payout, so it's $1,025,000. How sick is that? That like the 25,000 is just like the play change. Like, oh, 25,000.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool. I'll do whatever with that. Like
Yeah.
the millie's nice. Like 25K. Is
25K?
like, let's go out to
Yeah,
dinner or
yeah,
something. Maybe see a
totally.
movie.
Yeah, yeah. You put on something nice.
Yeah, just push those to the dealer. Be like, here's your tip.
Yeah, you're welcome. Those aces make another appearance, this time in Gabriel's hand from under the gun. Puts in a raise.
Also single suited, looking pretty healthy. So Anaria is going to come along with Ace Queen Deuce Deuce double suited.
Kind of a weird hand. That's a wonderful 08 hand in PLO. You know,
Right,
the
'cause you're
nut
not-
the
you're
nut
not-
hearts helps.
Well,
but
yeah, exactly.
The deuces, you're not really looking for a set.
So the deuces are like basically just there to help
Your
hope
flush.
that you make a flush.
100%.
Right? I mean, it's
Yeah, but it's good enough to call given how big his stack is. So we're going to see a flop 3 ways.
so pot just shy of 900 coming down, and that is the flop he's looking for. Ace Deuce of Hearts is looking pretty sweet with a straight steel wheel draw.
Damn straight.
Let's see what you did there.
So the equity lead. The best hand still belongs to Gabriel with the aces. But as you can see, he's a dog to his opponents. Fosco has himself the top pair. All of his side cards are live, and he's got a backdoor diamond draw as well. Check to Anaria, who likes his hand the most for sure. He's going to bet.
Some random deuce will hit the turn, and he's like, "Why? I don't
Why?
want the
Not like
deuce."
this. Tough spot. So the top pair hand gets out, and it's to Gabriel, the original raiser, with just the aces backdoor flush draw.
And again,
And he's got a gut shot too. He has a gut shot to the deuce.
And again, you know, it's not going to get any cheaper from here. He's got 3K.
Right.
Obviously, that's a sixth of his stack that he'd be essentially calling right here, leaving him with 2,500 behind. Again, it's like, is this my spot?
He thinks it is. You know, the deuce would be a weird card. I don't even know how thrilled you'd be if you're Gabriel to make a second straight like that.
Oh, we're coming in for a check raise. This is our spot.
Wow, he's going with it. He's going with it. And Anaria has an easy repot. Get it in here.
Yep.
Just going to try to bust Gabriel, and he is a favorite to do so.
Now, again, mandatory all-ins do require double boards. Run it twice, so we are going to see 2 turn rivers here. And that's a whole lot of chances to pink a heart for Anaria.
It certainly is, but Gabriel's got to be pretty stoked to see what Anaria actually has here. He's in decent shape.
Yeah.
You know, he's just on the bad end of a coin toss. So he's got 2 boards. That's a good card for him.
Brick 1.
Brick 2, he wins the first board. And now Anaria needs to find a heart to chop, and he does.
There it is.
So, chop this one up. And you know what they say, Train?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
The ignorant
Nice. That is a very expensive way to win $190 right there. That is- Sometimes, you know, you get these like back and forth, all in, and then you run it out and you guys just end up chopping and you make
it's
like
like
$4.
plus $14,
Yeah,
yeah.
plus $14, and the pot was like 5,000. Cool. Sexy Lady 74, thanks for joining us. We're having a good time. We hope you guys are as well.
Sexy Lady 74 is definitely a spindly, tattooed dude.
It's a biker dude
Yeah,
in a
right.
bar somewhere.
Leather jacket in some basement somewhere.
The anonymity of the internet. I wonder, actually, like for instance on ACR, you know how you can choose your avatar and there's a couple female avatars. How many people actually pick a female avatar that are a male, or vice versa? Like,
You know, and it
so
probably
many.
affects how people play against you,
I-
even if it's only slightly.
I do agree. I think the avatars have, you know, people like look at them and it can have an effect on how people play against you. 100%. Van Hombau says, yep, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Literally, if you are a dog that is typing, hanging out in Twitch chat, I am thoroughly impressed. All the milk bones you can handle.
Too fast. Muy rápido.
You can make a lot of money in the circus, like the talking Twitch streaming dog.
Totally.
Hanging out.
You've heard of a pit bull. Have you heard of a Twitch bull?
Did you ever see that old school coin-op like arcade machine where you could actually, there was like a chicken in it, you play tic-tac-toe against a chicken, like a live chicken?
No.
Oh my god,
Really?
that's a thing, yeah. I think it was in Monterey I saw it. It's a thing. I don't even know how it works.
There was like an undefeated chicken, a tic-tac-toe legend or something, right? There's something to do with chickens and tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
That was the stuff of
And
legend.
there's like some chicken that like has randomly predicted the winner of the Super Bowl. Like
Right.
Put the, you know, like
It's just like pecking the
yeah,
predictions.
it's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it is. It just really goes to show you how piss poor people are at predictions. It's
Hey,
really what the story
I'll tell you
is.
what. I mean, on America's Got Talent, they also had a chicken who literally pecked the keys on the piano and played songs. I'm just impressed.
It's like playing Fur Elise.
I'm like, that chick. It's literally a chicken. I eat this thing for food, and it can play the piano better than me.
And now Beethoven's Fourth Piano Sonata as pecked by a chicken.
Later, chicken
AW Shorts like, I'm changing my avatar right now, BRB.
Yeah, so what's your read on the upside down elf feet? See, you got to know. So Gabriel fires 350 here from the big after Napdow checks.
Yes, as you can see, Nightbot supplying the free roll password for you guys. It is Eritrea. I'm sorry, no, Costa Rica.
Oh,
I keep
there
getting
it
the
is.
country wrong.
Crazy dyslexia.
Please forgive me.
So we have a weird two pair here. Best of it for Gabriel was 6'9". I like it. The snap check and 7 high. That is always nice when your opponent snap checks and says 7 high. You're like, I can beat that.
Can I? You start shuffling through your
The
cards.
sickest part
okay.
is a lot of the time I'm like, it's good? Question mark.
Just want to see the day when 7 high wins.
I know, yeah. When would 7 high win?
I'd also like to see the day.
Today is not that day.
Yeah.
Play some high low. But the low doesn't count. Just have it there. So that's what I do. It's volume. It's a volume game with the jokes. Remember that.
It's a volume game with the jokes. Trust me, we know.
You
I'm
think
in.
Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle are just like
Bring up Kevin
dropping
Hart.
bombshells every time they make a joke? You just like Kevin Hart for a second.
I just like that part about Kevin Hart with the, see, I got a checkings and a savings. See, what happened was I had a transfer from the checking to the savings. So, like, basically what it boils down to is I can't pay you this right now, man.
The moral of the story is,
See, that's
I got nothing.
It's a banking issue, you know what I mean? Bro, you keep your cash in a mattress. Like, yeah, I know. Like, my banking issues, like, my house burned down. It was bad. All right, napped out here, making it 2 1/4 to go from the button with a very weird hand here. 3, 5, 6, 7, 3 spades. But let's just go ahead and flop bottom 2.
Hey, English only in the chat. Da, mother effers. You know what I'm saying?
So first act here, Gabriel with an overpair and an open-ended straight draw.
You said just jicks.
Does this look like a man beaten by jacks?
Fuck me. Of you.
Welcome to 24-hour Duke Nukem and Rounders quotes, brought to you by America's Cardroom here.
It's time to watch Rounders and chew bubblegum.
Gabriel does find a check here, but I don't think he's really going anywhere. Anaria finds a check as well. Now over to Napdow, who did raise it pre from the button, who's going to continue here. He fires 350.
Fiend Mater, what is Costa Rica's official language? Come on, dude, are you serious? It's Yiddish. Everybody knows that.
Classic. Kind of surprised. Oh, there we go. That's why. The flop was incorrect there. It wasn't open-ended, but he did have the overpair jacks, but he elected to let it go. Yes, you will need a passport to come to Costa Rica. Ordered in advance. Definitely worth it.
Yeah, all you need to travel to Central and South America is a passport and a suitcase with a false bottom. You're welcome.
Is that why Justin comes here with Kate?
That's right, yes, exactly. That's why Customs always randomly, quote unquote, pulls him aside. Sir?
It's just because they randomly like me. I can't help it. Besides, I mean, a fun cavity search with TSA, normally I have to pay for that kind of action.
You don't have to say it's fun. I'll do the fun math. You can
Okay.
just say cavity search.
All right, got it. Same thing my dentist does, right? Doesn't he search for cavities? Anyways,
Open your mouth and hold still.
that's not where he searches. It's weird. I have a weird dentist.
It's not the cavity I had in mind.
All right, Queen of Spades here peels on the river, and that's going to be top 2 pair for Anaria.
It seems like Napadao should have this, but he doesn't. He's just got 7s and 5s. That's a pretty dry board. Not a lot got there. 2 pair feels like it could be good here. And for Anaria, it is. And he is going to go for some thinnish value here. It's not, I mean, it's not too thin. It is top 2 pair. But of course, there are a variety of hands that beat you. So I'm going to call it thin value. And does Napadao believe Anaria? 7s and 5s is a bluff catcher, and Anaria is barely not bluffing. I say that, of course, because you don't imagine that your opponent is value betting worse. Your opponent is generally not going to be value betting 7s and 3s, for example. Or ace queen.
So I'd imagine we will be coming up on a break pretty shortly. If you guys haven't done so yet, we have a giveaway for some of these Cage satellite tickets over on Instagram. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We'll give you the link. Follow the instructions. It's really easy. And before we go on our first break, I will be picking our first winner.
Napadao does find the fold. He ultimately decides Anaria is value betting. He is correct. And that is well played by both players. Good thin value bet by Anaria and a good fold of 2 pair by Napadao. Man, got us at the table. I'm glad I'm on this side of the action. That's for sure. These guys are crushers.
Thank you.
Actor? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, he's funny too, right, at the table. Oh, they're not fun? You can't get near him? Really? You guys were dealing there? Or you were working? Yeah. Oh, okay. That was like 3 years ago or something? Almost a year, right? So you couldn't approach him?
But I was able to approach Jamaican fastest guy.
Oh, Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt. So you couldn't even get close to Kevin Hart? There's a bunch of people around, like, oh, stay back.
What up, GG Fab? Good morning. And if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
What is that, the Truman Show? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Nice.
Everyone else is different.
Looks like 23 people have registered so far in the Instagram giveaway. That's pretty good odds if you guys haven't done so yet. Definitely check it out.
Player count up to 2502. We are past the 2500 mark. And a rare pre-flop win here. Oh, sorry, nope. The action tracker's catching up. We don't see what Priestley has, but we do see that Gabriel has missed completely.
Yeah, Priestley with the mystery hand, he's going to need, well, just about anything, but Gabriel's not going to make it cheap. 250 in the pot, looks like he's going to bet 175. Yeah, GG Fab, what I want to know is, are you guys ready for the Aussie Cage invasion? We sure are. When are you guys coming out? So they've been running competitions out there to bring several players, I believe, from Australia out
I
here.
remember talking about that last time. So they're coming for the next Hold'em cage?
I believe so. GG, when are you guys coming out? Man, look at that spread. Anaria just running away with this. 50% of the chips on this table in front of that man right there. March, the March cage, guys, and these are the cages coming up like we were talking about. So if you win a cage package, they are good for any of these future dates, so you can pick the one that works best for you. The first cages there, all the way up until the last cage in December, are going to be Hold'em, and then our December cage will be PLO. Nothing like a fun way to start Christmas. Just, you know, cash out 50, 60K in the cage and call it a day. Merry Christmas.
Christmas to me.
Oh, I have one
With you?
Speaking of previous winners, look at that. Scott Ball, who's also still alive in this cage, our resident top dog, cashing out just shy of 60 grand in our last cage. And the count is up to 10 Aussies. That is going to be a rocking cage.
Very cool.
Wow, that is going to be a good time. And I believe Aussies know how to party. So the after party is going to be an even better time. Meanwhile, I'm getting texts from the Poker Boss, a.k.a. Sean McCormick, in Vegas, and he just titles this text, "Flop it like it's hot." And he got dealt.
Pat quads?
Dealt quad fours with a deuce.
I stand pat.
Wow. Nice video, poker champ.
Gigi and the other Aussies that are in the chat, from my other life in craft beer, I just partied with the guys from Wildflower Brewing in Sydney. Not sure if you guys have ever hit up Wildflower Brewing, but their beers were phenomenal.
8-6 Deuce Alto Rainbow peels down. Best of it for Fosco here with 9s. And still good with 9s. Lots of straight opportunities there for Priest, though.
Oh, so that's why it's a good tour of the facility.
And it looks like we're going to get check on the turn. I believe so. I think the river's already out there. The action tracker catching up. So guys, enter that giveaway. You do have to make a comment and tag 2 friends. I will be scrolling through and picking from the comments. And luckily there's not several hundred of them, so the number counting system will be very easy when Hop Grenade gives me a random number.
Always have fun with that. Maximizing the workload for trade.
Appreciate it, as usual.
You're welcome.
Too many hooks, man.
That was going to be an interesting one if you bet the river.
Yeah.
You needed a 9,
I
right?
didn't know what I was going to do.
I needed like almost
Like,
everything.
call,
You needed
raise,
a 9
fold.
though. For what?
Or fold,
No,
so
I
it's
needed
9
a,
for a straight?
needed,
Oh.
I needed a
somewhere.
3, a 9.
You had 7, 5,
I
and 8, 6,
know.
right? So you
Yeah.
needed 9, but he had 2
Popped in
9s.
my
But I had 4, 5 as well for ace.
I'm like,
Or days like a gutter and the other gutter. 9, a 3.
I wish I had a little bit more behind on that big hand.
4.
I would have been able to shove it better, but I didn't think they were going to fold for like 50. I know, if I had like 5K, I don't see how you could call it ace and ace in there. Yeah, I had a,
But if you had more, I would.
I had a pair it up and under, but I had up and under.
It's always fun doing commentary here on the cage, especially the PLO cages. Like we said, coming up, we will also be doing commentary blind this time, just like last time, on the final table of the Venom, which is Wednesday, and that is fun, man. Everybody gets to sweat together since we're all just kind of like, wow. What, you know, because we saw some very interesting spots at the final table of the last Venom, and you got to think, I mean, ICM considerations are at its highest. So sometimes you're like, I mean, I could just fold here and potentially ladder up $50,000. So it's always interesting choices to be made. at the final table of the Venom.
When those ladders start getting that significant, really changes the dynamic of how you think about decisions.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the final table, even a ladder from like 7th to 6th place is $60,000.
It's so much money.
Yeah, I mean, just like that is.
It's like it's not very. I mean, how many times in your poker life are you going to make a $60,000 fold?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I
there
fold.
on Wednesday.
I just made $60,000.
And we do have updated chip counts that will be posted on Twitter. Actually, they're posted on Twitter already. If you guys haven't done so yet, check it out, ACR_poker on Twitter, and checking out most recent chip counts. Looks like our big dog is actually Margie, and they're at 23, just shy of 23K actually. Still 14 players remain. It looks like there is.
You got a straight, right?
All the double buys have been used except for 2 of them, Phil Nagy and Scott Ball. They are just, and I'm not even surprised it's those 2, by the way. You know, they're just like, yeah, no, we still have our chip, but trust me, we'll use it when we want.
The last thing you want to see at a poker table is Scott
Scott
Ball or
and
Phil Nagy
with an extra
adding
5K
on.
chip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gave him his money back, and I was like, this is just preposterous. No. But like, he is like a
I
super
let someone
astute
retrieve
guy.
their hand from the muck a long time ago because I knew it was an honest mistake, and I didn't want them to get screwed because they accidentally mucked their hand with the river.
Looks like the action tracker catching up here. I think we're actually in the middle of a hand here.
Yeah, we can hear him. We can hear him calling the action down. Mystery hands, mystery board. We just know Anaria has heaps O chips.
Deuce 8, Jack, another 8. There we
is,
go.
yeah.
Pretty nonsensy board here.
Yeah, we did end up pairing top pair from the flop on the river, although we did miss diamonds.
Yeah, no problem. You know, you can hang with us while you get ready, GG. Just set your set your screen with us up next to, your mirror or whatever. Just hang with us while you do it.
If my eyelashes don't go on right today, I'm blaming you a lot. I'll be honest with you, it's tough to get on my eyelashes every day. It's tough. It's tough out there for the eyelashes. You know?
Oh my gosh, I thought they were natural.
Oh God, the cat's out of the bag.
Oh man.
Now you guys know my beautiful baby eyes.
Shattered my illusions. And
you know my secret.
your lips are natural too, or is that collagen?
You thought I woke up like this? Looks like Priest under the gun here, action catching up. Folds around to Napdow on the button.
Pretty marginal hand, but he might want to see a flop in position. He's got nut hearts. So he is going to raise it up, put himself in a spot to see a flop in position, or perhaps just win now if nobody wants to defend a blind. But Anaria is too rich to fold, so we're going to go to a board.
Ace, king, deuce, couple of clubs out there. Best of it for Napadao with an ace only.
He's got a pretty big equity lead here, owing to the fact that Anaria has air. He's a pair of deuces. So Napadao going to continue his aggression with the best hand, and I suspect that's the end of the line.
And it looks like that is going to be the end of this, which means that I, my friend, am going to need a little something from you. I need...
No, I'm gonna. How do you put it on
see,
me?
what are we going to do?
All right, what are we doing here, Trey?
All right, we are going to pick... Uh-oh, is this camera...
Are we frozen?
Frozen? Oh, looks like the camera's frozen.
Uh-oh.
Ew. Oh, well, we'll just leave it off.
All right.
All right, so, guys, you can still hear us, and that is all that matters. Let me go ahead and pull this up. And why don't you pick a number between 1 and 24?
Let's go with the super cliche answer, 7.
Classic lucky number here.
Hey, this camera is frozen, just so you're aware. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's frozen. I
Should I
still
just leave it up,
look
though?
the same.
Yeah, and you probably put some people in, so you have some action. Yeah.
Yes, I know, Van Hal. That's why I announced ahead of time that it was cliche.
All right, so this winner, first winner we have of the day, we're going to be giving away 4 tickets today, is Sean Johnson. And it's going to be Sean Christie Hanna there on Instagram. So congratulations. We will be picking 3 more winners. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have a short player break. And then coming back, we are going to have the second half of this blind round. And it's going to get a little crazy going into the 5,100 level, guys.
Sean Johnson?
That's
so
it.
first a gold medal in the 2008 Olympics, and now this?
What a beast.
Wow.
All right, we'll see you guys shortly.
If you think the player reactions to our first $5 million Venom were out of control, wait until you hear what they have to say about what's next. The Venom returns to America's Card Room, this time with a $6 million guaranteed prize pool, $1 million for first place, and 7 days to take it down. It all starts Wednesday, November 27th. Are you ready? Get the whole deal at americascardroom.com.
Hi, I'm Michael Longcar, and we are here in San Jose, Costa Rica for America's Card Room's Cage event. I'm accompanied by actor and comedian Norm Macdonald, America's Card Room's CEO Phil Nagy, poker commentator Justin Kelly, and poker Twitch streamer Jared Gabin, aka God's Big Toe. All right, so we're all down here for the Cage. What has your experience been, each of you, being down here in Costa Rica for the Cage?
It was funny because being a tournament player mostly, I kind of felt comfortable. It felt a little tournament-y for me. The blinds were going up, and actually once I got down to like 30 or 40 blinds, it was really comfortable for me because that's my wheelhouse. But then I was talking to a lot of other people who were mostly cash game players, and like, oh, this feels really like a cash game to me. So actually, I think you guys did a great job of making that hybrid and making it comfortable for everybody.
I think that's a good way to do it, is to choose one and play it like that.
Right.
Because I was always like, I was always confused as to which I should be. You know what I'm saying?
You guys were all out in Vegas this summer. How would you compare playing a World Series of Poker tournament, how that felt compared to playing the Cage? How would you compare the two?
Well, I love this because it was so unique that you know, you could come in last and make money. You know, and so I really like that. He invented it.
That's right.
That's true.
right.
That's true.
How did that come to you?
I don't know. I was looking at, you know, just different formats and how cash games and tournaments play, and like you were saying, it's the millhouse for tournament players. It's that 20, 30 big blind shoving range, reshoving range, and it's where cash games, you know, you're playing super deep. And I said, you know, I want to do something that not everybody solved. right? And I don't want it to happen so often that everybody's going to be able to solve it. So keep it super high buy-in, and
Well, that's interesting.
keeps it fresh, because nobody can get a big enough sample size to say,
Right.
oh yeah, I own the cage. Well, maybe somebody can, but we won't talk about that.
So they're playing. Is it you?
Yeah.
So how do you play it as a tournament?
No, well, it plays much more like a cash game than it does a tournament, but you have that fallback that when you get to that 15 or 20 big blinds, that you can still do that re-stealing range. So it's depending on the different situations, you have to play really, really different. And a lot of tournament players, they don't ever get into a spot where they're playing 200 or 300 big blinds deep, especially for really, really big money. Right? That's awesome. For me, the great part about it is, I guess, making everybody uncomfortable at the game that they're comfortable with.
Right.
I also feel like when you're doing the World Series, the events are so big and they're so long. It feels like work, especially if you grind out a bunch of events like I did. And this was, a tight-knit group of 30-ish people, and we all kind of came together and played. It almost felt like a giant home game for a lot of money. And
Right.
that was a great experience for sure.
True. And I mean, with the $55 satellites for these players to get in and satellite their way to Costa Rica and get a whole good time and an extreme package, they're playing essentially this game. None of these players have played a 50-100 cash game before in their life, ever. They couldn't even dream of playing that. So the fact that they're playing this now, and it's actually in a comfortable atmosphere to where I think they're actually probably playing their best game at a 50-100 level, it's really cool for them.
Yeah.
Now, how did you jigger the blinds? Did you experiment?
Well, it went like this and then a little like that. No, we ran some models, and we looked at it, and we wanted it to run somewhere around 100 big blindish or 80 big blindish average stack. And cage after cage after cage, it doesn't matter if you have 20 people or 300 people, it's gonna stay somewhere around it's 80 big blinds-ish average stack, which, turns out we're pretty good at poker, so that's why the blinds ended up like that. And a lot of people, every time people come down here, say, why don't you do these big tournaments? Why don't you do this? Why don't you add that onto the cage? And that's not what this is about. What this whole experience was about was to make it small enough that you can still shake hands with everybody. You can come feel like you met WPN, to help humanize the company.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, there's a lot of internet companies, you just don't know if it's 8 guys behind a conference table, and there's people with hundreds of thousands of dollars on their account with us, and you know what? It's good having that confidence that, oh, they are a real company, and I've actually shook their hand, and they're decent people, or at least not the worst people in the world.
So we're talking about structures and deeper stack structures. On that note, I think all of us, obviously except for Phil, just got done playing the Venom, the $5 million guaranteed Venom that had a very deep structure. Tell me what you guys thought about the Venom and the structure. Tell me what you guys think.
I thought it was phenomenal. It was kind of a funny thing. I happened to have Chris Moorman on my right the entire time in the Venom. So when I came here, I felt really prepared to have Chris Moorman on my right for 2 straight days. So that was fun. But yeah, I mean, what an opportunity. And the fact that it blew the guarantee out and the Guinness Book of World Records, what an amazing experience. I'm really excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Really, really excited for that.
The structure was really perfect as far as length. You got to play for the whole day. I never felt at any point like it was sort of a turbo and I felt really forced to get my stack in. It was just kind of like you can just play your game. You already know you're going to play for this 12-hour chunk, and you could just kind of go into coast mode and do your thing, and it was really nice. Yeah.
And you can tell that the WSOP is because now when I look back, when they would give you $1 chip for every dollar you gave them, so you're in a $1,500 tournament, and the first hand you lose a 30 or stack, and so this year they fixed it, but I can't even. It seems so weird to me now that you started with so little, so few chips.
And meanwhile, in the Venom, you started with, what, 300,000?
Yeah.
And it's huge, yeah.
So here's a question for you two. How has your Twitch play affected you in the poker community in any kind of way?
You mean it's like how's my stream affected me in life or in poker and everything?
Yes, everything.
One thing I thought was amazing, I got to the feature table and my phone started blowing up and everyone started texting me. I'm like, guys, send me a DM. I love you. I definitely love you, but I'm trying to work, you know, and like, you know, not now. And then I noticed, you know, when I sat there, one thing I knew there was going to be a bunch of people kind of waiting for me. And then when I was in the booth, you guys, you know, you see all the stupid toe emotes floating up and stuff. It's really special, you know, and we're kind of talking this funny, you know, these people spend hours with me day in and day out, and we have a connection even though we've never met. And so just to have that kind of, you know, admiration and support is amazing, you know, and you feel like you're doing it as a team.
Yeah. I mean, for me, you know, obviously coming from a commentary background, it's so easy in the booth because we get to see everybody's hand. And so then when I'm on Twitch, I'm interacting with the audience, and I basically find myself doing commentary on my own hands and kind of just talking myself through like I would do in the booth, blind, essentially. Yeah. In fact, we did commentary on the Venom blind with no cards, and that was a really fun sweat because we got to guess people's cards.
Yeah,
and then
I've never done that before.
and when we'd flip them over, we'd be like, yeah, we called it. Yeah. We got it. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And I just think
then it's cool and it's honest.
Yeah, I just think Twitch in general is just a really great platform for poker and just going through and you know, good, bad, or indifferent, whether you're the worst player or the best player, man, if you make it fun and the people want to watch, it's just a good time.
Yep.
You know?
I also think in a way it's made me a better player. One, because you want to be good in front of everybody and you want to succeed. And two, I'm talking about my hands every hand over and over again all the way through every day.
That's super important.
Your fundamentals get super solid.
It's because, you know, it's in every hand you have, well, really 3 options, you know, to call, fold, or raise. And a lot of times people just don't think about all the options that would be call. But it's you don't think about all the options in all the different situations. I see you guys on Twitch and being forced to talk about all of those situations every time. It's got to make you a better player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with that you have an audience, you know, that it's so easy to make a dumb play if you got 6 tournaments.
Oh, and they're not ashamed to let you know. Like, they have no fear in telling you what they think about what you just did.
Those are called chat pros.
That's actually like in NASCAR. The reason they watch for the crashes. They watch just so you can screw up and berate you about it.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you're getting a big spot and you almost know the guy has you, but you have a really strong hand and you could make a really great laydown, but the chat and the audience will never know. And so they'll just be like, oh, how do you fold that? How do you fold that? And I'm like, watch, I know he has me beat. Then I click call, and they're like, oh, I obviously had you beat. How do you call that?
Yeah.
You know, it's just like it's so like validating and unvalidating at the same time. You know,
Yeah. I did that. One time I did a high stakes poker. I commentated, and I did the same thing. I didn't want to see the cards. Yeah. Because, you know, when they can see the cards, they go, "What's the guy thinking?" You know, obviously.
Yeah. It's totally obvious that he flopped top set on your overpair. I mean, how do you lose there?
Yeah, likewise, when just a king high is good and you're like, come on, this is good all day. And you're like, if you really don't know the cards and you put yourself in that person's shoes, there's no way this is good. I'm just going to fold. You know, it's always really interesting when you can get behind the scenes with it.
I stream quite a bit, as you guys know, and for me, I can honestly say the first 3 months of streaming, I think knowing that I've got a group of people that I don't know that are watching and judging and assessing, it definitely affected my decisions, I feel like, for like the first 3 months. Like the psychological aspect of what are people going to think, and you know, you always obviously you want to make the right decision even when you're by yourself, and now you've got 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000 people watching you, so now it's really, you really feel like under the gun.
And what about when somebody else raids you with thousands more viewers, and all of a sudden, does it make you exponentially a little bit more nervous on your game when all of a sudden now there's 5,000 people watching you every move, and you're like, oh god, the chat is scrolling so fast you can't even read it?
Well, you guys all play online on ACR a ton. Tell me what your favorite ACR tourney is on the regular schedule.
Ooh, I have a few. The Sunday warm-up, I won't miss it. The $22 50K, I'm not gonna miss it. I gotten sick, and I thought I had food poisoning, and I had this little stomach condition, not a big deal. But OSS was starting the next day, and I told my wife, I'm like, they're gonna have to effing kill me We missed the day. So I played the first day of OSS. I was in the ER on Monday.
Nice.
There was no way I was missing it, you know. And so yeah, like I have a bunch of them. You know, I love the series and the stuff. It's the, you know, for the biggest and the baddest guarantees, there's nowhere else to go in the U.S. You know, it's a great place to be.
So the nurse comes in to draw blood, and you're like, hold on, I'm in a hand.
Yeah,
you gotta wait.
race.
You
Hold
gotta
on.
wait right now. For me, it's everything on a Sunday. So we actually talked about this in the commentary booth a little bit, and you know, Sunday is a day for church. Like our church is going to online poker. Like that's what we're doing. We are going to church. You know, and as Kevin Martin would say, we're at the Church of Ace King. That's what it is, right? We're just we're handling biz.
right.
So pretty much, I don't miss any tournament on a Sunday, to be honest with you.
So we're doing this interview, as you guys know, right here in the heart of the America's Cardroom.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
Winning Poker Network headquarters.
I have never been in a like it's all you know.
So that tell me your
physical.
impression. Tell me your impression of the Winning Poker Network, being down here and seeing everything. And
well, it's like I don't know. It's like you know, it's like you see a dollar bill with George Washington on it, you know, and then all of a sudden you're sitting beside George Washington. I don't know how to explain it, but
I think that did it just
Are
fine.
you George Washington?
I'm totally just fine with that. I'm totally George Washington. Or a dollar bill. I'm not sure which one.
Nice.
$3 bill.
Kind of shows you that this is a real business, and they have a
That's the
real
big joke
office
over
with
there.
real people here, and it's not 6 or 8 people in front of a conference room. You know, it's a legit building with a legit business, and yeah, like it's an actual
right,
operation.
and they love poker.
Yeah, every single
Love
person I
poker.
talked to last night was from a different department, and every one of them was talking about how much. Even a bunch of them were telling me they never played poker before they came here or before they started in the industry, and now they have an account somewhere and they're hooked.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
get sucked in.
I've had the pleasure of actually seeing 3 offices now of WPN, and they're growing so fast. I feel like every time I come out to the cage, he's like, "Hey man, let me show you our current office and let me show you the new one." And I'm like, "All right." And then I come out again, and he says the exact same thing, and I'm like, "Are you serious? They're just leapfrogging offices because they're growing so fast." And this office is really, really, really nice.
Super
man.
nice.
It's a lot of fun, and you can just tell the overall camaraderie of the entire staff. It's a very group environment where all the desks, all the tables, everybody's kind of like a tight-knit group. And I constantly see there's a lot of different conference rooms, and for a reason, because everybody just gets in there for like a quick huddle. All right, let's touch base on things. I mean, it's a very cohesive group, and you can feel it.
Yeah, we were sitting in a conference room before this, just hanging out, and I happened to notice right outside the window, Ricardo was walking down. He was shaking everyone's hand as he walked down, and the whole group started laughing, and you can feel the family.
Yeah,
You definitely feel the family.
Well, that's kind of the way we run the company. It's for me. I showed you my office right there in the very front. I like to be right there next to customer service, next to the marketing and development, and really have a feel of what's going on. And it is kind of surreal, right? Because you know when I started in the poker, it's 3 people, right? Only one of them's been here longer than me, right?
now shifting over to a new topic, bots. It's a word we've heard a lot over the last couple of years in the online poker industry. Tell me what you guys think of WPN's success fighting the bots. And there have been many reports that have just come out in the last month that show lots of bot companies that don't even support America's Cardroom anymore, bots that don't even work on ECR. Tell me what you guys think about WPN's success with this.
I just want to start. I just love their absolute transparency on it, right? First off, there's bots on every site, everywhere, all the time, so let's not kid ourselves, right? But at this point, I love that they're super open about it, transparent about it, and that they're kicking refunds. And constantly, it's just, okay, let's go back and look at the books. This is funny. This guy's a bot. How did he win? Where did he win? Let's kick money back to the players. And I respect that level of honesty and openness, to be honest with you.
Also, when you guys are playing at your level, can you identify bots and then use it to your advantage?
You know, it's funny. I happened to be studying not too long ago with a bunch of people that I work with, and I didn't even realize that I just lost a hand to a bot. And they're like, "Oh, did you know who that was?" And you know, fortunately, that guy happened to get caught, and I got the refund. But being a tournament player, it's not as much of an issue, I don't think.
Oh, tournament.
But at the same time, like, you know, I play this game because I love it, and I don't cheat because, luckily, I don't have to. And so I think making it fair for everybody is just, you know, we want a nice, fair ecosystem for everybody. It just makes it better as a whole.
we kind of, as a company, we looked at, okay, how do we want to approach this? What do we want to do? What's everybody else doing? What are they doing right? What are we doing right? And being transparent about it again, right? And it's nothing could make me happier that when I see in these bot forums, they say, oh yeah, we still can't support WPN because they're doing this. Well, I'm going to do more of that. And where it is, it's difficult to differentiate a bot from what a person would be. So our philosophy was to go after the bot manufacturers and make the bots more difficult to work. It seems to be working so far, and randomly bot testing people.
It's a great story. Yeah.
Right. What we did was we outlined a 6-month and 1-year plan to combat bots. Right. And I don't want to get into too much, but we monitor all the commercial bots out there, and we see them complaining and how much they hate us, and that they're even removing. We're not supporting WPN anymore. Well, that's a win, right?
Yeah,
It's and like you were streaming. And
yeah, like as a player, you can feel the crackdown in a good way, because I was playing. I had 12 or so tables playing, and all of a sudden I got an alert in my lobby saying, we need you to take the CAPTCHA test to make sure, a little security check. And by sheer coincidence, because I was playing so much and I was streaming.
And it looks like we are back, but possibly having some video issues here, so we're going to look into that and check it out. Don't go anywhere. Once again, guys, we are working on it. It looks like our delayed feed here is going to take a sec, so just bear with us. Much love.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We didn't really talk about anything.
No, I know. I was just wondering.
Oh, you're mic'd up. I'm not.
Why are you not?
I took it off. He warned me.
And we are good to go.
Doesn't seem like
We were talking about some silly things.
Unmuted.
Him.
Doesn't reach all the way though, does it? Where'd you go? Oh, okay.
They're gonna be like, oh, you guys are
We
gonna
were
race?
on break.
Relax, man.
We say?
Might have to slip them on or
They know. They definitely know what your sexual preference is now.
You think they know you and I are dating?
Oh God. If you listen to this dream, you know that's not true. We're not dating.
I literally imagine that no one I know could ever be watching this stream, so. All
Except
jokes,
for your mom.
All jokes are kosher.
I already texted your mom. She's watching.
But she wouldn't know how to find it.
Ah, the good old mom needle. I already texted your mom. She's watching. Well played.
Yeah. My mom was like telling me not to swear. She was at my house with my kids. I'm like, don't worry, Mom. Nobody's watching it. You guys are literally the only one.
Check. Replay. Check. Check. Check.
Yeah. And we fixed the camera too, guys. We're doing good things here. We are doing good things. So welcome back to the cage here live from San Jose, Costa Rica. Essentially what's going on here is we have the next hour and a half in the 40-80 blind round, and then we are going to be heading up to the final round, which is going to be a 3-hour sesh, and that is going to get you a new feature table, and it's going to be at 5,100 blinds.
Do we want to make an arbitrating bet on here? Just let the ombudsman.
Sean Christihana, I shot you a message on Instagram, so go ahead and just message me back with your ACR username, and we will make sure you get that ticket within the next couple days.
You're a track star, and you want to race me and talk shit to me while you're.
Never a star. Haven't ran track.
You were a track star in grade 1. When half the kids weren't crawling and half the kids were walking.
Dude, the needles at this table are strong.
No comment.
Wait. 245.
Looks good. Some kind of soup. I got that yesterday.
And Chicken Soup makes another cameo there in the middle of your screen. That seems to be the GTO move when it comes to the food department here.
How do you guys say the nut soup?
Yeah.
El sopa nata? El sopa nueces?
Nice. All right, guys. If you guys want your chance and you win that cage ticket, giving away 3 more today, go ahead and check out exclamation point giveaway in the chat. It will give you the link to Instagram. Just follow the instructions and you will be entered. Here is our upcoming cages, guys. January, March, May, August, and October for Hold'em. And then the final cage of 2020 will be PLO, December 4th through the 7th. If you win a cage package, not only going to come and hang out and have a blast, but you can use that at any time you choose for the cage of your choice.
Go to 12, 2 tables to 6. Got it.
So literally everyone agreed but one person. I wasn't gonna be the one person, but I.
Look at that beautiful hand for Fosco on the button. Queen, queen, jack, jack with spades.
And especially, you know, it's the button, right? So a lot of times,
Right.
like we see a lot of folds to the button where it's just button versus blinds, and people generally could think you're just picking on them.
Totally.
And so when you actually wake up with a monster there, it can be very profitable.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real cage. How do I get out of this one? How do I get out of this one hand?
Anaria is going to start off the action by making it 210 to go under the gun with a double pair hand himself. Fosco with a healthy 3-bet to 750.
The double pair versus the double pair. And does Anaria want to call out of position and try to make a set? Yes, he does.
You got double suited aces, don't you?
550.
You hear Fosco say you got double suited aces because that's the only thing he's really worried about.
I got about 1,600 behind.
Says the man who's looking to get it in for sure. I never
Absolutely.
volunteer how much I have if I'm not ready to rip it.
Fosco is in pretty good shape here, and that is a great flop for him. He is way out in front here.
And if you're an Aria here, you gotta think that Fosco's 3-betting range includes any random overpairs that are definitely higher than 9s.
100%.
You know.
And that's pretty much... Oh, no. Anaria is going to try to make
God,
another
if an
pull.
8 or 6. Oh, God, it's going to be
He's
so
trying to
bad.
boat up on the turn. Can he do it? That's going to be the end of Fosco if he can, but he cannot.
That's a fun card that neither player likes.
That's true. Fosco has got to hate the sight of that. You know, he doesn't have a redraw, nothing. He's just hoping that his queens are good. They are. It goes check, check, and another shot for Anaria to fill up.
4-ball corner pocket does not do it. Running hearts got there, but that's about it. Fosco's queens are good. All he has to do is hold on. Pot's at 2.2. Fosco with just 1.3 behind.
And Fosco is in a great spot. He can
Are we
check
ever
and
betting
win.
for value here? I think I just checked.
I think I just check too, and I check and pray, but Fosco.
Yeah, we're looking at chips. All
he's
in.
gonna bet.
I feel like in his head, he hit the F it button and said, "We're going."
You've been milking me. I don't know what to. I double pairs.
There's the F it button. looks eerily similar to the "that was easy" button from Staples.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know either.
$200. Yeah, I mean, just pots with the flop are just full, but like, I didn't really want to hit an 8 or 6, but.
Cheers to everyone at home watching. You guys are awesome. Thanks for
Cheers.
hanging out with us for day 2 of the cage, where somebody's going to leave with tens of thousands of dollars that they definitely did not come here with. So
Is that me?
good
Talking
time.
about me?
I thought it was me. Oh crap! Somebody lied. Somebody lied to me.
Hey, it's Lucky One.
Yeah, Lucky One Neva in the house.
What up, homie?
Good to see ya. The animator says, yeah, my F-it button is huge. Absolutely huge. Another gun here for Priest with the mystery hand. Looks like he's going to let it go.
Are you serious? I was like, I literally. Uh-huh. Okay. I did
Apparently,
it like a while too.
the action tracker telling Priest how to put the cards on the reader. Good times.
Whoa, who has an F-it emote? Deja vu?
Oh, Kimmers.
Kimmer. Oh,
That's
no,
awesome.
cool. I haven't seen that one.
Oh, dude, the F-it button. It's so pretty.
That's awesome.
It's red, just like our F-it button.
It's well done.
We approve.
Yeah.
So folds all the way around here to battle O the blinds. Gabriel with Ace King Jack Jack single suited. He's going to make it 240 to go. And Anharia is definitely going to defend here. 7 high board with a couple of diamonds out there. The best of it still for Gabriel with jacks.
Gabriel now has the pretend nut flush and the best hand. He's going to have a tough time losing this pot unless Anaria pulls a rabbit out of his hat.
And this is going to check through on the flop. Now check bet on the turn.
Kentucky Wildcat, that is true, and Canadians paid double for them. So it all equals out in the end.
Condoms are free for Americans in Costa Rica, but really it's just so we can stretch it over our head and then blow up the condom with your nose and do that whole thing.
The diving bell is what we call that.
Yeah. People are like, oh, you bought the Magnum? So I'm like, yeah, I got a big head. And like, I literally just mean like on top of my shoulders.
I don't know what you thought I meant otherwise.
Wow, the good old check raise by Gabriel. And he is repping that ace blocker along with his overpair. And he's thinking, I should be good here, right? Question mark. And that's going to get it done.
Sure is. You know, that raise obviously is not because he thinks jacks are the nuts. He's repping the flush in it.
Sean Christie Hanna, as much as I love you, come on. We can use Google. We can figure this out. We can do this together. On Instagram, there's a little paper-looking airplane arrow in the upper right. That's how you get to your messages. Apparently, you've never slid in anyone's DMs. I already sent you one. Send me one back. Good talk. See you out there. The infamous combo for everybody here at the cage is chicken soup and some sugar-free Red Bull. Got to get the job done.
That's the combo.
A little heart stopper, a little upper, a little downer to get a little even. And in poker, even never felt so good.
Perry WH, the password was Lebanon.
Again, sick troll and sarcasm activated. Fosco making it 250 to go with the mystery hand under the gun. Anaria, the table defender, is going to come along from the small blind. And this potentially could price in Priest if he's got some playable cards. Nope. We're going to go heads up to a flop. And we have 8 mystery cards and no flop. So I'm going to guess that just based off pure history, Anharia is in the lead.
It's a fair assumption.
I believe it goes check, check through here on the flop. Meanwhile, you can see the faceless crowd in the background goes wild. D. Cheney in the house, 87 good times, deja vu. Thanks for hanging out with us here.
For sure.
For the culmination of The Cage, brought to you live in San Jose, Costa Rica, and talk about board coordination. Anybody with 2 middle cards, either as a straight or 2 pair, all day, every day.
You mean my 2, 3, 4, 5 double suited didn't go anywhere?
It did not.
Damn it.
Some updates for those Thirst Lounge junkies hanging out with us in the chat. Looks like John Party, a little stack update. He said, just lost a nice one, but still sitting at 600K. Must be nice. Matty Forsyth is at 300K. He's also played in a previous cage, as has Party. And Ebony Kenny sitting around 400K as well. So it must be nice because all 3 of those people are doing better than me because I busted. So, good talk. And Priest chimes in, you guys are crushing me. I only have 3.5K because he's actually playing a completely different thing.
Totally.
That's Priestley there on the right-hand side of your screen at the cage. Obviously, 3.5K here and a 5K buy-in is very different than starting with 300,000 in tournament chips in the Venom. Well played.
Is this real money?
Talk to me right now. Kept you alive in this thing accidentally. It's never my goal.
Sick, man. He's like, I can't believe I kept you alive in this thing. It's never my goal. Like, thanks? Ouch.
Oh, man. Below the belt. And today's culinary star of the show is chicken soup. Yes, chicken soup.
I just hope that one of the Thirst Lounge members can go deep in the Venom just so we can give Perkins, you know, some money that, like, actually matters. You know, like, I mean, you give him a couple grand here and there. He's like, I don't care. He's like,
Right.
but you know, you bing something like that for like a milli. He's like, oh, 500K. He's like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like,
so
I'll at least remember that once.
What is the number, do you think, like, at which Perkins starts to notice?
Over anything, probably over a couple 100,000.
Okay, so it's I think it was like 10K. Like
no.
Like, so in other words, like 75,000 is just neither here nor there.
Hey, 75,000. It's like, yeah. I mean, if it was like worth it and he was in the mood, sure. Like whatever, you know. Like, it was really cool. I actually went to go pack up some stuff for Perkins and went over to his house, boxed up some stuff, loaded up in the SUV, and then he's like, okay, we'll take it out to the airport. And I'm thinking, there's numbers written on these boxes. Is that like a UPS tracking number, a FedEx tracking number? No, it was the tail wing number of the plane that he chartered to take his stuff back home to Houston.
Wow.
So who needs UPS and FedEx when you can just, you know, just rent a plane?
Your own plane.
Who cares?
Sure.
Good times. So King High board here, all hearts, and we're just going to go ahead and flop the Nutter Butters here for an Aria.
He's like, do you guys prefer Lear or Citations?
Yeah.
Those are not decisions I've ever had to think about, dude.
Lucky one never. Scott and Justin, did y'all get one of the discounted suites for Run It Up Reno in April? I did not. I believe that was like a Black Friday sale or something,
was it?
right?
I actually booked it before. I booked it like right after Reno in April or in October. So I did not even see that, honestly. I wasn't looking because my room is already booked.
Yeah, good call. I did not. But if you need a roommate, I'm in. Let's do it.
I quit.
Flow Junkie is like, man, some people just have too much money. Okay, Bernie, let's take away all Bill's money. What do you say?
Well, I'll tell you what, Flow Junkie, we want to give you some money, buddy. So if you haven't followed and done the Instagram giveaway yet, check out Fat Train on Instagram. Enter yourself in there, bud. Let's see if we can get you a ticket. We got 3 more $55 Cage satellite tickets to give away today.
You guys and your giveaways. Let's just give this away and give that away.
I mean, sorry, not sorry. Hold on. En español, lo siento, no lo siento. Sí.
No habla español.
Perfect.
I just think of that movie, God, a blue streak with Martin Lawrence, where he's like Tango El Gato Grande in los pantalones,
Biblioteca.
and he's like, "Did you just say you had a big cat in your pants?" He's like, "I don't think you're doing Spanish right." So race to 240 here by Fosco, and Napadao being forced at gunpoint to make his cards work on this reader.
Please.
They all have to be there. I gotta fix these things.
Oh, there you go. Travis says, "Ooh, sorry, but not sorry." So King High peels down on the flop here. Couple of spades. Looks like the flop checks through. 8 of hearts hits the turn. It doesn't really matter because Fosco with top set is feeling ultra well.
He has the nuts. Cannot be beat right now. Of course, some draws would be live, but as it stands, King, the nuts.
What kind of soup did you get? Chicken soup. Heard it was good. I'm not guessing.
5-6 gets there. That is it. Otherwise, King cannot be beat. Fosco has a 6 in his hand too, so he has got to love his prospects for this pot. Does Priestley have a lot of experience with PLO, Lucky One? No. To the best of my knowledge, he is relatively new to it.
Yeah, definitely relatively new to it, but settling in quite nicely. It's pretty cool. He was pretty much told, "Hey, you're going to the cage, and oh, by the way, it's PLO," and he's like, "Okay."
Okay.
But Priestley likes to dabble in different games. I mean, he's played short deck. He's no stranger to doing mixed games, or at least games outside of his norms. So, good stuff. And by the way, Sean Christihana definitely got your DM here, and that ticket will be credited to your ACR account within the next couple days.
Hey, Sean figured it out. I think we should give him
Okay,
that
with
one
all
time,
credit to
one time.
Sean, and we can all relate to this, he was on the desktop version of Instagram, which is essentially garbage. Like if you know, and so like it's very different.
Yeah, they really don't want you to use it on a desktop.
Absolutely not. Like you can tell, like it's made to be like no, like don't even try.
Yeah, we are going to gum up the works spectacularly.
Very
Get
true.
on a mobile.
Very true. If you want something on desktop, then you go over to Facebook because we already bought Instagram. But yeah, so he grabbed his mobile and upper right little message thing there, found it instantly. So no worries. All good in the hood here, guys. Just good times, good vibes, and some good poker playing actually going on. All the bad poker playing apparently left the building yesterday when they busted out. And there was an ongoing joke I think in the chat a couple cages ago where they said, "Hey, if you bust out like on day one, like can you still stay? Like, do they give up your room? Do you
Sir, your cab is waiting outside."
Yeah,
like, but my flight's not till tomorrow. So, goodbye.
Anybody with a short stack is forced to like pre-bag all of their they have to pack all their luggage and have it downstairs waiting and do the walk of shame.
Sir, we already made the arrangements with Delta. You're leaving right now.
What was it? The show? I think actually The Apprentice, right? That show, like all the guys would basically have to come in with their suitcases packed. And then whoever got kicked off or whatever, they would just leave. And I'm like, I just don't want to pack my suitcase every other day. Like, that sounds horrible.
You're fired.
Uber is on stay, but they do have Uber here in Costa Rica, by the way, guys. And it is very, very inexpensive. I took an Uber out to eat, which was maybe a mile away at most. And my Uber was 1,000 colones. It was exactly
$2?
Uber billed me. I PayPal $1.98, guys.
Crazy.
It was pretty rough out
Remember 2 cages ago when we were looking for that art museum and the Uber was circumnavigated all of San Jose?
Yeah.
And we got out, finally found it. Pouring rain. It was teeming.
Yeah.
And we finally found it. And we get out and it was $4.50. Password, please. Still 370. It is Honduras.
Ooh, update for Ebony Kenny's chip stack from the Thirst Lounge in the Venom just doubled to 800K, baby.
Nice. Ebony.
Nice. Under the gun here for Priest. He's going to let it go. As is Fosco. The classic button versus the blinds. Now blind on blind. And Gabriel's just going to complete here, and Anaria is just going to check. Ace 6-5, couple of diamonds out there. Top pair and a monster hand for Anaria. OMG. This guy is just smacking these flops. Nut flush, top pair, wrap straight draw.
And an opponent who mucks immediately.
Like, what else do you want? Like, we're just going to give you every draw. He should have also had a set. He should have had 2 pair. Like, how do we not give him more?
For real.
Lucky One Never saying, speaking of taxi prices in Honduras, it's $1, but you have to tell them how to get where you want to go. I think I'd rather pay double or triple and just not think about it.
Yeah, totally. Double or triple. Like, you know, for $3, I feel like it's worth it.
Whoa. Yeah, it's worth it.
Come on, money bags.
What do you think? I made $1 over here?
How many days does the Venom run?
Well, it is on day 1D right now. So this is the 4th and final day 1 that's happening today. Then we have day 2, I believe, tomorrow. And then is there a day 3 and then we hit the final table? Okay, so a day 3 Tuesday and then final table is its own beast coming down Wednesday, where first place takes over $1 million. At this point, the spare change on top of the $1 million is a $60,000. It's $1,060,000 for first.
$60,000 rounding error?
Oh yeah, you know, well, whatever. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Pass go. All that good Monopoly stuff. So it says under the gun here, Fosco's just going to limp with the double paired hand. Nari's going to complete from the small. Now over to Priest to see what he wants to do from the big.
Flow Junkie, do you think Phil Nagy would let me run his social media? Yeah, we'll run it by him. Hang tight.
Yeah, well, if anybody is snarky enough to get it done, Flow Junkie, it's definitely you. Ace 7-3, couple of hearts on board, and we have a heart draw, a little medium heart draw here for Fosco with his 8s and 9s.
Short stacks have done a great job staying alive here.
Yeah, Deja Vu, what's going on? So to answer a couple of your questions here, so the cage is all about PLO? Kinda. So we have 1 or 2 PLO cages per year. The other ones are Hold'em, but we just like to mix it up. But it's actually real cool because the PLO, the first PLO cage we did is actually what gave them the idea to do the double buy tokens. Because PLO, and obviously the mandatory double boards or run it twice when somebody's all in, because it's such a high variance game. If you just had all these guys with 1 bullet and only running it once, I think we could go through the entire player pool in pretty much a day. So, nice way to kind of mix it up. As far as the rat hole on ACR, yes, I love playing it. For those of you who don't know, the rat hole is a really cool concept where you can only buy in for 10 big blinds regardless of what stakes you're playing. So, I mean, at the 50-100 rat hole, if you want to take a shot, you can cost you $1,000. I generally like to hang out in the, I played a lot actually in the 1-2 rat hole because I would start with $20 and I ran it up to like 700. And once you run that up and everybody else is forced to continually short buy, you can really just have a huge competitive edge and apply max pressure a lot of the time and pick off smaller stacks. So I'm glad you're having some success in the rat hole. It's a lot of fun.
The final part of the question, any recommendations for who to watch? I know that Ryan Schoenberg plays a lot of mixed games, and he's a really solid mixed game player. And plays a lot of 08, PLO8, PLO. So check out his stream, R. Schoenberg. She doesn't stream anymore. I'm not sure if her VODs are available. Talon Chick used to play mixed games a lot. She was a great streamer, great player. And a lot of Jason Somerville's old streams playing mixed games, including one particular one he did with Daniel Negreanu, where they broke down Daniel's final table of I think it was a W Coupe event that Daniel actually won, and they just went hand by hand through all the games, including 08 and PLO and PLO8.
Oh, that's cool. That'd be fun to watch.
It was an amazing masterclass. I've seen that VOD a few times because it is just, one of those things where you just pick up new information every time you watch it.
Like every time I watch The Goonies, I always see new things as well.
Totally.
Flow Junkie says, anyone know if Bill is playing Galfond for 100 bigs or 200 bigs deep? Ironically enough,
they haven't settled on it yet.
Yeah,
have they?
I don't know if they
Galfond
have.
keeps giving different offers.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting. I just know that Perkins tagged the Thirst Lounge and all.
Just flipped out.
All right, I think we're good.
I fixed it on the...
Oh, okay.
There we go. Go on.
Table audio is scary, and we apologize to all of you headphone users out there.
Sorry.
But no, I'm not actually sure. I just know that Perkins tagged the Thirst Lounge and all of us and said, like, start studying your PLO, because whatever this crazy bet is, he can just, like, sub any of us in at any time. And so, like, I don't want to be the one guy who's like, ooh, you would have won this if you didn't play that one hand like a complete donkey. You know, you're like, hey, all right.
Okay. Yeah, it's my Twitch, dude. That's one of the cool parts about coming and hanging out in Costa Rica. Get to hang with the train and all of the faces you see from the stream. And worst case scenario, you just get to party.
Yeah, it's good times. I was telling what a great value this $55 Sati ticket is to somebody last time, and then somebody in the chat just hops in there and says, like a $55 Sati ticket just to win a free trip to Costa Rica is cool.
No kidding.
And then on top of that, you're just like throwing cash at me
Free roll
and
a sick
buying
event,
me in a
yeah.
5K tournament. Like,
100%.
that's cool too. We'll take it. King 5 deuce peels down here. Super rainbow. Pretty close here. Some healthy straight opportunities for Fosco, but the best of it. Actually, the best of it here for Napdow with his king.
Lignorant, the password is Estonia.
Again, we're going to see how many different passwords we can give you. I would love to actually have the password typed there in the chat, but he just keeps typing Estonia because you said it. And he's like, it's not working.
It doesn't work.
10 ball on the turn now brings a club draw for Fosco. And he's going to fire. Let's call it 350.
Not yet.
I gave somebody the password to something one time, and there was an exclamation point at the end. And they were just, it's not working, it's not working. I'm like, you're typing it in wrong. Like, I just tried it, totally works. And then they just, like, retype it to me, like, without the exclamation point.
Bro.
And I'm like, did you think I was yelling the password at you?
Excitedly telling you the password.
It's just like, there's a reason I put that there. Like, I mean, it's not the first time we've ever typed in a password, people. God. Always good times here at the cage. So I think the number that we came up with last time was, what percentage of players do we lose in the field of the cage? Wasn't it like 65% of the field bus?
Is it always around there?
It's, I think, something really close. And then we had that number and we did the math, and it was like on the next cage it was exactly that. Like, it was within a player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're working our way towards a single table. If we get down to, is it 8 we final table? We get to a single table?
7 we final table, I believe. When we get down to 12, they're obviously 2 6-handed tables. Exclamation point updates in the chat is going to get you the most recent chip updates. Looks like it folds around action between the Battle of the Blinds. Not a bad hand here, all things considered, for small blind. Napdow jacks 10-5 with diamonds, and covering Gabriel's diamonds in a very fun, connected, double-suited hand.
For sure. But Gabriel, I mean, you need to see a flop at that hand with the double-suited rundown.
And we need to see not that flop.
Not yet. Certainly not. That's not what you were looking for. Really not what either of these players are looking for. We do have a gut shot to the wheel for Gabriel, and he's got some backdoor possibilities. He does make a diamond draw that is not any good, so maybe he thinks that was a turn card that wasn't bad for him, but in fact it is.
7 diamonds out there right now. At the end of the day, it's going to be really interesting if we get backdoor runner diamonds between these two players.
Mm-hmm.
We could see some blood in the water.
Definitely. Gabriel, little does he know, is only looking for the deuce of pumpkins. But he avoids some pain, and he just folds turn. So despite picking up extra draws, he decides that it's not a particularly good draw. He's right, and he just opts out. Wise fold.
A Miser Poker asking, did I win the cage ticket? I hate to be the guy to ask this, but did someone tell you you won a cage ticket? If not, the answer is no. Thanks, Literate. We like keeping it fun for you guys, and we're going to do this every other month, guys. 2020 is going to be a good year, and we're going to have a lot of cages. So whenever you win your package, you are good to use it at the cage of your choice. January, March, May, August, October, and December will be the PLO cage for 2020.
What up, the Golden Blazer?
My man, the Golden Blazer. Much love. Had a blast hanging out with him at Running Up Reno. Good dude. Also, one of the 10, I believe, that we put into the mini main as the Thirst Lounge in Vegas during the WSOP this year. It was good times, man. Golden Blazer, good dude. If you guys haven't done so, check out his stream on Twitch. Always a good time. Fosco here from the Cuddy. He's going to raise it up to 250. Get looked up by Anaria. King, Deuce, 6. Couple of diamonds out there. And the best of it for Anaria with Kings up.
What a great flop for what is not a phenomenal starting hand. He does find top 2 pair, and that is just what you're looking for. Not only that, his opponent has no equity, no flush draw, no nothing.
Bet 200 and called. 7 ball here on the turn, and this is an interesting card because now it gives Fosco the nut flush draw.
Great turn card for him. He picks up a whole bunch of equity that he did not have a moment ago.
And looks like it's going to go check to a free river. And Ace on the river is an interesting, okay, didn't necessarily want that, but Ace is up is going to be good for this pot. But it's Ace Deuce, and how many sort of random straggler Ace King 6, 7 combos are in people's hands? But it doesn't really matter. After Anaria checks, we do have position, and I think we're just going to go for some value here. 990 in the pot, and he's going to bet 275, a very small value bet.
Really unlucky run out for Anaria. It's just so hard for your opponent to have got you there, and somehow he did. Yeah, you can see a little frustration there for Anaria. That's kind of a bricky enough run out that you know with Kings up, you just kind of got to pay and say prove it.
Yeah, Sean Christie, we are going to be limiting it to 1 ticket per giveaway per player. I do love the Deja Vu, though, says they don't think in the same giveaway, which you are correct, but then says, but I was wrong once.
Only once?
Like, what one thing in your entire life were you wrong about? Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, you must not be married.
I mean, I was funny once. I think it was like 2006.
No, no, that's not. You were funny again in like 2012? I remember during the Giants playoff run in 2012. I remember you being funny.
I just don't recall.
Well, I could swear. Oh, funny looking. Oh, our producers are absolutely
that's
right.
The difference.
But I remembered something was funny.
There it is.
It's not loud. It's not like you're being loud. You're just pacing back and forth coughing. It's not the worst wake up. It's not like some guy shuffling around.
That's my morning routine.
Like, when does this end?
You know, here's a good one for you, Deja Vu. He says, always say yes, dear, and life will be bliss. It's a takeoff on the happy wife, happy life. But, as someone who, is egalitarian and finds that to be nonsense, how about happy spouse, happy house?
Oh, there you go.
You're welcome.
Wow. I mean, when I was dating somebody who spoke primarily Spanish, I just needed to know how to say lo siento and yo no sé. That's it, which is I'm sorry and I don't know. Whatever gets me out of the jam, I'm in.
No sé.
There we go. TSB, my man in the house, brother. Good to see ya. TSB, we salute you, man. Good to see you, dude. Raised to 250 here by Fosco under the gun. Priest is going to look him up with King, Queen 9 and some clubs. 779 peels down, and interesting flop here. The best of it, technically speaking, for Priest, but the draw of the world for Fosco. Open-ended straight flush, and not anymore. Look at this turn. This is interesting. That's the way to flip the script. Let's just put another 7 out there, and Priest is now locking it with a boat. Oh my God, a straight flush. Don't do it.
Not like this.
Don't put a 6 of hearts or
Come
jack of hearts
on,
out
man.
there. Oh God.
And facing a $200 bet, where's Priest going?
Nowhere.
He calls, and we're going to see a river, and it is not the straight flush. Check mark for Lang.
I actually had the trash can right next to me in case I needed to puke. If the jack of hearts or 6 of hearts peeled right there.
I'm glad you appreciate that, woohoo, Sue.
We're here for you guys, man. Good times. Like I said, if you guys haven't clicked that heart button, give us a follow here, and make sure you get notified as well. Enable that notifications, because when we go live, not only is it normally every other month for the cage, but also special events like the final table of the Venom, which will be coming up and broadcasted this Wednesday here on this very same channel, twitch.tv/America's Cardroom. Fosco fires 650, puts Priest in the tank. Interesting sizing versus Priest remaining stack. I think you just have to nut up and find the call here. Fosco did raise pre, though, and so, ironically enough, pre-flop, not Priest. But he could also be sweating kings or aces, right? And that's what he has to think about and worry here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a super easy call for Priest by any means.
Yeah, very tough call. You know, you just feel like such a heel if you call and your opponent's just like sevens full aces. You're like, of course that's what you have.
Grandpa Kills a Lot says, I always thought it was no spouse happy house. I mean, that works for me. And then it also means I just sleep with 27 pinball machines instead. So, you know, whatever. Whatever works.
Did he say call? He did say call. Well done.
Yes, Priest dog. Nice one, brother. Yes, hashtag biased when it comes to Priestley. I want to see him do well, especially since he's newer to the game of PLO, and he is my fellow Thirst Lounge brother.
Ba-na-na-na-na. It's the mother effing Preist.
Priest dog. Love it. So these chip stacks are starting to get spread around a little bit more evenly. Not too much, but I mean, we had 2 really up there and 3 really short. And at least some of the shorties are starting to make a little bit of a comeback. Close that gap just a hair.
Ligner, you have a dark mind, my friend. Mm-hmm. Very dark.
Mm-hmm. And we respect it.
What up, Gamble? My chip. Cheers to you, indeed. Oh yeah, it's my Twitch. No, we're homers.
We should
full-blown homers.
We should play a drinking game with every time Priest changes his hat. He either wears it forward or backwards. I feel like every other frame it's different.
What happened to the commentators for the cage? Well, they were passed out on the microphone.
Oh, yes. Shout out to my boy, Chris Fitzgerald, hanging out, tuning in. Says, dude, you guys are the nuts. This is so goat. We love you, brother. We miss you, man. Wish you were here.
Did Cannuli bust, Del? Do we have a Cannuli report?
Let's see. Let me check. Google the Cannuli report. Next up on the Cannuli report.
Right after Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. Exclamation updates in the chat. It's going to get you the most recent chip count. We try to keep that fresh for you about every hour and a half here. Every half blind round. So for the person who tried to enter the giveaway and literally scrolled past the instructions to comment, I don't see any instructions, the chance of you winning is very slim.
Less than 0%?
Very, very slim, to say the least. It's always fun here at the cage. Very different dynamics. This table, you could hear a pin drop, whereas yesterday, you couldn't hear anything because it was so loud with all the
Absolutely.
tabletop.
Yeah, Train and I just spent a lot of time kind of listening and having a good time letting these guys take the talking lead.
Yeah.
Today, these guys are...
I mean, it's a lot of fun. I mean, dude, you had Lightning, Phil Nagy, Renee from Storage Wars, I mean, Scott Ball.
Yeah.
You just had the table of crushers and talkers.
That's so true.
Yeah, it was epic. So speaking of which, any of you guys who are fans of Renee from Storage Wars, you would have caught him yesterday on the stream at the table, as well as spending some time with us in the booth. He is going to be starting streaming a lot more heavily on his Twitch channel, which is our Bargain Hunters. Good dude, fun times, and definitely entertaining to say the least.
When you say our Bargain Hunters, like O-U-R Bargain
No,
Hunters?
sorry, it's actually R, like R as in the letter
Just
R.
the letter R,
and
Bargain
then
Hunters.
Bargain Hunters, one word, yeah.
Actually, hey Ghost, will you do a command for that?
That would be awesome. Thanks, man. I love just looking at these prize pools tick up here on the Venom. Now at $1,064,000 for first, 2588. We broke the guarantee at 2,400 players, and now we're approaching 2,600. Prize pool at 6.5 milli. Let's go. From the cutoff, Anaria makes it 250 to go with Ace King 6 Deuce Nut Diamonds. Napdow is going to come along.
Very similar hands here.
Yep. Yeah. Deuce 7-4 peels down. A couple of spades out there, and that is kind of what Napdow was looking for. Monster little rappy straight draw as well as the nut flush draw.
The only person with a pair right now is Anaria with the deuce.
And you're like, is there a world where I could actually go perfect brick?
Yeah, totally. Deuce holds?
Weird.
So Napdow is just going to bet and win. Anaria does not like that flop enough to continue.
Oh, see how Itch My Twitch just slides in right there real smooth? Like Ghost is like, oh, I didn't hear what you say. What'd you say? And he's just like, oh, they totally said to mod me.
Mod my channel, bro.
They also said to give me the $1 million in the Venom, and like, it's cool. I'll give him a high five.
They were really insistent, actually.
And thank you ahead of time. God,
Thanks
well
in
played.
advance. Thank you, please.
Right there, he's just pulling the whole act like you belong to the thing. Like, walk in the VIP booth in the club, because, like, you're VIP, right?
Act like you own the joint.
Of course.
Your usual table, Mr. Papagiorgio?
Oh, yeah. Well, not tonight, Frank. Not tonight, but I appreciate it. I put in $1, I want a car. I put in $1, I want a car.
Yeah, Rusty, we get it.
So what can I do with $5? I don't know, like...
Changing 500!
Buy a bullet and rent a gun. Like,
That movie holds up, by the way. It's still really good. Thanks, Ghost. The crack head of the mods, as usual. Random player, the password is Belarus.
Only we had a camera to watch him try.
Queen Jack 6 here. Inside straight draw for Fosco to the 10. It is Napdow here, who is still ahead with his 8s. Wow. Well, he adds another one to the collection. And trip 8s are way, way out in front.
Well, when you're done eating, I'm just going to tip it. I might have just like some chips. I brought chips over there. Watch out, shove something in the back of your seat. Watch it. I don't think. Yeah, something dropped. I'm sure. Just sit up.
You're welcome.
And Haria, I don't believe, has used a double buy. I do not think so, which means that is off his initial 5K stack. Not a bad stack to be sitting on, as we're getting about halfway through day 2, sitting at 3x starting stack, 14.7K. So for those of you who don't know, obviously all of these chips at the end of today will get turned back into face value, dollar for dollar. And so you don't have to attempt to walk around Costa Rica with a duffel bag of $50,000+. What we do is we actually give you $1,000 cash.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we'd give you a briefcase and a set of handcuffs.
Of course. So then we can just give you a bodyguard.
Duffel bag. So it's amateur hour.
Yes. Everybody knows if a guy's walking down the street carrying a duffel bag, some shit is in that duffel bag. Like, whatever it is.
Body parts.
It's body parts, drugs, or money. Or all
illegally
three.
Altered weapons.
Or all three, yeah. Definitely a few AK-47s
yeah, some firearms you're not supposed to have.
Yeah, but it's sort of cool. They give you $1,000 cash. They put the rest in your ACR account, and then you can cash it out however you want.
Actually, I only have a 20 in Colombia.
USMC2 doc, the password is Azerbaijan.
You want some colones? Or 20?
Do you have like 1,000 colones?
Oh my god, it's my Twitch. The password is not I am dumb. Stop trolling people, dude.
He didn't say that. He said I'm dumb.
That too. I want to get rid
I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah. A purse instead of a duffel bag there, says Wasu. Maybe clearly the brightest green neon fanny pack. That'll blend you right in like the ultimate tourist, shining out like a spotlight. Now, VPIP is actually very close here for our top 3 players, Naria, Fosco, and Gabriel. Not surprised, especially short-handed as we get these bigger blinds where every pot is really something worth fighting for. I think you're going to see a decent amount of these top players being very close in the amount of pots that they're getting involved with.
Thien Mater, you thought the password was Uzbekistan? Dude, pay attention. It's Myanmar. Do not try Burma. That will not work.
People flaming each other on my Instagram post for this giveaway. Like, don't even know you. Why you at me, bro?
Really?
If anything, you just like use your eyes. You read for 1 second.
New
and
Instagram.
And then you just enter it yourself. Like, what? I don't. New IG. Who dis? Golden.
God, the internet.
All right, Napadal from the cutoff. King 6-4 deuce, double suited here.
Dude, we can't wait to party with you, Del. The funky Homo sapien. Come hang out with us in Costa Rica, man, for the next cage.
Let's do it. Ace Queen 7 here for Priest in the big. Definitely a defendable hand, and he's going to come along.
To say the least, I'm surprised to not see him 3-bet.
Yeah, I think he's kind of worried about being out of position and having to play post-flop. Oh, or does 3-bet. Don't listen to me.
Yeah,
Priest
it's
is like,
a mandatory 3-bet.
Priest reaches down, hits the gas, and says, let's see what happens.
Maybe you get cutesy once in a while, but he doesn't have that many chips. He has aces. Like, we're just 3-betting. And Napadal might just fold. I mean, his hand is really marginal. Maybe he'll just fold. But no, he's stubborn. He wants to see a board.
Oh, looks like somebody is getting the massage option here. Ironically enough, at the last cage, not only did we do cool things like send giant platters of food to some of the players like Canute and Vanessa Cade, we also had somebody in the chat actually enjoy one of the players and like their style, and then PayPal or Venmo'd me to buy a massage for them. I went up and organized. It was really cool, man. We have a really good community here.
I love it. Now, it's a beautiful sight here on the flop for Priestley, who flops top set, and his opponent has air.
You're only ever specifically sweating Queen 10 here, and even then you have a queen as a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Life is good here for Priest.
Indeed.
And it looks like it's going to go bet. Oh, yeah, all in fold for
yeah,
sure.
he's just going to, because he has a pot-sized bet behind or whatever. I'm sorry, no, he had more than that, but yeah, he just opened pots. It's the end of the hand. You said it, Juicy Joe. Massages, food, poker. What more can you ask for from this little thing we call life?
Ooh, all right, little update here, guys, behind the scenes for the Thirst Lounge. Maddie Forsyth, looks like about 40 minutes ago, said up to 420K, blaze it. Let's see, let's keep cruising here. I think he just sent a video. What's up with Maddie?
Uh-oh.
Maddie's got ace king. He's got ace king of spades here on the turn, essentially where he has the nut flush draw.
3 deuce 5-8 with 2 spades.
258K in the pot. Sorry guys, we're just talking about what's going on here with our boy Matty Forsyth in the Thirst Lounge, and he has 280 behind. Looks like we're gonna skip to the end of this video and see what happens. He flats it and binks the spade, and his opponent rips into him, and he finds a double
What did
for
his opponent have, aces?
800.
His opponent had aces?
813K.
Aces, he cracks them.
Cracked aces with ace king suited, and our boy Matty Forsyth in the Thirst Lounge sitting in the Venom currently at 800,000.
Can you ask him how to win all in pots and let me know what he says?
Life is good.
You gotta get it in there, back, get there.
You just get it in and win. Yeah, it's a poker strategy. I don't know if you guys want to bust out your steno pads and write this down. It's very important. You put the money in, you win, you make deep tournament runs.
That a boy.
Boom. Ghost laying the content smackdown. Put that C material in the damn storage closet where it belongs and bust out the A stuff.
For sure.
Would you please?
It's like you're not even trying to troll.
Come on, man.
Wow, Fosco and Napdow's in each other's ranges here. This is great. So my buddy just texted me. This is so great. So Chris here, who I was talking about earlier, says, "Hey, you guys are doing really well, really enjoying the content." Says, "I'm going to max late reg for the Venom so as not to be down more than I paid for my car in Venom buy-ins. I think Phil Nagy's trying to bankrupt me, but here I am, heart."
Totally.
That's gold.
It's like the staple food out in. You must have a lot of.
Cool.
Ace 4-3 here. Huge flop for Napadow, who flops himself top two pair, and the nut flush draw. That is a complete smashing of the board here for Napadow, and the opposite of what Fosco wanted to see with his kings. So it looks like a check, a bet, and a fold, reasonably played by both people. Yeah, I think forget it.
Yeah, I was trying to find one. We found one, but.
Scoop Ron, you know, as much as I love your ability here, if you have to buy a girl's affection, it's never going to end well for you.
Yeah, the producers are looking at Train with raised eyebrows. Like,
They're like,
"What you talking
you
about,
kidding me?
Willis?"
A couple thousand colones will get the job done. Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What can go wrong?
That's one of my favorite Reddit forums. What could go wrong?
Poo Dog Melissa in the house. What's going on?
Hi, Poo Dog Melissa.
We threw a little raid over to you yesterday. Right on. Welcome back to the cage. Anytime. Hope you crushed. Hope you had a good sesh. Hope your Sunday. We call this the Sabbath. Most people go to church. Us poker players means it's online grind day. Hope it's going good for you. Fosco making a 200 to go on the button here with a fun coordinated hand. Gabriel from the big says no, thank you. I believe last time we asked if the masseuses were allowed in the booth. That'd make for some good commentary. Just be like, "Oh God, it feels so good. It hurts so bad. Oh God, don't stop." But yeah. But this guy also has aces, and oh God,
No, don't turn the camera on. Don't turn the camera on.
Yeah, second hand maybe not. I feel like when I get a massage at the poker table, I'm just like, my focus is never even close to the same, right? I'm like pretty much just, I'm looking for like super nutted hands and just folding. Like, I feel like, and for me too, making reads on other people, I feel like that's probably kind of the norm. So I feel like very rarely are people making like the most epic like check raise bluff on me. I'm like, they probably just have it, you know?
It's like, why? Train's eyes are rolling back in his head. Is that a tell? Yeah, it's a tell that the masseuse found the G spot.
That she literally just rearranged my spine.
They were up by 28.
BBC Lover for Life, welcome to the chat. Hope you're talking about the London Broadcasting Channel. Otherwise, congratulations on your weekend. Fosco here making it 250 to go from the cutoff with ace, king, 6-8. Nutted spades. And now over to the blinds. Poo Dog, when are you coming out to the cage? Ace, 9, 5, rainbow peels down, and not a bad flop here at all for Fosco. Top, way the best, along with a gut shot straight draw.
Ah, the late January one.
Nice.
Cool. Can't wait to party with you.
It's Chess TV is looking for a shout out. Now that is one of those things where you like say their name and then like then they're just excited that you said it, right?
I think so. I don't know. Is that some sort of rap term shout out?
I don't do those. I don't do those.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Sorry. It's Chess TV. I don't do those.
Just try another stream.
Yeah. So Fosco bets 175 here from the cutoff over to an Aria.
I'm reading Lignorant's post. It's just dripping with sarcasm. Lamau.
My great Aunt Sharon. Everybody's got a great Aunt Sharon. Hey, Aunt Sharon. How's it going?
You know, from her convalescent home, she loves Twitch.
Wow, so Anaria actually comes in for a beastie check raise to 875, and Fosco is just all over this. Now a 5 hits. It does pair the board. Fosco's going to proceed with caution. I mean, after Anaria goes for a check raise and now throws it back over to you again, I mean, are we going to bet and open ourselves up to a double check raise? Is that a thing? Is this like early 2000s poker where like I check raised him 3 times? You never saw it coming.
Open check the river. He bet again. Is king good here?
You know what? Indeed, I got to echo that sentiment. Itch my Twitch. Big shout out to Ghost of M. You, my friend, are the real MVP.
We love you, dude. I'm in on a regular basis.
Yeah, Ghost is great. And now we do get check on the turn, 10 peels, and ace king away the best. But again, this pot got over bloated. You always got to be worried about a check raise, especially they check raise you and then slow down when the board pairs. We saw this yesterday, and it was exactly what we were talking about, very polarized. Either nothing or a monster, and then they boated, and then they're throwing it back over to you.
Yeah, and as I've said before, like it's generally pretty, you know, it's a suboptimal play to if you do have the monster and you check raise and your opponent calls to then open check the next street.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work out very often the way you want it to because
It's almost
why
like,
is your opponent gonna
yeah.
bet? You just check raise them.
Yeah, or
So-
maybe you check raise him to get a free turn and then go to the river, or I mean, get a free river.
Sure, there's that. Yes. I just think that, but like you know, there's still such an argument for betting out no matter what. Like if you have the nuts, bet your opponent probably not going to bet; they're going to check behind. If you have a marginal hand, bet. You just represented strength, and maybe your opponent will just fold.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I'm going to check raise swap, I'm so often if I'm out of position like that, leading out on turn. That is not what happened here, and it is indicative of exactly the kind of hand that it is. Doesn't know where it's at when the board pairs, like Train said.
Yeah, look at this. And I mean, obviously going to apply max pressure now. And Fosco, just like, I mean, again, we talked about this overvaluing your hands. It's just ace king. I mean, ace 10 beats you.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. This is a terrific bluff from Anaria, putting his opponent in a very tough spot. You know, he set himself up for this bluff, of course, with his aggressive play earlier in the hand. But the turn check that Anaria made here before betting river has Fosco contemplating his ace-king and that it might be good. And you can see he suspects it could be good here.
So no spoilers. Priestley here in our Thirst Lounge group chat just said, I play a very large pot coming up soon, and we'll leave it at that.
Oh, my God.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. These guys just are, you know, they're a quieter set. They've not really had much to say. They're just kind of in their own worlds and playing their hands. And Train and I are trying to fill the void by running our damn mouths off.
I'm glad I could help fill your void.
I've almost exhausted my list of countries that I can think of that sound funny.
Oh, for passwords
Yeah, for
anymore?
passwords. So I hope these guys start talking because I'm running out of material. He does call. Great call. Wow. It is really just a well-played river by both of these guys. A great bluff by Anaria. Puts a lot of pressure on his opponent. And Fosco just makes a better call.
Honestly, I got to give it up to Fosco for making that
It's a terrific call.
Very, very strong call.
Terrific call. He just decides that the turn check is a good enough indicator that his opponent might be bluffing here.
Yeah. And I got to say, too, as glad as I am for him, I can't even say that I'm entirely surprised because Fosco himself, from what I understand, is a very, very solid online PLO crusher. So if anybody's going to, like, pick off the bluff,
yes,
it's probably going to be him.
Yes, and we saw him, as we've mentioned a few times. He did that earlier against Priestley with that mid flush on a paired board, picked him off straight away.
Yeah.
The guy clearly has a pretty good sense for when he's being bluffed. And man, I mean, I don't know if they're crazy or stupid or brave or some combination of those things that the guys keep trying to bluff him.
2,611 players now in the Venom. We broke the 2,600 mark.
Wow, look at that. We blew past my prediction, blew past Train's prediction, and I got a bunch of other predictions written down. Itch My Twitch is in the rear view mirror. GG, DVO, basically everybody. JJ up at 2,800, still a couple hundred away. And Trav Coffin blew past his prediction, so we're getting up there.
Yeah, $6 million guaranteed. I mean, just the old friendly $6 million everyday tournament, and now we're over $500,000 on top of the guarantee. What a success! What a crush! And they're only getting better. The last Venom was $5 million. This one was $6 million. Not really allowed to say anything. That's why they don't tell me anything. Haha! But no, the next Venom is going to be even bigger and better, guys. So folds over to the button. Gabriel just elects to limp the button. I feel like if we were going to play this button and it's folded to us, we should be raising and probably thinning the herd a little bit, maybe going to a flop heads up or just taking it down pre-flop. King, queen, 9 peels down, couple of hearts, and that is a pretty beastie flop there for Mr. Priestley, aka P. Lang.
All the combo draws, as you can see, he has a huge equity lead here with his pair in his combo draw. He does make himself what is actually the third nut flush here. He's behind the jack high and the ace high flush, and the ace high flush just went away, and now he is only beaten by one hand.
Interesting river, I guess. Thank you, we'll take it.
Yes, and actually Anaria's got to be pretty happy with his 8 high flush here, given that the ace, king, and queen are all on the board.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like it's just going to go bet call. Done deal. I don't think anybody's looking to get too out of control there. And also, with the fourth heart peeling, it makes it less likely that your opponent could have the flush. Because as you guys know, in PLO, you are forced to use 2 cards from your hand and 3 cards from the board.
Now, before I ask this question regarding Priestley's call there, Lilweed420, the password is Singapore. So do we want to see a raise from Leng there on the river? I mean, his opponent makes a small bet and Leng opts to just call with the second nuts.
So I feel you, but then again, if you make a raise on the river, what's calling you? Is it only the hand
flush?
A lower flush, I guess. Okay, yeah,
which is, I guess, maybe there's 4 hearts out there. Was there 4?
Yeah, it was
4 hearts out there. You have 2 in the hole. Is it just too hard for your opponent to be value betting a worse flush there?
Yeah,
what else would you know?
I mean, you're right. You do have the second nut, right? Let's not get crazy. I mean, you could just throw in a small raise.
And
then if your opponent goes aggro and repots on you,
you can think about your life decisions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But your point is valid. If you make a raise there, is a worse flush even going to call you? Even a 9 high flush? Yeah. What is that beating? A bluff raise? So maybe a just call is wise there.
I think Priest was just hanging in the safe zone.
In his safe zone, are there like teddy bears and like he's blowing bubbles and stuff?
Yeah, it's actually made of completely cotton candy, like 100%, just a room, floaty,
it's padded walls of cotton candy.
Yeah, you have to like eat your way out of it. It's all right, Anaria with the mystery hand from the button makes it 260 to go, and it looks like Fosco. We got a good old rematch here between these two very seasoned players. Ace 7-3 peels down, a couple of diamonds, and that is a beastie flop for Anaria.
Indeed.
who's just murdering these boards. God, he's got a
Yeah.
gut shot, top pair, nut flush draw. Like, what?
His opponent has 4 Costco cards though,
Hey,
so he
just
gets no value.
crushes.
But I mean, you're never unhappy to be scooping.
Hardstyle Sloth says, just kidding, the password is registration is closed. Got him. But by the way, I got to respect that username, being that we are in Costa Rica. The official animal of Costa Rica being the sloth. Shout out to you.
Thanks, Grandpa Kills a Lot. We appreciate you a lot, man.
Same for you, SpongeBob Lover. You guys are awesome. If you guys haven't done so yet, click that heart. Give us a follow. Make sure you get notifications. Check that little box because we are going to be having some fun again with you in just a few days. You don't even have to wait 2 months, guys. We're going to be hanging out. Let's see. It's going to be Wednesday for the final table of the Venom, and we're just going to just watch, you know, typical 9 buddies battle it out for $1 million. Why not?
Just another poker game. Yeah, it is definitely the sloth.
Yeah,
No-
it's even
no cap.
on. It's even on one of the bills. Yeah, I think
No
it's
cap.
the 10K Colones bill, something like that. Priest with a monster here. Ace, King, King, 6, double suited.
Priestley's really done a terrific job hanging on, slowly building, grinding, staying alive, and here he's rewarded with a big boy. Let's see if he can make it a big pot.
Yeah, he's been on a bit of a roller coaster, lost some chips early, and especially if you're kind of like not super comfortable, maybe it's a little bit of a newer game to you, it can be really disheartening, and he has definitely powered through it.
It's just TV, man. We think you're a bit of all right yourself.
Boom. Yeah, it's chess TV, and I'll tell you what, when it comes to chess, I know how to play, but I'm probably like the worst chess player on the planet. Like, not even.
Yeah, it's a tough game to be very like elite at, you know?
Wow, look at this flop. We have 3 flush draws on a 7-high board with 2 clubs.
No kidding.
And not to mention open-ended for Napdow.
Napdow thinks that's the nut flop for him.
Overpair for Fosco, overpair for Priest as well. Guys, there will be blood.
Napdow, while he is more enamored of that flop than maybe he should be, because, you know, he actually is a slight dog here to Priestley, his clubs are very effective in this case as blockers to prevent his opponents from making bigger flushes on him. However, as of now, he only has queen high. He's going to have to get there.
Oh, and we are just potting. Guys, even if you're not good at math and calculating the pots, it's really easy to bet the most you can. You just say the word pot. You just say pot, pot, pot.
Pot.
All the 420 people in the chat are like, yeah,
Yeah,
bro. Nailed it. All right, so he does pot it indeed. Makes it 2K to go. Over to Napdow, it just looks so enticing. He's got like this sick wrap straight draw and flush draw. Like, do I really fold here? Am I going to Nitville? Who's paying for the Uber?
I don't imagine he's folding, especially given that he's sitting on a pile. He might just repot, get it in here, make Priestley play for the rest of it. What is the Ultranet, man? He does not repot. He just calls, and we're going to see a turn card, which is a set for Priestley. What a beautiful sight for him.
Wow. Like, you're just sitting here, and you're like, okay. Like, my hand was already pretty beastie, and now it's even better. And we're gripping and ripping. This must be the pot he was talking about. Snap called. Again, mandatory run it twice. We will see 2 rivers. If Priest can just bink both these, that's
He
King's
does.
Full on the first one.
Oh
and that's
my
King's Full
God!
on the second one.
How many
Priest!
7s are there?
Priest dog from
Wow.
9.5K. What a hand!
Huge, huge double for Priestley.
What a hand!
How did he do it? What a fade of the river on both boards. My goodness.
Where does he get that wonderful hand?
So Priestley grinding is rewarded, and he finds himself now on 10K.
Oh my God, you guys hear him in the mic? He's talking specifically to me because that is called the Quiet Priest Celebration.
What did he say?
I call it the Librarian Celebration. So this is Priest. Every time he's on a stream, he gets super excited and amped when he wins a hand, and he just like whisper yells. He says, yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm like, I feel like he's a librarian, like, shh. Oh, Priest.
Make sure you celebrate calmly.
You're doing it right.
Well done, Priest. Now he's got some chips to play with. That's got to feel good.
Oh, look, Poker Priest in the chat. It's Priest.
And here comes some of the other hosts to root him on. Adam's in there. Thirsty Payday.
Yeah,
Let's
buddy.
go.
Thirsty Payday, my man. My mate out there. What's up, brother? Good to see ya.
Fun partying with Payday on the last cage. Missing him this time.
So the cage has been like my jam. I love doing commentary. I love it down here. It's my home away from home. But the fact that we've been able to have like a Thirst Lounge member here
every time,
every
yeah.
cage,
No
God,
kidding.
it's just been so
Yeah,
fun.
Maddie hung out.
Bring
Adam
him down,
hung out.
show him around. We got to
Casey's been down here.
Yeah, we got to pop Priest's Pai Gow cherry, if you will, the other night, and now he's hooked. We put the needle right in the vein. Sorry in advance, Priest.
Not sorry.
Wow, what a perfect double awesome run out indeed, Travis. Here's a 7 for the board pair. Oh, you want another 7 for another board pair? Cool, that's cool too.
You're welcome.
So Fosco here from the button pops it up. Gabriel's going to look him up here, and that is about as coordinated of a flop as you can get. And we're just going to flop the Nutter Butters for Gabriel with a nut flush.
Short of a board pair, he's not going to be scared of any run out, obviously. And he does put out the trap. Just a little cupcake open check on the flop.
So Payday says he's going to try to come out in January. That would be awesome. I know he's been actively grinding those $55 satellites that happen every Sunday on America's Card Room. 2 cage packages guaranteed. So definitely take your shot at it. In fact, we're giving away 4 of those tickets. We've already given away 1. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We'll link you over to the Instagram. Follow the instructions and get your shot at it. I think right now you probably have about a 1 in 30 whack, and we're still giving away 3.
Grandpa Kills a Lot, you speak the truth. Pai Gow is a good game to play when drinking and BSing. Yeah, if you smash cut to last, well, I guess this morning around 3:45 a.m., that is exactly what Train and I were doing, drinking, BSing, playing Pai Gow until they kicked us off the table.
Yeah, literally.
Good night, guys.
I'm like, I'm gonna fire this last $100 ham, whatever, and like push, and finally she's like, like good night,
Good night.
buenas noches.
Yeah, like
Bye.
I don't think we were like being out of line or anything.
No.
They just like shut the game down and told us to go home. Go home, guys. You're drunk. Snapdow's going to open up from the button.
So it looks like we're going to liven up this table real quick. He's just talking to Renee here, like we were talking about from Storage Wars. He says, running very bad, but I just want to pot back, so I'm around 7.5K.
Nice.
I just got moved to the feature table, so this
Yes.
table, the audio mics are going to have some work cut out for him here.
Get your fingers poised on your volume buttons, my friends. You might need to adjust it accordingly. It was a great night, dude, for sure.
Yeah, dude, Renee was out there on the dance floor, man. Everybody was getting down. It was good.
Down. Oh yeah, I twerked with Scott.
Nice.
That was fun.
Whoa, 2 Scots twerking?
It was meta. It was
Scottception, twerkception?
Yeah, have you ever been at like the barber and it's the mirror, the infinity mirror
yeah.
effect? That's kind of what it was like.
Wow. Damn.
Imagine us twerking in an infinity mirror.
Everybody just got to see that for free? You should have sold tickets.
Oh no, we charged.
Okay.
You didn't pay?
That's why I didn't see it.
Okay.
Duh. I don't sneak into things. I'm an upstanding citizen-ish. King 995 here on the button for Gabriel. And he's going to make it 200 to go. Oh, wow. Maddie Forsyth in the Thirst Lounge in the Venom says, I'm currently battling with Alex Foxon and All-In Pav on my table. It's a spicy one.
I bet. That's
wow.
Not an envious spot,
That doesn't sound like a table I would really want to be at, to be honest
for
with you.
real.
All right, so it looks like Priest is going to defend against Gabriel's open here. 8 high peels down, Alto Rainbow, and pretty close to split equity in this pot here. All sorts of straight outs for Priest. Meanwhile, Gabriel's 9s are best.
Hey, look who just popped into the chat.
Hey, oh my God. Hey, welcome to the chat.
Come get some. Yeah, buddy.
If anybody respects the Duke Nukem, you know it's us, brother. If you say who's Duke Nukem, I'm gonna insta-ban you.
We'll call our Twitch friends and have you permanently banned from all Twitch channels.
Oh yeah. 8 ball now pairs the board, and look at Priest Dog with trips.
Gabriel doesn't want to go anywhere. He still has an overpair, and Priestley has to fade a 9.
4 ball on the river, and we're just going to somehow make the nuts with 8-4.
Somebody improved on the river, and it wasn't Gabriel.
Sweet.
Oh, that's come get some. Is Lightning's brother.
Nice.
What up, dude?
Like actual brother is like you're my brother.
Brother.
Yeah. Like BRUTHA, like brother.
Right. Or you came out of the same woman.
Or you, yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. Either or.
I bet it's around noon, and I don't want to have to wake up and travel and unpack.
So Gabriel firing 1.2K
Wow, what
on
a
the
check
river.
by Priest.
Priest checks the river and gets the sickest value ever.
Oh my god, what a sick check. What a sick check. All of a sudden, Priest is finding all the right moves.
You're my hero. Where do I get the "we're with Priest" sign?
You're my
Be like Priest.
hero. Priestley Lang, you're my hero.
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds a little lotion on the skin creepy. But
That's Ferris Bueller. Come on. Ferris Bueller, you're my hero.
The Sausage King of Chicago?
Priestley in the catbird seat. Either can call and win or raise and win.
The
or...
check raise on the river, if you're sitting here in Gabriel's shoes, you're like, really? Why? First off, maybe I should have just checked. And secondly,
You're
it just
check
throws bells.
raising?
Yeah, but it just throws bells off. You're like, alarms. You're like, why?
What?
Why?
Why?
Is he going to get the value? Oh
This
my
is
God.
unreal. Is he really going to get paid here by nines? Priest's line looks like a freaking truckload of BS.
Yeah, it looks garbage. I'm like, I don't believe you. Like, why? Like, what do you have? What are you ever doing this with?
One of those large construction debris bins full of horse crap.
Or is Back to the Future. Manure. I hate manure.
If he gets paid here, this might be the move of the tournament here, this
Sick.
river check raise.
Sickest extra 1,400 value around right here. Actually, technically speaking, you could have just checked behind. It's really like 2.5K.
100%. And this move by Priestley just stinks to high heaven. Gabriel doesn't believe him. He's asking the masseuse, hey, what should I do?
He's got the board paired against the king high flush. I mean, it's just gnar.
Gnar, brah. Priestley, you aminal.
Wow,
And he does
great
fold.
fold by Gabriel. Great fold. And not only that, but the check raise by Priest, it's not wasn't a front door flush, right? It was runner flush, which makes it even more. It's not
a paired board.
Yeah, but that's what I mean though. It's not like your opponent, okay, you put them on a flush draw and then they got there and then you go to check raise them because you know they're going to bet it now. At this point, it's runner. So like, wow, like do you really know your opponent is that strong or that beastie? I mean, obviously you have the nuts, so it doesn't matter. But still, if you're going to pull that check move, wow, nice move by Priest.
Killer move.
Great fold there by his opponent as well.
Yeah, well done. Now, was the bet, when Priestley checked to him, was that bet for value with the nines, or was he turning them into a bluff?
No, he had the king high flush. He had the king high flush. He
Oh,
went
he did?
runner flush. Yeah. He
Oh,
had king nine of
Jesus,
clubs,
I'm
yeah.
blind. Okay, never mind. Let's cut all that out in post, please.
Perfect. Nobody saw that. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Jesus, okay. Boy, I need to like peel my eyes open, Clockwork Orange style, and pay closer attention.
Well, you know what it is sometimes when they hit the river and they gray everything else out.
Oh.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I didn't see that.
I should see it though.
Well, okay, and there's the door. You are fired. God. Good talk. All right, and we're taking applications in the chat for a new co-commentator. Come on down, guys.
F you. You're cool.
All right, folds around, battle of the blinds here. Priest from the small is just going to complete over to Fosco, who elects to pop it up to 240.
Boy, that's just an incredible fold with the king high flush. Good lord.
I do like how he shows it to the masseuse, like, hey, what's up? Like, what do we do here?
Yeah, look, girl, look what
would you do?
Give me some advice, would you please?
All right, so we do go to flop here after Priest calls Ace King 3 Rainbow, and way the best of it for Fosco, but nobody's absolutely in love. He's just got jacks, so just jacks.
Just jicks.
See, that's why we love our chat. We saw nothing.
Thank you, guys.
Good. This was not the commentary you were looking for. Good.
Here's good. Sorry. I won't move it if you don't want.
No, I actually appreciate that. I think he was talking about I won't move the button if you don't want. I actually appreciate when you have seasoned players at a table because you know what? The action just moves. Everybody knows this when it's their turn. They know when it's on them. They know what to do. They know their options. They move the button. Like it should just make it way easier and more efficient for the dealer and honestly the players too because they get in more hands.
100%.
You know?
Yep. And, you know, as much as I adore playing mixed games, that is one of the more annoying parts of it when you play live mixed tournaments like we do a
Run It
lot
Up.
and Run It Up
Yeah.
Reno, which is that things just are inherently move slower, and I'm guilty of it too. Which is just it's harder to keep track. Like we're playing this game now, and it's an ante, or like what's a pot bet here,
Yeah,
and
it's not.
it does inherently move a little slower, which is a small price to pay for the beauty of mixed games, but it is a thing.
And straight up, I just got to plug Run It Up. If you guys have not been to Run It Up Reno, Run It Up anything, you are doing yourself a disservice. It is essentially what I would classify as a home game in a casino.
There is no poker experience like Run It Up
So
Reno.
I cashed in 4 events last time at Run It Up Reno: the All In or Full tournament, the Bomb Pot tournament, a tournament called the 2, 3, 4, 5 tournament, where the 2-card game was Hold'em, 3-card game Super Hold'em, 4-card game PLO, 5-card game was Big O, 8 or better, and then I final tabled the Taiwanese poker tournament with Arlie, who ended up winning, and Jason Somerville.
Yeah.
So definitely go check out Run It Up. Very, very good time. You will not regret it.
These special live experiences like the Cage and like Run It Up are not common in the poker world, and they're not really replicable. They're really
very
amazing
unique.
experiences. Yeah,
Very unique. It's completely different, even than going out to like the WSOP main during
so
June,
different.
July.
It's so different.
Completely
The
different.
intimate feel and party feel of these events, there's no comparison. The World Series, obviously the value is unparalleled, and it's a legendary series, and it always will be. But as far as intimacy and party and the social aspect, no comparison.
Well, and even then, for instance, Pre said it was really interesting because it wasn't a sea of people all with headphones in, basically flipping you the bird.
Yeah.
Everybody's open, they're talking, they're having a good time, they're really engaged and interactive in the game.
Totally. Yeah, lucky one. I will shoot you a DM with a Google Maps directions to Reno.
Now, Aston Powers said maybe Russian bots could commentate better. That's actually true, but ACR already clipped all the bots, so there's none left. We couldn't actually get any of them, but we really appreciate your input, though.
We're so sorry.
Haha. Oh, we found one after all. Look at that.
Yes, duh.
And it looks like we have some updated chip counts over on America's Cardroom Twitter. That's twitter.com/ACR_poker. Check it out. We will have those for you every hour and a half, which means that they just finished in real time counting up the players' chips. The players are going to be on dinner break, and then we'll have a brand new feature table coming up very shortly.
Boom. Bot lady, definitely a bot. It's right there in the name. All right, Del the Funky Homo Sapien coming to Reno. You'll have a blast, man.
10-7 deuce peels down after Fosco raises Pre and Gabriel looks him up. Fosco with the mystery hand, but not a bad hand there for Gabriel.
Holy crap, you're right, Flow Junkie. Fat Train, mark the date in 2019. He has been funny again.
Oh,
Number
wow.
3
It's the third time,
for
guys.
Train.
Third time. Third time's... It's a charm. It's all downhill from here. I give up.
Do they serve alcohol? No, you got to bring your own, lucky one. One of these times, man, you'll figure out how to have a good time.
If you go to Run It Up Reno and you don't have a good time, then there is no pleasing you then.
Oh, man, you're such a freaking troll, lucky one. The bot grenade? You damn straight, Adam.
Hey, that works. We'll take it. Once again, looking at those sexy chips in front of our players, the red chips are 5s, the greens are 25s, black chips are 100s. Then we get into those ever so awesome James Bond style plaques. Blues are 500, the gold plaques are 1K, and finally the black plaques are 5K, otherwise known as what? Fallen Soldier? Is that okay?
Is it the
soul
the soul of it?
The soul of a busted out
That's
cage
it.
player.
Yes,
How about
yes.
that? There we go. 3 levels left in the Venom. Who's going to spin in? Let's go. It's funny when we went to ACR headquarters and we're testing out the Cyclones and stuff. When I was entering into one of them, everything is just as it is normally in the client, right? So instead of just clicking reg, even though I had like 20 million in my account, obviously, I spun in, I put it to $1, and I just click spin, 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 until I spun into the prototype demo tournament. That's like the only spin in I've ever won.
Just when you smash the A button as fast as you
Yeah,
can.
I was just like, bah, got him.
You've just been putting chips in a little funny.
Well, I take out, but what I'm leaving.
So it looks like we just have a limp by Gabriel, and then Inari is going to apply pressure here from the big, make it 250 with the mystery hand.
Check your chip privilege, mates.
And over to the flop here, ace, deuce, six, couple of clubs on board. We do have Gabriel's sevens and looking okay. He's also got a six on board as well as a flush draw. Not a great one though. So Gabriel checks. Anaria makes the bet, and Gabriel's just going to get away.
See you later.
Yep. It's one of those things where, do you have a draw? Yes. But even if you hit your draw, like, are we still ever extracting max value?
Can we go crazy for value?
No. The answer is no. Aggression frequency, real close between our three top contenders. Actually, real close between all of them, really.
Yeah, I always thought it'd be easier if you just click your denomination. Oh. Well, they have those Poker Master too. No, what are they called?
Poker Tech. They're called Poker Tech tables. I have a heads-up one in my living room. And when they tried them in casinos, they were absolute garbage.
Miserable failures.
Nobody wanted to play them.
It's too bad because it's a beautiful machine.
It is, but I knew people who would go. No, I'm talking like actually they had full tables like this, so 8-handed with everybody had a screen and stuff.
Oh.
But it's so funny. People are just you're trying to make a read on somebody as he's like looking around for the button on the screen to click. People would go to the cage in advance, get poker chips, and just to shuffle at the digital table. It was a nightmare.
Just to fidget with their hands.
Thunder Valley, before Thunder Valley ever cared about poker, they just bought like 3 of these digital tables and had one floor man, and that was their poker room.
You know,
and it was dead.
It's like a solution in search of a problem. It's like, what was the problem with chips and cards? You know,
it's garbage. Well, because you don't want to pay a dealer. Yeah, but you're not going to get any clients because your setup sucks.
Totally.
All right, so a lot of fives here for Anaria and a healthy lead in this pot. And ace ball on the river is not quite good enough. Straight ball. Straight against a boat. See, they're still figuring it out. I love it.
4-5 is a full house.
Yeah, 4-5's a boat, guys. Come on. Hey, look.
Mine's that one.
Commentators got that before the dealer. Boom. All right, so here's the deal, guys. I'm going to give one more thing away. Like I told you, we're going to give away tickets throughout the stream. So I'm going to give away one more $55 cage ticket. So don't go anywhere. Let's go ahead and scroll down the Instagram feed. Check it out.
Alright. How much do you time it? 28 minutes?
We have a lot of time. Just wait for
All right, guys, I'll tell you what. We are going to pick it right when we come back after this break, so don't go anywhere. We will see you guys very soon.
If you think the player reactions to our first $5 million Venom were out of control, wait until you hear what they have to say about what's next. The Venom returns to America's Cardroom. This time with a $6 million guaranteed prize pool, $1 million for first place, and 7 days to take it down. It all starts Wednesday, November 27th. Are you ready? Get the whole deal at americascardroom.com.
Hi, I'm Michael Longcar, and we are here in San Jose, Costa Rica for America's Cardroom's Cage event. I'm accompanied by actor and comedian Norm Macdonald, America's Cardroom CEO Phil Nagy, poker commentator Justin Kelly, and poker Twitch streamer Jared Gabin, aka God's Big Toe. All right, so we're all down here for the cage. What has your experience been, each of you, being down here in Costa Rica for the cage?
It was funny because being a tournament player mostly, I kind of felt comfortable. It felt a little tournament-y for me. The blinds were going up, and actually once I got down to like 30 or 40 blinds, it was really comfortable for me because that's my wheelhouse. But then I was talking to a lot of other people who were mostly cash game players, and like, oh, this feels really like a cash game to me. So actually, I think you guys did a great job of making that hybrid and making it comfortable for everybody.
I think that's a good way to do it, is to choose one and play it like that.
Right.
Because I was, I was always like, I was always confused as to which I should be. You know what I'm saying?
You guys were all out in Vegas this summer. How would you compare playing a World Series of Poker tournament, how that felt compared to playing the cage? How would you compare the two?
Well, I love this because it was so unique that you could come in last and make money, you know, and so I really like that. He invented it.
That's right.
That's true. Right. That's true.
How did that come to you?
I don't know. I was looking at just different formats and how cash games and tournaments play. And like you were saying, it's the millhouse for tournament players. It's that 20, 30 big blind shoving range, reshoving range. And it's where cash games, you're playing super deep. And I said, I want to do something that not everybody's solved, right? And I don't want it to happen so often that everybody's going to be able to solve it. So keep it super high buy-in, and
Well, that's interesting.
keeps it fresh, because nobody can get a big enough sample size to say, oh yeah, I own the cage. Well, maybe somebody can, but we won't talk about that.
So they're playing you?
Yeah.
So how do you play it as a tournament?
No, well, it plays much more like a cash game than it does a tournament, but you have that fallback that when you get to that 15 or 20 big blinds, that you can still do that re-stealing range. So it's depending on the different situations, you have to play really different. And a lot of tournament players, they don't ever get into a spot where they're playing 200 or 300 big blinds deep, especially for really big money, right? That's awesome. For me, the great part about it is I guess making everybody uncomfortable at the game that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, right.
I also feel like when you're doing the World Series, the events are so big and they're so long, it feels like work, especially if you grind out a bunch of events like I did. And this was, a tight-knit group of 30-ish people, and we all kind of came together and played. It almost felt like a giant home game for a lot of money. And
Right.
that was a great experience for sure.
True. And I mean, with the $55 satellites for these players to get in and satellite their way to Costa Rica and get a whole good time in an extreme package, they're playing essentially this game. None of these players have played a 50-100 cash game before in their life, ever. They couldn't even dream of playing that. So the fact that they're playing this now, and it's actually in a comfortable atmosphere to where I think they're actually probably playing their best game at a 50-100 level, it's really cool for them.
Yeah.
Now, how did you jigger the blind? Did you experiment?
Well, I went like this and then a little like that. No, we ran some models, and we looked at it, and we wanted it to run somewhere around 100 big blindish or 80 big blindish average stack. And cage after cage after cage, it doesn't matter if you have 20 people or 300 people, it's going to stay somewhere around it's 80 big blinds-ish average stack, which, turns out we're pretty good at poker, so that's why the blinds ended up like that. And a lot of people, every time people come down here, say, why don't you do these big tournaments? Why don't you do this? Why don't you add that onto the cage? And that's not what this is about. What this whole experience was about was to make it small enough that you can still shake hands with everybody. You can come feel like you met WPN, like to help humanize the company.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, there's a lot of internet companies, you just don't know if it's 8 guys behind a conference table, and there's people with hundreds of thousands of dollars on their account with us, and you know what? It's good having that confidence that, they are a real company, and I've actually shook their hand, and they're decent people, or at least not the worst people in the world.
So we're talking about structures and deeper stack structures. On that note, I think all of us, obviously except for Phil, just got done playing the Venom, the $5 million guaranteed Venom, that had a very deep structure. Tell me what you guys thought about the Venom and the structure. Tell me what you guys think.
I thought it was phenomenal. It was kind of a funny thing. I happened to have Chris Moorman on my right the entire time in the Venom. So when I came here, I felt really prepared to have Chris Moorman on my right for 2 straight days. So that was fun. But yeah, I mean, what an opportunity. And the fact that it blew the guarantee out and the Guinness Book of World Records, what an amazing experience. I'm really excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Really excited for that.
The structure was really perfect as far as length. You got to play for the whole day. I never felt at any point like it was sort of a turbo and I felt really forced to get my stack in. It was just kind of like you can just play your game. You already know you're going to play for this 12-hour chunk, and you could just kind of go into coast mode and do your thing, and it was really nice. Yeah.
And you can tell that the WSOP is because now when I look back, when they would give you $1 chip for every dollar you gave them, so you're in a $1,500 tournament, and the first hand you lose a 30 or stack, and so this year, they fixed it, but I can't even. It seems so weird to me now that you started with so little, so few chips.
And meanwhile, in the Venom, you started with what, 300,000?
Yeah.
It's huge. Yeah.
So here's a question for you two. How has your Twitch play affected you in the poker community in any kind of way?
You mean it's like how's my stream affected me in life or in poker and everything?
Yes.
One thing I thought was amazing, I got to the feature table and my phone started blowing up and everyone started texting me. I'm like, guys, send me a DM. I love you. I definitely love you, but I'm trying to work, not now. And then I noticed, when I sat there, one thing I knew there was going to be a bunch of people kind of waiting for me. And then when I was in the booth, you guys, you see all the stupid toe emotes floating up and stuff. It's really special, and we're kind of talking this funny, these people spend hours with me day in and day out, and we have a connection even though we've never met. And so just to have that kind of, admiration and support is amazing, and you feel like you're doing it as a team.
Yeah. I mean, for me, obviously coming from a commentary background, it's so easy in the booth because we get to see everybody's hand. And so then when I'm on Twitch, I'm interacting with the audience and I basically find myself doing commentary on my own hands and kind of just talking myself through like I would do in the booth, blind, essentially. Yeah. In fact, we did commentary on the Venom blind with no cards, and that was a really fun sweat because we got to guess people's cards.
Yeah,
and
I've
then
never done that before.
And when we'd flip them over, we'd be like, yeah, we called it. Yeah. We got it. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And I just think
then it's cool and it's honest.
Yeah, I just think Twitch in general is just a really great platform for poker and just going through and good, bad, or indifferent, whether you're the worst player or the best player, man, if you make it fun and the people want to watch, it's just a good time.
Yep.
I also think in a way it's made me a better player. One, because you want to be good in front of everybody and you want to succeed. And two, I'm talking about my hands every hand over and over again all the way through every day.
That's super important.
Your fundamentals get super solid.
It's because it's in every hand you have, well, really three options. To call, fold, or raise. And a lot of times people just don't think about all the options. That would be call. But you don't think about all the options in all the different situations. I see you guys on Twitch and being forced to talk about all of those situations every time. It's got to make you a better player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with that you have an audience, that it's so easy to make a dumb play if you got 6 tournaments.
Oh, and they're not ashamed to let you know. Like they have no fear in telling you what they think about what you just did.
Those are called chat pros.
That's actually like in NASCAR. The reason they watch for the crashes. They watch just so you can screw up and berate you about it.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you're getting a big spot and you almost know the guy has you, but you have a really strong hand and you could make a really great laydown, but the chat and the audience will never know. And so they'll just be like, oh, how do you fold that? How do you fold that? And I'm like, watch, I know he has me beat. Then I click call, and they're like, oh, I obviously he had you beat. How do you call that?
Yeah.
It's just like it's so like validating and unvalidating at the same time. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I did that. One time I did a high stakes poker. I commentated, and I did the same thing. I didn't want to see the cards.
Yeah.
Because. When they can see the cards, they go, "What's the guy thinking?"
Right,
obviously.
It's totally obvious that he flopped top set on your overpair. I mean, how do you lose there?
Yeah, likewise, when just a king high is good and you're like, come on, this is good all day. And you're like, if you really don't know the cards and you put yourself in that person's shoes, there's no way this is good. I'm just going to fold. It's always really interesting when you can get behind the scenes with it.
I stream quite a bit, as you guys know, and for me, I can honestly say the first 3 months of streaming, I think knowing that I've got a group of people that I don't know that are watching and judging and assessing, it definitely affected my decisions, I feel like, for the first 3 months. Like, the psychological aspect of what are people going to think, and you always obviously you want to make the right decision even when you're by yourself, and now you've got 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000 people watching you, so now you really feel like under the gun.
And what about when somebody else raids you with thousands more viewers, and all of a sudden, does it make you exponentially a little bit more nervous on your game when all of a sudden now there's 5,000 people watching you every move, and you're like, oh god, the chat is scrolling so fast you can't even read it?
Well, you guys all play online on ACR a ton. Tell me what your favorite ACR tourney is on the regular schedule.
Ooh, I have a few. The Sunday warm-up, I won't miss it. The $22 50K, I'm not gonna miss it. I gotten sick and I thought I had food poisoning, and I had this little stomach condition, not a big deal. But OSS was starting the next day, and I told my wife, I'm like, they're gonna have to effing kill me for me to miss the day. So I played the first day of OSS. I was in the ER on Monday.
Nice.
There was no way I was missing it, you know. And so yeah, like I have a bunch of them. You know, I love the series and the stuff. It's the, you know, for the biggest and the baddest guarantees, there's nowhere else to go in the U.S. You know, it's a great place to be.
So the nurse comes in to draw blood, and you're like, hold on, I'm in a hand.
Yeah,
you gotta wait.
Hold
You gotta
on.
wait right now. For me, it's everything on a Sunday. So we actually talked about this in the commentary booth a little bit, and you know, Sunday is a day for church. Like our church is going to online poker. Like that's what we're doing. We are going to church. You know, and as Kevin Martin would say, we're at the Church of Ace King. That's what it is, right? We're just we're handling biz. So pretty much, I don't miss any tournament on a Sunday, to be honest with you.
So we're doing this interview, as you guys know, right here in the heart of the America's Cardroom.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
Winning Poker Network headquarters.
I have never been in a like it's all you know.
So that, tell me your
physical.
impression. Tell me your impression of the Winning Poker Network, being down here and seeing everything. And
well, it's like I don't know. It's like you know, it's like you see a dollar bill with George Washington on it, you know, and then all of a sudden you're sitting beside George Washington. I don't know how to explain it, but
I think that did it just
Are
fine.
you George Washington?
I'm totally just fine with that. I'm totally George Washington or a dollar bill. I'm not sure which one.
Nice.
$3 bill.
Kind of shows you that this is a real business, and they have a
That's the
real
big joke
office
over
with
there.
real people here, and it's not 6 or 8 people in front of a conference room. You know, it's the legit building with a legit business, and yeah, like it's an actual
right,
operation.
and they love poker.
Yeah, every single
Love
person I
poker.
talked to last night was from a different department, and every one of them was talking about how much. Even a bunch of them were telling me they never played poker before they came here or before they started in the industry, and now they have an account somewhere and they're hooked.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
get sucked in.
I've had the pleasure of actually seeing 3 offices now of WPN, and they're growing so fast. I feel like every time I come out to the cage, he's like, "Hey man, let me show you our current office and let me show you the new one." And I'm like, "All right." And then I come out again, and he says the exact same thing, and I'm like, "Are you serious? They're just leapfrogging offices because they're growing so fast." And this office is really, really, really nice.
Super
man.
nice.
It's a lot of fun, and you can just tell the overall camaraderie of the entire staff. It's a very group environment where all the desks, all the tables, everybody's kind of like a tight-knit group. And I constantly see there's a lot of different conference rooms, and for a reason, because everybody just gets in there for like a quick huddle. All right, let's touch base on things. I mean, it's a very cohesive group, and you can feel it.
Yeah, we were sitting in a conference room before this, just hanging out, and I happened to notice right outside the window, Ricardo was walking out. He was shaking everyone's hand as he walked down, and the whole group started laughing, and you can feel the family.
Yeah,
you definitely feel the family.
Well, that's kind of the way we run the company. It's for me. I showed you my office right there in the very front. I like to be right there next to customer service, next to marketing and development, and really have a feel of what's going on. And it is kind of surreal, right? Because you know when I started in the poker, it's 3 people, right? And only one of them's been here longer than me, right?
now shifting over to a new topic, bots. It's a word we've heard a lot over the last couple of years in the online poker industry. Tell me what you guys think of WPN's success fighting the bots. And there have been many reports that have just come out in the last month that show lots of bot companies that don't even support America's Cardroom anymore, bots that don't even work on ECR. Tell me what you guys think about WPN's success with this.
I just want to start. I just love their absolute transparency on it, right? First off, there's bots on every site, everywhere, all the time, so let's not kid ourselves, right? But at this point, I love that they're super open about it, transparent about it, and that they're kicking refunds. And constantly, it's just, okay, let's go back and look at the books. This is funny. This guy's a bot. How did he win? Where did he win? Let's kick money back to the players. And I respect that level of honesty and openness, to be honest with you.
Also, when you guys are playing at your level, can you identify bots and then use it to your advantage?
You know, it's funny. I happened to be studying not too long ago with a bunch of people that I work with, and I didn't even realize that I just lost a hand to a bot. And they're like, "Oh, did you know who that was?" And you know, fortunately, that guy happened to get caught, and I got the refund. But being a tournament player, it's not as much of an issue, I don't think.
Oh, tournament.
But at the same time, like, you know, I play this game because I love it, and I don't cheat because, luckily, I don't have to. And so I think making it fair for everybody is just, you know, we want a nice, fair ecosystem for everybody. It just makes it better as a whole.
we kind of, as a company, we looked at, okay, how do we want to approach this? What do we want to do? What's everybody else doing? What are they doing right? What are we doing right? And being transparent about it again, right? And it's nothing could make me happier that when I see in these bot forums, they say, oh yeah, we still can't support WPN because they're doing this. Well, I'm going to do more of that. And where it is, it's difficult to differentiate a bot from what a person would be. So our philosophy was to go after the bot manufacturers and make the bots more difficult to work. It seems to be working so far, and randomly bot testing people.
It's a great story. Yeah.
Right. What we did was we outlined a 6-month and 1-year plan to combat bots. Right. And I don't want to get into too much, but we monitor all the commercial bots out there, and we see them complaining and how much they hate us, and that they're even removing. We're not supporting WPN anymore. Well, that's a win, right?
Yeah,
It's and like you were streaming. And
Yeah, like as a player, you can feel the crackdown in a good way, because I was playing. I had 12 or so tables playing, and all of a sudden I got an alert in my lobby saying, "We need you to take the captcha test to make sure." A little security check, and by sheer coincidence, because I was playing so much and I was streaming, I failed the damn test on stream, and then got on Skype and messaged Phil. I was like, "Phil, just to let you know, I just failed this test. It's me," and I got an email and said, "Oh yeah,
That means
we know
you're
you guys
so
big time."
good.
Yeah, I
They
guess
thought
I'm
you were
bottish.
you were
I don't know
playing
what happens.
perfect.
You're a human bot, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was kind of funny that it happened that way.
I
For
can say
me, it actually makes me feel safer. Like I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And because
I can personally say that I'm amazed how much has been accomplished in such a short period of time with the bot issue, because I feel like it's just, correct me if I'm wrong, just about in the last 4 or 5 months, we've seen, as you're talking about, the capture, you guys have come out with the capture feature, tons and tons of refunds, being open and honest about everything on social media, and then I come down here to Costa Rica, and you guys show me, and there's an entire room over on the other side of the building here that has a number of employees. This is the bot room. You guys showed me the room. This is the security department. This is the affiliate program department, and there's a room over here of employees just working on bots around the clock.
Right.
That makes me feel good. That makes me
Yeah.
feel, and obviously I've seen many reports myself online that have the list of all of the 10 or 12 major online poker sites. This site is low safety. This site's medium safety, and America's Cardroom isn't even on those lists
Isn't even
anymore now
on the
because
list anymore.
you guys have been
That's
you guys have
awesome,
been working
right?
hard
It's-
to just make the bots totally not work on ECR, and that makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's-
Makes me feel comfortable. And
Yeah.
you guys, I can see and feel. I think this word's been being used so much, but
Sure.
it's you guys are being so transparent that you guys are putting in a strong effort to combat this issue, and it's obvious it's been working. So continue doing what you're doing, and continue that room in the back with the bot employees, and it seems like everything's going good.
Well, that's another thing about coming here, because I think like there'll always be, but in history, offshore, shadowy,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? And then when I meet you and look you in the eye and I get to know you, you're
You
I
know it's
trust
all
you.
true.
Well, no, I just trust you. I mean, maybe you.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that's kind of the way the whole reason the
but
cage
it would be
evolved
great
like
if
this.
you could, get that. It would be great if you could capture this and.
That's what
show it to
somebody was saying. This last cage is you should walk through and do a virtual tour for
Yeah.
all the people that can't make it. And that was it's almost I guess 2 years ago now is why I designed the cage. Why we said we're going to start playing the cage down here is because it's such a grassroots program where you've got 20 or 30 guys that you're bringing down here that are poker players, and they see that you're not 8 guys behind a conference table. You're a decent human being, and it's over time.
And also, I love that you play poker. I mean, maybe some people wouldn't like that, but
It's awesome.
Nobody can deny Phil's love for the game.
Yeah.
Every single time I see the guy at breakfast or in the cages, first thing he does is open up his phone. He has a notepad with all the new poker things he was thinking about last night. The guy does not stop.
Yeah, it's I definitely, and moving to our new software platform, like you were talking about earlier, it's kind of like we live in dog years, right? Because everything happens so fast. It's funny that just last cage, it had been 10 days since we moved software platforms when you guys came down here, and you were looking at our other office, and you were seeing beds in the office because we were staying the night is because there was so many different things going on with the software. And two, yesterday ran $1 Million Sunday and no sweat, right? It's nice to see a plan come together and things work out. Now, granted, has it been absolutely flawless? No, right? But are there going to be more bumps in the road? Absolutely. Well, we're going to be top 2 in the world, and I don't believe we're going to be number 2. Right? We're on that track, and we've worked really hard to get here, and I don't think we're ever going to stop working hard, because you can feel it here. We enjoy what we do, right? Yeah. And when you enjoy what you do and make money at it, seems like a win. Well, you guys play poker for a living.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thanks, appreciate you guys.
Thanks, guys.
I'm Michael Longcar, and yes, thank you very much for your time.
If you think the player reactions to our first $5 million Venom were out of control, wait until you hear what they have to say about what's next. The Venom returns to America's Cardroom, this time with a $6 million guaranteed prize pool, $1 million for first place, and 7 days to take it down. It all starts Wednesday, November 27th. Are you ready? Get the whole deal at americascardroom.com. If you think the player reactions to our first $5 million Venom were out of control, wait until you hear what they have to say about what's next. The Venom returns to America's Cardroom, this time with a $6 million guaranteed prize pool, $1 million for first place, and 7 days to take it down. It all starts Wednesday, November 27th. Are you ready? Get the whole deal at americascardroom.com.
Hi, I'm Michael Longcar, and we are here in San Jose, Costa Rica for America's Cardroom's Cage event. I'm accompanied by actor and comedian Norm Macdonald, America's Cardroom's CEO Phil Nagy, poker commentator Justin Kelly, and poker Twitch streamer Jared Gabin, aka God's Big Toe. All right, so we're all down here for the Cage. What has your experience been, each of you, being down here in Costa Rica for the Cage?
It was funny because being a tournament player mostly, I kind of felt comfortable. It felt a little tournament-y for me. The blinds were going up, and actually once I got down to like 30 or 40 blinds, it was really comfortable for me because that's my wheelhouse. But then I was talking to a lot of other people who were mostly cash game players, and like, oh, this feels really like a cash game to me. So actually, I think you guys did a great job of making that hybrid and making it comfortable for everybody.
I think that's a good way to do it, is to choose one and play it like that.
Right.
Because I was always like, I was always confused as to which I should be. You know what I'm saying?
You guys were all out in Vegas this summer. How would you compare playing a World Series of Poker tournament, how that felt compared to playing the Cage? How would you compare the two?
Well, I love this because it was so unique that you know, you could come in last and make money. You know, and so I really like that. He invented it.
That's right.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
How did that come to you?
I don't know. I was looking at, you know, just different formats and how cash games and tournaments play. And like you were saying, it's the millhouse for tournament players. It's that 20, 30 big blind shoving range, reshoving range. And it's where cash games, you know, you're playing super deep. And I said, you know, I want to do something that not everybody solved, right? And I don't want it to happen so often that everybody's going to be able to solve it. So keep it super high buy-in, and
Well, that's interesting.
keeps it fresh, because nobody can get a big enough sample size to say,
Right.
oh yeah, I own the Cage. Well, maybe somebody can, but we won't talk about that.
So they're playing is it you?
Yeah.
So how do you play it as a tournament?
No, well, it plays much more like a cash game than it does a tournament, but you have that fallback that when you get to that, you know, 15 or 20 big blinds, that you can still do that re-stealing range. So it's depending on the different situations, you have to play really different. And a lot of tournament players, they don't ever get into a spot where they're playing, you know, 200 or 300 big blinds deep, especially for really big money. Right? That's awesome. For me, the great part about it is I guess making everybody uncomfortable at the game that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, right.
I also feel like when you're doing the World Series, the events are so big and they're so long. It feels like work, especially if you grind out a bunch of events like I did. And this was, a tight-knit group of 30-ish people, and we all kind of came together and played. It almost felt like a giant home game for a lot of money. And that was a great experience for sure.
True. And I mean, with the $55 satellites for these players to get in and satellite their way to Costa Rica and get a whole good time and an extreme package, they're playing essentially this game. None of these players have played a 5,100 cash game before in their life, ever. They couldn't even dream of playing that. So the fact that they're playing this now, and it's actually in a comfortable atmosphere to where I think they're actually probably playing their best game at a 5,100 level, it's really cool for them.
Yeah.
Now, how did you jigger the blinds? Did you experiment?
Well, it went like this and then a little like that. No, we ran some models, and we looked at it, and we wanted it to run somewhere around 100 big blindish or 80 big blindish average stack. And cage after cage after cage, it doesn't matter if you have 20 people or 300 people, it's gonna stay somewhere around it's 80 big blinds-ish average stack, which, turns out we're pretty good at poker, so that's why the blinds ended up like that. And a lot of people, every time people come down here, say, why don't you do these big tournaments? Why don't you do this? Why don't you add that onto the cage? And that's not what this is about. What this whole experience was about was to make it small enough that you can still shake hands with everybody. You can come feel like you met WPN, to help humanize the company.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, there's a lot of internet companies, you just don't know if it's 8 guys behind a conference table, and there's people with hundreds of thousands of dollars on their account with us, and you know what? It's good having that confidence that, they are a real company, and I've actually shook their hand, and they're decent people, or at least not the worst people in the world.
So we're talking about structures and deeper stack structures. On that note, I think all of us, obviously except for Phil, just got done playing the Venom, the $5 million guaranteed Venom that had a very deep structure. Tell me what you guys thought about the Venom and the structure. Tell me what you guys think.
I thought it was phenomenal. It was kind of a funny thing. I happened to have Chris Moorman on my right the entire time in the Venom. So when I came here, I felt really prepared to have Chris Moorman on my right for 2 straight days. So that was fun. But yeah, I mean, what an opportunity. And the fact that it blew the guarantee out and the Guinness Book of World Records, what an amazing experience. I'm really excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Really, really excited for that.
The structure was really perfect as far as length. You got to play for the whole day. I never felt at any point like it was sort of a turbo and I felt really forced to get my stack in. It was just kind of like you can just play your game. You already know you're going to play for this 12-hour chunk, and you could just kind of go into coast mode and do your thing. And it was really nice. Yeah.
And you can tell that the WSOP is because now when I look back, when they would give you $1 chip for every dollar you gave them, so you're in a $1,500 tournament, and the first hand you lose a 30 or stack, and so this year, they fixed it, but I can't even. It seems so weird to me now that you started with so little, so few chips.
And meanwhile, in the Venom, you started with what, 300,000?
Yeah.
It's huge. Yeah.
So here's a question for you two. How has your Twitch play affected you in the poker community in any kind of way?
You mean it's how's my stream affected me in life or in poker and everything?
Yes.
One thing I thought was amazing, I got to the feature table and my phone started blowing up and everyone started texting me. I'm like, guys, send me a DM. I love you. I definitely love you, but I'm trying to work, not now. And then I noticed, when I sat there, one thing I knew there was going to be a bunch of people kind of waiting for me. And then when I was in the booth, you guys, you see all the stupid toe emotes floating up and stuff. It's really special, and we're kind of talking this funny, these people spend hours with me day in and day out, and we have a connection even though we've never met. And so just to have that kind of admiration and support is amazing, and you feel like you're doing it as a team.
Yeah. I mean, for me, obviously coming from a commentary background, it's so easy in the booth because we get to see everybody's hand. And so then when I'm on Twitch, I'm interacting with the audience, and I basically find myself doing commentary on my own hands and kind of just talking myself through like I would do in the booth blind, essentially. In fact, we did commentary on the Venom blind with no cards, and that was a really fun sweat because
was good.
we got to guess people's cards.
Yeah,
And
I've
then
never
when
done that before. It was
yeah,
super
and when we'd flip them over, we'd be like, yeah, we called it.
That's the biggest
pot I won in 7 hours, and it's only like 8
You're welcome.
bucks.
You're welcome.
Right.
Hey,
Renee, put a chip, one chip.
What a turn.
No, I'm trying to risk it, man. I'm never on the edge. Look, I'm like.
All right.
We're just gonna muck.
I can't do shit about that.
Okay, so now I make fun of your play most of the time,
Yes.
especially on stream.
Yes.
I probably would appreciate since I'm a better player than you.
True, facts.
If you do not give me proper lessons, thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
You don't know.
I'll tell you what, Master, you played great.
Thank you. Is there a person? Well, I probably should.
Yeah.
Couple, I think. Huh?
You're working hard.
Sorry about that, guys. I have to.
I think you played it fine.
You're good.
Well, thank you. I'm a great player, you know.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I gotta get my cell phone to take notes so I can like take your maneuvers.
Yeah, that's nice. I think he's got a bonding right now.
It's kind of uncomfortable.
A little weird. A little weird.
He said something nice to me. It's a little.
I know.
Not really used to this.
Hey, Scott, here.
I mean, you're welcome.
Thank you, Scott. The only funny thing, if I would have had that hand at the other table, it would have been like a $38,000 pot because they don't know they
They're
can
going
fold.
crazy.
Yeah.
I like how the guy has like 10 cameras. Like, who's a $38,000 pot? 4-way all in every time. Oh, you have Renee me in the same table.
we talk really. No.
Well, some people might hate it then.
It's fun.
Oh yeah, baby. Daddy's home.
Can I get a bottle of water? Un botella de agua?
Nothing like some ass trapping.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back for the final blind round and your final feature table of The Cage. Yeah, looking very forward to it. We see already some familiar faces. We have Renee from Storage Wars there on the left. We have Scott Ball. I believe Priest and a couple of our other players are still at the table. The blinds are now 50 and 100. Let's get it on.
Let's go. Should be a more talkative final few hours here.
Very talkative table, and that is Renee, who we were talking about there on the left. We have a command for him in the chat. He's going to start streaming poker on the regular on Twitch. You definitely want to check him out. His username is rbargainhunter.
The letter R, Bargain Hunter.
I think it's Bargain Hunters, I think, maybe. I don't know.
Hunters.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you'll find him. We are down to the remaining 12 players. Just 2 tables remain.
You fish, Scott. You got us scratching my throat.
And you called the.
That's 2 in a row.
And there is Scott.
And Renee and Scott having way too much fun.
Scott in familiar position here. The top of the heap, sitting on 16 and a half.
To be honest, like, if he bluffed me,
He's gonna pay more. He's never.
yeah, I would never live it down.
Breaking even at the end of the stream after you count all your bills. I'm like, what? Oh.
But I know he's gonna call because if I bluff him, it's a long way home. You know, a lot of the same people.
Oh, but I can adjust to see.
All right, give me a number, sir, between 1 and 59.
32.
All right.
I just had a flashback to early this morning in Scott's room, FaceTiming Chris Moneymaker at about 3 o'clock in the morning. That happened.
They had a lot, like, so social media companies, when it comes to some of my social events, a lot of his companies have some stuff. And so we just started a Twitch, which is new, but hopefully like some exclusive Twitch guy too. So.
Are you still doing the show?
It's on break right now. We're waiting for them to order a new one. But we never know for sure until they order.
You did last year already? Like
last year you had a season?
Yeah, we had one in March. Okay. But it doesn't work like totally regular like that. So.
I just don't like how there's like storage wars, San Jose, storage.
Well, because
so much.
they pay that cast like half of the money.
You said 32, right?
32.
Jave Flop, my man.
Hey,
Jave Flop,
Jave
winner,
Flop.
winner, chicken dinner. Jave Flop 123. I will shoot you a message. Congratulations, my friend. You have won a $55 Cage satellite ticket. Good any Sunday you want here. We give away 2 packages per week. Congrats, my man.
Ace king flips over 3-8.
There he is. Woot.
You owe the dealer $10, by the way.
No, that's a Scott exclusive. Then we have to trap like. Do you like how I played that like a ninja? I just check it to hardcore. Check it. I know my enemy. I check it.
He's like, I check it hardcore until we both river our gut shots.
Yes.
I know.
Love for your money.
Love for your money, brother.
Jave Flop, I sent you a DM there on Instagram. You can just go ahead and shoot me your ACR username right back in that same message.
But then Scott also that we had like there's this email of like several people. It's called Reversing is Beautiful.
Okay, to preface this.
Yeah.
He literally started this email. It was like, no problem. I always try to be easy. So I was like, oh wow, and you're coming to Costa Rica with me. I'm so glad I'm bringing a beautiful, easy person to Costa Rica. That's the email I wrote. And by a lot of people, it was just me and one person for the company. But you're right. It was a little embarrassing. And I did it to myself for sure.
Scott on the button here. Ace king, couple of threes. Couple of hearts. He likes it enough to raise it.
Some weird shit going on at this
Playing
table.
all of San Diego poker.
Some weird shit going on at this table. Guys, and this table is just beginning.
Are those all hearts right there? Looks like Scott might have flopped the flush here. And if that's true, Renee, oh my goodness, look at this train.
Ay-ya.
Scott flops a king high flush and Renee flops a queen high flush.
Wow, wow, wee wow. There will be blood.
Renee actually does have some outs here. He can fill up because he has queens and tens. That's what he's going to need to do. Did it go check around? Riri? That's a brick on the
Man,
river.
Scott Ball being real talkative, real active in this pod. It's going to get nasty. Let's listen.
King high flush.
It's cooler.
No. We're not just gonna tip the dealer. We're gonna tip the dealer.
Pot stayed smaller.
Yeah. Bust cash out of his pocket, tips the dealer.
Oh my god. What a high roller. That is a smaller pot than we might have seen. I'm a little surprised to see how small that pot was. I'm pretty sure the flop and the turn went check, check.
Wow.
And then check on the river, value bet by Scott, obvious call from Renee, and somehow his queen high flush is not good.
Deja vu, yes, Renee is still married. He was bragging about his awesome wife last night, actually.
Let's Google image a picture of the bombshell.
Hard to fold the third nut. So
Well, I mean, I turned this third nut flush, and I also have to prepare.
I don't know. I think you should turn it into a bluff and went all in.
I almost did.
I would have folded.
Fine. Got you some of your money back.
Oh yeah, you're
Actually,
not
you want
kidding.
More off that hand, actually.
You want to poke the bear? Is that what we're doing right now?
All
I
right.
don't know if he knows. I seem to be running good at this table right now.
Pretty good, man.
So unless,
Pretty good.
Unless you want to use your rebuy chips.
You know, at least I still got it.
Unless you want to use your replay chip. At least I still got it. Juicy Joe thinking, maybe you don't actually Google the word bombshell. That might put you on some sort of list. Maybe just avoid certain terms. Don't go punching that in your Facebook. Renee's going to open 300 under the gun here. And it looks like Scott Ball's going to call behind because he's just a sucker for a good time with Renee.
Oh, you can come in anytime you want to.
Everybody pretty much assumes they're having their own private game. Meanwhile, it is nice that Anaria was welcomed into this pot because he's going to flop a set of fours.
He is way out in front here.
He wasn't laughing so much this time.
No, I folded very quickly. Hey, if he folds, you tip the dealer because I'm out of the hand.
No, it's only if it's head up.
Oh, okay.
So Java Flop, I messaged you on Instagram at your Java Flop 123 account. If for some reason you can't figure out how to message me back, that might be because you are on the main web browser version, which is garbage. So go ahead and put the app on your phone, and you'll see the messages right up in the upper right.
Here we are on the river, and Renee is going to see the bad news that his aces and jacks, big hand, not good enough to crack the fours of Von Aria, and he's going to scoop one from Renee.
So Renee wearing the red Bargain Hunter shirt yesterday, wearing the black Bargain Hunter shirt today, and I told you I went back and streamed one of his Storage Wars episodes, right? Wearing also a red Bargain Hunter shirt. That is his thing.
It is indeed. Lignorant did Google bombshell, and a lady named Hedy Lamarr popped up. If you guys want to have your mind blown, read Hedy Lamarr's story. She was an A-list actress in the World War II era. She escaped like her crazy Nazi German husband to like she's the way she snuck away from that house and that marriage, the way she got to the United States, becomes an A-list movie star, and then goes on to help, I believe, the Navy doing code breaking for the Allies.
So
Hedy
she's
Lamarr
a straight gangster.
is a gangster and gorgeous,
Wow.
absolute drop dead gorgeous. One
Awesome.
of the most interesting women who has ever lived.
Speaking of drop dead gorgeous, Scott Ball is going to raise 250 here and pop in with Queen 774. God, you give him such a quick shot. Nobody even had a chance to see your mean mug. All right, Queen Jack 9.
Speaking of gorgeous, this
couple of
freaking guy.
spades.
And they keep inviting him back here.
I know. I am the best. That's what I meant. 9-10 of spades here. We are going to flop just a monster. Open-ended straight flush draw here for Priest. 8 ball here on the turn is going to give Priest the check mark with the second nut straight.
Pretty kick-ass board for 10-9 of spades. You don't like that river card, man.
Yeah, how many straights beat you now? Like king, anything. A king 9, ace king, king.
Exactly.
Like...
Bet.
I love it. That is the perfect words from your opponent. I have a queen. You're like, thank God.
Yep. Juicy Joe, I'm telling you guys, read Hedy Lamarr's story. You know, find a doc on Netflix or, you know, check out an audiobook or something like that. How did I hear about Hedy Lamarr originally?
I feel like that's got to be some sort of documentary,
audiobook,
something.
I listened to a little mini biography of her years ago,
Bring it right there and then the
as part of my World War II obsession, and she was just something else.
I should have asked like the RZ.
Magic can happen.
Sorry for being a jerk.
Can I have a club soda, please? Thank you.
Wait, did Priest really just say sorry for being a jerk? That's like he's like the nicest dude on the planet. Like, I can't see Priest being a jerk.
I wonder, like, what in Priest's mind what qualifies as him being a jerk?
Like, he didn't say "I bless you" when someone sneezed. Like, I'm an asshole.
He's like flogging himself in his room later.
That sounds personal.
It's not what I meant.
Yeah, apparently Lignorant's going to go Google her again. But stay away from just Google images, though. Actually read something about her.
Read about her. Her story is incredible.
Another gun here for Scott Ball. Blocking his own royal flush draw. He's going to pop it up to 250. Blinds are now 5,100, guys. Expensive to play some nosebleed stakes here. Good times.
Yep, you and us both, Juicy Joe. The day that will live in infamy.
And Gabriel with a healthy 3-bet up to just shy of $1,000.
All right, so it's 900. That's the number we've agreed upon. Holy shit, that is so much different than 1100.
I love how this is like a negotiation. So, what do you guys wanna put in here and call? Yeah, no.
250? Race 250?
Everybody's rooting openly at the table for the other one.
Pretty far away from what Scott was looking for, of course. Gabriel does flop the flush draw to go with his overpair, and he has away the best of it.
not have called with pre-flop.
I don't think I can.
I believe you.
And Scott is just going to check give up wisely, fold out his 6% equity, and Gabriel's going to scoop it up.
Non-tilted guys.
Yes.
Uh-oh, Scott's on tilt.
Wow, the old bluffing I'm on tilt.
Bluff tilt.
I'm bluffing you that I'm on tilt.
Generally. Usually, maybe if the game does not drive down the price of poker.
We're gonna get an email on Tuesday. Hey, you beautiful man. You really put your
So we actually, I told you we had late night crazy poker stories. We were talking a little bit with Renee, a little bit with Scott Ball. Scott Ball's story, I believe, was a pretty high nosebleed stakes game with, was Patrick Antonius? Is that what it was?
Oh, yeah.
His story, which was insane. He basically gets it all in pre with Patrick Antonius. He has aces, and he asked Patrick Antonius how many times you want to run it, and he's like, just once. And Patrick Antonius had 7-8, and just flops 7-7-7, and says thanks for like 100+ K pot. Good
Next.
talk. See you out there. I was like, oh god.
7-7-7, and you have 2 aces, and you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Dead on the flop.
And then my story was just about being accused of, quote, counting cards while playing Hold'em, which is the most idiotically impressive
That was a
thing
fun story sharing
I've ever
session.
heard.
Then there was my running 9-9 while watching Gretzky and Howe on the TV and all the nines. Those
So
were
poetic.
Some fun stories.
Everybody
from,
has a great
last
poker
night.
story, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter the money involved. It doesn't have to be some sort of insane pot. I mean,
No.
it could be, mine didn't even involve money. It just involved being accused of bullshit. Just ace, deuce peels down. That's a lot of deuces.
How do
here
you
for
know there's
Scott.
2 deuces? What are you counting cards?
Yeah, there's 5 on the board. I have 2. You have 2. That's 9. I can count.
Story checks out.
I watched Sesame Street. And it looks like we just still have trip deuces. Looking to boat up for Scott. Priestley still with the mystery hand and position.
Damn.
I mean, nothing.
Dude, Lynch rants like she helped invent Wi-Fi and other cool stuff.
There
He
you
is
go.
on it. He's going to know her entire life story. He has a new hero.
No, no kidding. It's a good hero to have.
I just started with it. How many viewers do you have there? I have 40 or 50. It just started.
Same thing?
No, Twitch, we just started poker, but I got like 42,000 on YouTube, 35,000.
There you go. You can hear Renee talking about just getting started on Twitch. So we do have that command there in the chat. Give him a follow. Give him some love. Something tells me he's going to be very entertaining in the poker streaming space for sure.
You got that dummy account where you can DM people.
You gotta slide, you know?
One with his shirt off.
I like mid. Scott Ball's beard inspires me to be a better person.
I like mid. A troll account actually is Scott Ball's beard.
Totally.
Self-brag. Lignorant, thank you very much for the kind words, man.
Has
Good
anybody
times.
seen my bottle of Head and Shoulders?
Holy shit.
P.S. Tell him to get me some beard oil next time.
What is the date today? Let's mark this one down in the history
Tom
book,
is
boys.
going down. Where do you live in San Diego?
Mission Valley.
Mission Valley, that's where?
I'm not gonna say that on stream.
That's where some of my friends.
I'm not gonna say my phone number, my address.
Tom,
on
don't take
stream.
this the wrong way, but no one's gonna show up.
And failfish.
You know say. Oh, God, I love our chat. You guys are the best. You guys are absolutely the best. So we got some open-ended action here for Renee, who's going to brick this turn, and that is going to complete a healthy nut flush draw for Scott Ball.
Obviously a kick-ass turn card for Scott, and the deuce of pumpkins on the river means he has the nuts.
And somehow Scott Ball, the action tracker shows he folded. We all know that is physical impossibility. And he said, I would like to bet 11 million, and that's going to get it done. Scott Ball has his family painted on the wall behind him. There it is, our bargain hunters. Thanks, Ghost of M. I'm a little slow with the commands.
Exclamation mark caster, and then you fill in the name.
How about exclamation mark we heart
Give me a
ghost? How
little
about
bit of
that?
hope
I like it.
And then just crush my dreams.
That would be something Renee would do.
Nailed it.
What? That's not a command?
It's weird.
So it's ice in my drink. I just would have a sip of my drink. Have a napkin, please. Yeah, it's frozen, so it made me spill.
So if I were you, I'd just get out fast.
That'd be great if I could have a glass and a napkin.
I'll take it.
I'd place a bet that out of everyone in that chat, I'm probably the only person who's actually met Ghost of M and knows he's a real person and not an actual bot.
Never happened.
I did meet him in person too, but I'm not convinced.
Yeah, still. I was just like, honestly, dude, I've seen the Terminator movies.
Yeah, that's
Those
right.
exoskeletons are really good.
You remember the old TV show Small Wonder? Like,
Yeah.
I wanted to flip Ghost around and look on his back for a circuit board.
Whatever batteries they're using, man, he keeps going. They're great.
Obviously, Duracell.
He would be a great ad for Duracell. Energizer Bunny, you're dead to me.
The Cage, live from Costa Rica, brought to you by Duracell. Yes, Duracell.
Ding, dong, dong.
The tides have turned.
So a raise to 250 here, and that's just gonna get it done.
Yeah, usually when you grab chips, they throw
Travis Coffin, we are grateful for your service, my brother.
Absolutely.
You know what? He's just hoping to hold on to the for the next 2.5 hours.
We salute you, good sir.
You know what,
Indeed we
that's
do.
His new nickname is Min Cash Tom.
Oh,
You show
how dare you, SpongeBob lover?
You show your age with all your references?
How dare you?
Overachieve, I just show it with my gray hair. Come get some. Easy to get chip counts, dude. Exclamation point updates in the chat. We update everyone's chip stack amounts on America's Cardroom's Twitter account. That happens every hour and a half.
Okay, no, live tournament. Look, we make the self needle even worse. Yeah.
I have many thoughts on some of the things you guys are discussing in the chat, but this is unfortunately not the forum to air them. If you guys make your way down to Costa Rica, find a way to get to the cage, play them saddies on Sundays, and skedaddle on out here, and we can have a beer IRL and have a long chat about the booby bombers and all that good stuff.
Yeah, if you guys want to talk about politics, just save that for a couple cocktails at Thanksgiving. Updates on Thirst Lounge hosts.
and another thing. Just get ready.
I do love me some drunk uncle. All right, guys. A couple updates on Thirst Lounge hosts playing the Venom. Looks like Ebony Kenny has officially gone El Busto. Ace, Jack to King Queen, all in pre twice. Heartbreak emoji. So that's unfortunate for her. Our boy Maddie Forsyth, though, who also played in one of the previous cages, is currently sitting at 780K. And with guys like All in Pav and Alex Foxen at your table, that's a great feeling.
It's suboptimal.
Well, it feels great when you have those guys sitting at your table and you're still like stacking chips. Like
oh yeah, feel invincible.
Guys, speaking of the Venom, entrance number 2696, 4 away from 2700. I think we're probably pretty close to late reg closing. But man,
just smashing all of our predictions. The only person that I can tell that's still alive is JJ, who was up in the 2800 range, which is still a ways away, but man, 2700.
So it looks like Napadao is all in against the mystery hand here on the flop. So we're going to see
terrific run out. He's got aces full on the first board in case he's up against a flush.
Oh, two full boards, so all in pre. So they got it all in pre, so we're going to do 2 full boards.
Okay, well, that's a pretty dang good board for aces.
Yeah,
he's
we
got
burned one ace.
Trips full of trips here.
Can he find the case ace on the other one? I got to think Anaria has an ace in his hand. So I doubt that we'd find
You
another
think so?
ace.
I'm
Maybe.
going to say no. My prediction is negatory. Another 3-spade flop. Wow.
How many spades are in this deck?
Right? Still just the aces for Napdow on the second board. And indeed, do aces scoop or chop?
We're going to find out. And Elignorant there says stacking 47K chips in the free roll. Good luck, good luck. Travis with 42K right on. And we are definitely counting out some chips. Not sure if we could potentially have an elimination here. Well, not an elimination because ace is full on the first board. It's definitely gold.
Austin Powers, just make sure that you switch. You know, do one row and then switch to the other hand for the next row, because otherwise, dude, you're just going to be going in a circle.
Cyanide asks, please tell where lightning is. You know, you never know where lightning's going to strike, honestly. I wish I could help you out, but I just don't know.
Can't even. I'm sorry. I can't keep a straight face.
Every time I see him get up from his chair and go to the camera, I'm like, oh God, here it comes. Bad joke, pissed off Scott incoming. Create meme here. Healthy stacks. Even the smallest 2 stacks at the table are still relatively close to starting stack of day 1.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. Room to maneuver and kind of anybody's game here.
Right? I mean, 5,100, yeah, it's big, but I mean, hell, 4.5K, you still got, what, 45 bigs?
I'm no mathematician, dude.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't measure bigs in cash games, so luckily for me, this is kind of a tournament. Haha.
Uh-huh.
I already called it a local Costa Rican marching band.
Does Renee not have a lav mic?
I don't know. Maybe it's not turned
I
on.
can hear him, but he's like, it sounds like he's in the background. It sounds like his lav mic is like maybe off.
I didn't say that.
No, he ate it and it's in his stomach, so that's why it's muffled.
Oh.
Classic.
Oh, that was the mic that popped? That you were like,
There's
it's
something
the one
wrong
that's
with
having
your
issues, so we had shut it out.
Gotcha.
But back on.
Cool.
Okay.
Poor Tom is a nice guy too. But he poked the wrong bear. Valuable life lessons.
So we're down to the final 2 tables. Lightning is still in it. He is in our other table there off to the side. I would imagine we're going to see some explosions or implosions of chips here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got a little player shuffle here within the next hour or 2.
Oh, not quite that much yet. Just 17.
Yeah, Lightning is an actual person. His presence is electric.
Now I wanted to be the guy to look at the camera all angry.
Should I straight face myself?
Yeah. Ace King King peels down here, and it looks like the best of it for Priest with Ace Jack and a flush draw.
Of course, you're never comfortable up against 8 cards with them 2 kings on the board. Very,
Never.
very easy.
Super easy.
For somebody to have you in not terrific shape with King X.
Yeah, Lightning's a fun guy. We got to play with him. We obviously were hanging out with him at the welcoming dinner that happens every cage on Friday night, and then it's followed up immediately by kind of a free roll in the cash game where everybody gets like $340 just to go splash around. It's a good time. Good time. Lightning was having a lot of fun on our table.
So look at this. So Scott actually takes the lead here and places a bet on the flop with, obviously it's a bluff, and he does get Priestley off of his hand. And Renee also, he gets both aces to fold. Scott reps the king and shows the garbage that he actually had. And Scott gets another bluff through.
I respect Renee just calling out Scott though. Says, I don't want to hear stories. Just show me.
I'll take it. Good. Hey guys, come over here. Check what happened here. I probably shouldn't have been in it.
That's me every day.
Yeah, like when we get hearts. That was fun.
Yeah, you would want to stall it.
Let's not try to push past Scott. He's not a nice person.
Jave Flop, you are very welcome, buddy. Happy holidays to you indeed. And for everybody else still looking to win that giveaway, we still have 2 tickets, 2 $55 Cage Savvy tickets to give away that we will be doing before the end of this stream.
Hey, we'll get it first. Had to fold this one.
Side bet that Scott Ball's VPIP will be at the top of the chart.
Well, what if we both bet on that happening, though?
Then we just know it's that's going to be it.
It's just a
So we
given,
just love
yeah.
it. It is what it is.
Juicy Joe, I would not bet on it. It would be fun, but it seems unlikely.
It specializes in like making dope chip castles that you can like pay money on breaks to like people would give your chips. I would spend too much money on that, yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty funny concept, actually. Did you guys hear that? It's essentially those people who make the crazy chip art patterns and stuff with their poker chips and stuff. He's like, on break, you could just pay somebody to come over and make some cool, like, what do you want? It's literally the clown. Like, make me a bicycle clown. Like, just telling me to. I would like a poodle balloon animal, please. I will take 1 flying fish done in chip art. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He's got a little thing. Well, you must have at least X amount of chips to make this design.
JB, is this seriously in Costa Rica? No, we are located in Liechtenstein, bringing you this cage live.
And again, Scott, my co-commentator here, is mastering the art of sarcasm. Nailed it. Welcome to San Jose, Costa Rica.
We're on the same soundstage in Vegas where they filmed the moon landing.
That's all I know.
They're actually right next door.
That's all I know.
I think they're going to build a base
To be
on it
fair,
next.
I didn't believe he was German until I saw his two middle names. Now it's
No,
like
I heard him speaking it on the show, like
German.
which is impressive.
Yeah, perfectly. Very impressive, Scott.
So were you born there?
I'm so sorry.
That's
I was
fine.
born in Austria. I was busy.
Who's renting the space on the other side? Is it all the flat earthers? Is that
On the left
the-
side?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Although I thought they just like had a convention and they were just in town like just temporarily. They have a permanent setup over there.
For sure, yeah. But I mean, but there's lots of people who believe that all around the world. You know.
I don't get it.
Okay, no, we'll make jokes later. Again, I tried for my fourth funny, it didn't work. Ace 10 4 peels down here, and it looks like the best of it with top 2 for Gabriel.
Yeah, I don't think that's a flop Scott's going to want to fold on just yet with the nut shot and bottom pair. Although, yeah, he does call.
Yeah, and now we actually pick up more outs for Scott's straight potential here. Looking for a 9 or a king.
You know, 2 floors up from the Flat Earthers are the Bush did 9/11 people.
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, yeah.
It's really it's a tough crowd up there.
Yeah, tremendous building to be a part of.
Too soon.
Jeez. Or the building in parts. And looks like Gabriel is going to go ahead and take this down with another bet here on the turn.
He gets Scott to fold. A rare sighting.
I feel like at this table specifically, the silence is actually slightly awkward. Like at this table, because these guys are going at it.
Normally
It
they're
is pretty
talking
crazy.
over each other.
Well, yeah, because we normally have Renee and Scott, obviously, like from yesterday. But then when you add in Phil Nagy and Lightning.
Oh my God!
By the way, everybody looking to see Lightning splash around, have a good time at the table. He also made some tremendous plays as well. Check out the video on demand there. You can just look at the previous videos of America's Card Room on Twitch or YouTube, and you can see and watch yesterday's video on demand. We had him at one of the feature tables for 3 hours, and definitely a good time.
Or not here anymore that probably wouldn't right now.
Yeah, beautiful.
And Battle O the blinds again. Ball versus Napdow.
Napdow is heading towards Chip Oblivion. He's still got himself over 4, but he's been heading in the wrong direction for a little while. Now let's see if he can find some healing.
And Scott's going to go ahead and fire 200 here on this flop. With just a gut shot and a lot of hope. And it's just going to work.
Oh, okay.
On Instagram, we can't post things. You have to have a photo in it. So everywhere else is.
I wasn't slowing down that would.
Called out Renee for taking a selfie. Love it.
And we were going 3 streets more often than not. Oh,
Yeah, you can hear Scott saying, like, you know, if you weren't going to get out on the flop, I wasn't going to stop trying. So, you know, he had a king, didn't really know what to do. Scott's unpredictable and is basically a Gatling gun.
Wait, Scott's unpredictable? No.
To be honest, he's probably going to
You know, sometimes, dude, we learn things that we don't want to hear. So I'm sorry to break it. I'm sorry I had to break it to you like this.
Of course he's unpredictable. I didn't predict he was going to be twerking with you on the dance floor last night, so you never really know.
Don't pretend like you weren't thinking about that beforehand.
I was hoping. One could hope.
I guess there is a difference between hope and prediction. Yeah, semantics.
Yeah, I also count cards. At
Hold'em.
At Hold'em. All right, gets around to the hijack, and Priest with ace, queen, 10, 6 double suited. Looks like he's going to crank it up. He's going to make it 275 to go. Now to Renee in the cutoff, I believe, who finds the fold. Over to Scott on the button with a definitely playable hand here. Jack 10, 9, 9 double suited as well. Just slightly edging out the spades of Priest. And Napdow with the mystery hand says, sure, you guys want to price me in? We can play. And that's automatically going to bring Gabriel along.
You got to watch out. Scott is fully capable of playing any 4 and dominating. Here he has a terrific starting hand. Let's see if it can go somewhere on this flop. Indeed, he flops a
flush draw and a gut shot to the king. So he's going to like that flop a lot.
Trimick hanging out in the chat says, dance floor was fire last night. Absolutely. Always good times here at the cage. In fact, they know the parties are going to rock so much. That's why they push the start hour back. Just an hour, an extra hour. But I'll tell you what, it makes a diff. And it's much needed.
Yes.
It's much needed. Honestly, this entire trip, I haven't been up early enough for breakfast once yet.
Oh, not even close.
Not even close. Not even close. It's like, hey, free breakfast, really great traditional
It's over at
Costa Rican
10:30.
food.
Well, cool, because I went to bed about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I think one time I got up at like 10:25 and just made a plate and then like went back to zombie sleep. Like I don't, just like I'm out. So it looks like we are going to go check over to Priest here, who was our original aggressor.
And he loves that flop with top two.
Of course, top two. It's good now, but will it be good in the future? So he does pot, and unfortunately, this is a rough turn here. It does go check. Now the river, another club actually in this particular case makes it less likely, but it does open up some wheel opportunities downstairs. I think Priest is just looking to get to showdown as cheap as possible. Unfortunately for him, the pot will not be going in his favor. 3.5K out there. He checks over to Scott. He's going to bet for value all day.
No doubt.
And twice on Sunday.
He's got a strong flush. And he is going to go, let's see, there is about 3.5 out there. What would you value bet this flush?
3.5K, probably like 2K.
Just a little over half pot.
Yeah.
Just try to get a crying call from something just like Priestley has.
And he's going a little lighter than that, and he's exact.
Yeah.
It's exact. He's right in Priest's range here. And now Priest is thinking how'd the hand work out. We both check turn. Yeah. It's just ace queen it's tough here.
You only beat a bluff, really, but you are playing against the most capable bluffer left in this tournament. Scott is fully capable of firing this with 2 freaking napkins.
Oh, and you know what really actually makes it awkward with that deuce on the river too is even if they had a hand where they had an ace and you maybe had them beat and they just had maybe aces up, hell, maybe even ace 3 or whatever it is, right? Well, if they have a random 5 dangler, now they made a wheel.
Yeah, they have
so
a
like
wheel.
ace 5 has a wheel.
Yes, and not only that, again, Scott is fully capable of making a thin value bet with something like the ace to 5 straight, despite all the clubs, right?
Course,
so
yeah.
He's fully capable of bluffing. He's fully capable of very thinly value betting, and of course, he might just have a flush. Tough spot.
Not an easy one at all. Priest finds the fold. Good fold,
Well
Priest. Good fold. He was not falling for it.
Priest dialed in here. Really not made almost any missteps.
And ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you? Top of the VPIP charts. May I present to you Scott Ball by more than double the second in VPIP, which is Renee. Hashtag no surprise there. Awesome.
Who could have possibly predicted that?
Heyo.
Yeah, really impressed here with Priest play, especially as a poker player who does not have a lot of hours logged playing this game. He has really played outstanding Omaha. Made great folds when needed, and had a couple, had a big hold to double up, and has been picking his spots very carefully, and has been rewarded with a nice stack sitting on about 9K now.
And apparently VPIP pays, as you can see from the command Ghost of M put in there, exclamation point, biggest win. Scott Ball, the biggest winner of the cage so far. That's what we're talking about. Check it out. At just shy of 60K in the most recent cage before this, another PLO cage, as a matter of fact. Before that, it was Troy. I believe the rest of those largest cash outs were in Hold'em cages. So no shortage of money to be made here in Costa Rica.
I thought it was Liechtenstein.
It changes. It's going to be something else like 10 minutes from now.
So Priestley's back at it here. Nice looking hand here. The 9-8-7 rundown, double suited with 8s. And he is going to see a multi-way board, it looks like.
Yes.
3 ways, in fact, as Scott calls from the cutoff, and Anaria completes out of the big blind, and we're going to see a flop. Hopefully we're going to see a flop. Hello? There we go. So it looks like it went check around. Scott here with just man, what a great turn card. He has top 2. Just an absolute monster. And Anaria here is drawing. A 4 makes a set, and a 10 makes a straight, and that's what he's going to need. 5 as well. He's got a gut shot to the wheel. Scott's going to bet, and it looks like...
Two-hand momentum.
That's it. Yep, it's just going to go fold, fold. Nobody wants to mess with the Scott ball.
You okay, Renee?
What?
You okay?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, just making sure.
Took a lot of energy talking shit all day.
I'm trying to be nice. I mean, if I'm in the hand, trust me, we're talking. You 3 nits in the hand. So it's like, you gotta play a big hand and try to be respectful, not throw you off.
The guy who's folded the last 5 hands.
Last 2 hands. Sir, I will bet you if we look at what our VPIP is, I'm higher.
Damn, Renee just said VPIP.
Like when? On this table right now?
The 2-day tournament. You look like you fold like 87%.
I need to go back and watch this thing.
What are we betting?
What? That your VPIP is higher?
Yeah.
I'll bet you that as well.
So yeah, exactly. We're all betting on the same thing.
Judge, I rest my case.
Scott is making the high VPIP work for him, though. Chip leader at the moment.
That's all I'm saying.
If we have a big enough bet, we can see who's got a higher VPIP on this table by the end of the night.
We play like 9 hands.
Yeah, so we'll just have a big bet.
Man, Renee with the full needle. Knit.
I'm an all-around player. You know, I don't understand. I'm not here like for 10 minutes. I'm like the whole tournament, the whole decade. They keep track of it all.
Keep track.
I set records in VPIPs.
When he plays in the home game, he literally brings a notepad and just check marks hands he plays, so he knows his VPIP at the end of every session. It's the most confusing thing ever because all it is just a bunch of pages of just like check X, check X, check X. But it's more like check, 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 XX. Can't have 3 X's in a row though.
You know, I've been playing Big O for about 2 years now. I don't think I've ever folded that pre-flop.
You can win at least half the pot.
Yeah, why would you? You got half the deck in your hand.
Very bad for someone like me to play.
Oh, you would love that game.
That's why I don't want to play it.
But if you play it as bad as this,
That's exactly why I don't want to play it. Because I can't play better than this, Renee. This is my best.
This is Scott's A game.
like 2 cards. If it's like a 1-card game, that should be your game.
Tom, if you hear that, I'm going to hold him.
I'm not gonna say.
That hurt Tom
Comparative.
real bad. That hurt Tom real bad.
I didn't say anything.
Looks like Renee limped from under the gun here. That sets off a couple of limps behind. It looks like Gabriel from the button. And Priestley actually, man, maybe the first time in the whole tournament, gets to check his option out of the big blind, and he flops top set and a flush draw.
I'm giving away so much information. These guys would have actually thought I was in it when I showed up.
I'm sure they watch it.
Renee has the gutter ball to the honey.
And everybody's like, lot of discount groups and news groups, like you know, putting in theory how you can play terrible poker.
Gabriel's got a bad rap, if you'll pardon the weird turn of that phrase. That man's got a bad rap.
That's okay though.
See, you played great, but you think you played bad. That's the actual.
So Priestley, oh, and the honey does come. Wow. 1 card too late for Renee, who got out on the flop. And, oh, well, it didn't matter, though. Sorry, because Priestley made a flush. And here we are on the river where the straight of Gabriel, it's a bad straight, and it's no good. It's never been good. Priestley's had the best hand on every street, and he's going to win here as the river goes check, check. Couldn't quite tell if Priestley value bet and his opponent folded, or if it just went check, check. It doesn't really matter in this case. He's not going to get a call. On to the next one.
Maybe, I don't know. The Hold'em ones get a lot more. Straddle.
Straddle's not allowed.
That was the story, Tom. Tell us something this morning.
Oh God. Can you tell me a story? I know.
You ask for a story and something smart. Most people's stories don't involve smart stuff. I feel like, right?
That's tough to do. Just tell me a story right off the bat. Yeah. Yeah, it's like asking a comedian. Even a comedian. Be funny. Entertain me.
Dance, monkey, dance.
You're a monkey, Derek.
I know. I would have felt really bad. And then Scott would have yelled you from
I would have to get a different flight home.
Have to get a different flight home.
It's not to listen to that. It's like.
What up, Energy? Thanks for hanging out with us, man. From Costa Rica, it is The Cage.
It's the only place I won't be able to hear him on.
Live in San Jose. Starting to get close to that finish line. Some of these guys are starting to taste it.
Yeah, all the friends that text message me like, we don't think you played that fast.
Is it PLO or no limit?
No limit.
Oh God. I was gonna say in PLO, like you're fine.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I obviously play a little bit different if I'm on camera or not on camera, but like.
Yeah, exactly. Live from Licton, Rica, it's The Cage.
Thank you, Renee. Thanks, Coach. Shit. All right.
Battle of the Blinds, another Renee Scott matchup. Renee raises with a couple of aces, and Scott is going to call and see a flop in position. And whiff. He does have an inside straight draw. The flop goes check, check. The king means nothing. It is Renee still way out in front here. He does make a wager.
I'm going to let you win, Renee.
Yeah! Ship it. What a fish. Look at this. Look at this one, too. Look at this one.
What a fish. Look how
Hit
good
it.
my
Look
hand.
at that. Unbelievable.
Renee with the needle. This guy's a fish.
I know how you feel.
Oh, no.
Scott Ball, fish.
I just love life. I'm fat. I'm 43. I'm a high heart attack risk. I'm like, you know what? We're just going to enjoy the rest.
I like listening to your weed jokes yesterday.
Oh, the weed jokes? Which ones?
Like if I had the munchies.
Renee hits the life effort button on the reg.
Good one is, I tried cheesecake. Look what happened.
Good shit.
I had aces out of 2 cards.
Really? I had one of those too.
Oh, it would be great if you would have flopped one, maybe hit your second card. There's no justice like
I'm definitely the guy that gets stacked every time I have 2 pairs of pillows.
Where's your boy?
Hey, look, at least I'm honest. You should appreciate it.
Hey guys, we have a special guest coming up here. It's CEO Phil.
Hey! I figured I just dress for the occasion.
This
Right?
isn't just your normal Sunday.
No,
wear?
no, no. This is actually how I feel right now. Right? I feel like Rocky Balboa just got out of the cage, got the shit kicked out. Like I want to say, "Yo, Adrian!" Oh my God.
Just wait for the sequel, man. You're gonna kick ass.
I'll tell you. 6.7 million in the Venom.
Yeah, we're up to almost 2,700 players.
Mm-hmm. It's late registration is closed. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Smash that guarantee.
I'm lisping too much with the grill, right? For those of you who want a picture,
Well, yeah.
here you go.
A closer
there,
look
There
here.
it is.
Yeah.
There it is. And yes, it says WPN CEO.
It does.
Right, there
I'm
you
here to
go.
confirm.
Right. I will absolutely go a long way for a joke. Anyway, there we go.
And out come the dentures.
Yeah, no, it's too much. You'd be surprised the kind of VIP treatment you wear that to go out to the club.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you get a booth without even asking.
Do they assume you're like a rap producer?
Absolutely, 100%.
No
They just assume that, oh my gosh, this guy's popping many bottles.
I'm gonna let him in, otherwise he might like dangle me over a balcony.
Right,
and
whatever.
threaten me.
It's for sure. Whatever's gonna happen, we got to get this guy a table.
That's amazing.
Anyway, so today was just absolutely amazing. I got absolutely beat to crap.
Cards or decisions?
Cards. I'm beating myself up over one decision. Just one. Well, two. The Queen 7 hand that you guys saw yesterday.
From yesterday, yep.
I don't know if I play that any different yet.
Yeah,
I'm undecided.
we talked about that a lot off the air last night at the party, and I think we all came to the conclusion that it's a good fold.
Yeah, it's and then what happened today was I raised and big blind called. I had 8-8, 9, 7 double suited, and the big blind called, which he had been a pretty aggressive player and had 3-bet me quite a bit. And just calling and we were 4-handed, right? So it flops, comes down King 8, 6.
Middle set
right?
and an open ender. Wow.
Middle set.
Monster flop.
Middle set, open ender, and he checks. I bet 300. He makes it 1,300. And
how much are you sitting on ish?
Let's call it 13,000 behind.
Okay, you're
14,000. I still have my $5,000 chip behind as well.
Yep.
So I choose to just call, right? Because there is a heart draw and I have nothing that looks anything like hearts. And he bets out 3,200, whatever. Yeah, because it's 3,200.
Sure. You call, he leads turn. Yep.
He leads turn, and he says, okay, he can have the same straight draw or a flush draw with just one card to come, and sixes, and I didn't see him having kings, right? Because of the flat call pre-flop, because like I see him 3-betting,
especially if he'd been 3-betting a lot, yeah.
And it's turns out he had kings and the heart draw, heart redraw,
really,
and yeah, so I'm drawing, and I believe he had one of my straight outs as well, right? So, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, now he didn't have the nut hearts, right? He had like it's maybe the 10 high hearts or something like that, and I'm thinking to myself, when he bets out 3,200, it didn't occur to me. I didn't put kings in his range at that point. And that was really the mistake that I'm fighting myself over, is I didn't consider folding at any point. I said, I'm either just going to call this and see a river, or I'm going to repot right now. And it's I'll tell you what, it's, ladies and gentlemen, words of wisdom.
Hold on.
Words of wisdom brought to you by Phil.
Words of wisdom brought to you by Phil. You have 3 options in every different street of poker.
Hold on, slow down. Go ahead.
Fold, call, or raise.
What was that first one?
Fold, call, or raise. And you should think about all 3 options every time. Because sometimes you just you stop thinking about all of those options.
Right.
And you miss stuff, right? It's if you have a little checkbox in your head and you say, okay, maybe it's the stupidest decision ever. You'd never actually fold here. You'd never actually raise here. Think about it and get used to thinking about it in every decision, and you will become a much better poker player.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that like the words like never and always just don't apply to poker. So if you find yourself thinking like, well, I mean, yeah, but you say that, but like you never fold in that spot. Never is really
circumstantial.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
Come on.
Yeah, it's one of my best friends in the world years and years ago. It's really good poker player. He always used to say, I said, well, what do you do with this? And he always said, it depends.
Oh, 100%.
It
That
depends.
is the answer.
And 15 years ago, it was like, F you,
Yeah,
right? It
yeah,
depends.
yeah.
Just tell me what
is
the
that,
right
a diaper?
answer is.
Tell me, you're just like grabbing him. Tell me the answer.
Yeah. And
Depends are a diaper brand, man.
And he's right. It changes on every street. It changes with the reads that you're picking up at the table. It changes with
you know, it's the flow of the game. How are things going, right? Are you playing a massive pot after there's been no big pots for like an hour and a half?
Yeah, you have a guy who's been open folding everything, and then he 3-bets you. Come on.
Why are you playing a massive pot right now?
Yeah.
Right. It's and you know, in that particular scenario is bottom set of sixes, right? I did raise pre-flop, right? He's got 2 oversets that he could be betting in, that he could be check raising and then pounding into. Is he doing that? I kind of, you know, lost my mind. And I'm going to blame it on, it's a really big day for the business. I was thinking about the Venom. I was distracted. I didn't want to play anymore. It's bullshit.
You know
I just didn't think about it.
Speaking of the Venom, this is final number right here, right? That is so dope. Beating the guarantee by $750,000.
Yeah, that's big. That's huge.
I do want to state the obvious, in fairness to you, regarding that hand. It's a cooler. I mean, it's a cooler.
For sure.
But it's still something to be learned, right? Which is that, like, even in these situations where it's like, what can you do? It's a cooler. The good players still think about it and consider the situation.
Never chalk it up to just a cooler, because you know what? You can get it in as a flip, and you can say, oh yeah, I lost a flip. There's nothing else I can do there. But when you think about it, was that always a flip? Right, like you got it in. I don't know, pre-flop with it's you 3-bet with ace jack or something like that. Well, you know, there's a lot of times you're against ace king, ace queen, ace jack's always beating, but it's
the parking lot hand,
right? But it's you still have to be thinking about those things. Does this always have to be a flip?
Yeah, and that's people have to think like, is there a way I could have done anything different in this hand to have a different outcome instead of just being like, oh, it's a cooler, on to the next one, hope I don't get coolered again.
Yeah, you know? Yeah. And some of the greatest players in the world, I know that they can walk through that line, and next time they can fold middle set in that same spot and say, you know what, I've still got 13,000 behind, and I don't have to put my whole stack at risk right now.
Speaking of whole stacks at risk, we have an interesting 3-bet pot here. It's a heads-up 3-bet pot, and Napadow decided to call the 3-bet with his rundown.
Wow, and look at that flop for Napadow. Holy jeez.
He flops his opponent, who is the 3-better here, obviously with the king, queen, queen, into just oblivion here, 90% to win.
And we're just going to get in heaps.
And here we go. We're going to run 2 boards here. Gabriel in awful shape.
He's going to need a lot of board pairage.
And that's what I'm saying is like when a flop comes like that, right? And you've got that, you know, king, queen, 8-9. I guess you just make the decision. I'm rolling with it, right? And it doesn't really matter what comes out on the flop.
Yeah.
Or you know, it's.
We're looking for a honey for Gabriel to stay alive, and that is not it.
Wow. The double hold right there.
Napadow gonna scoop it up.
I mean, he had outs of like just a queen, right?
On the river on the second board.
He needed a board pair and a queen.
He could have hit a straight on the first board.
Yeah, he could have hit a straight. He turned to gutter.
Yep, but he found neither one.
But I guess that's what I'm saying is like can you play that hand? Can you play that hand any different, right? I don't know. Maybe you can't.
The
right?
queens.
Yeah, the queens.
I mean, when he opts to 3-bet pre-flop, his stack is too short, I think, to really do much else.
So that's why I didn't see how deep they were, but. Specifically in my situation, when I'm 13K deep in, you know, a 40-80 game, I don't have to put myself in that, you know, it's virtually drawing dead situation, right? Or right?
Yeah, I think you know, in this situation with those queens, he could have played it conservatively and just called pre-flop and saw something safe and then went with it. Or if you choose to 3-bet pre, kind of stuck.
Yeah, it's especially with PLO, like it's when you get kind of short and then you put in that 3-bet, so you kind of gotta close your eyes and kind of go with it because you're so pot committed.
Yeah, we call that the just say pot and pray.
Pot and pray.
Like, there it is, you know.
Yeah, it's yeah. But thinking about it, there's three decisions every single time, and not thinking about all 3 of them, you're cheating yourself. Oh, did I mention the Venom just
freaking rocked.
Dude,
Yeah.
absolutely rocked. And by the way, the live stream, obviously you were here for the actual back at headquarters. It was just so cool. You could feel the magic. Dude. You could feel the magic.
Yeah, the energy is just great. Well, I mean, we have some just amazing people working with us. It's just really putting heart and soul into things. And here's something really interesting that I was just talking with my buddy about. It's December 5 years ago, right? This month, 5 years ago, was our very first $1 Million Sunday that we had to cancel and refund from DDoS attacks.
Yeah.
Fast forward 5 years later, we just closed registration on the second biggest tournament North America's ever had online.
Wow, is that right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
PokerStars was the biggest with their $5,200 buy-in and went to just over. I think they said online it was 10 million or 12 million.
Holy
right?
crow!
I think it was 11 million. Well, we'll meet in the middle, somewhere right around there.
But this was like 10 years ago plus.
Yeah, this is 10 years ago plus, and with a half the buy-in, right? We had multiple days. They didn't have multiple days. They were, it's definitely a different world, but it's we're more than half that size, right, of the biggest tournament that ever happened online in the U.S.
It's a really cool accomplishment.
Oh my gosh, I want to pat myself on the back. So, I do. I feel like Rocky Balboa, right? It's just won the fight. It's for those of you who are rooting for the underdog.
Now picture the Phil training montage. He's running next to a car that's moving slowly. He's shadow boxing on a beach somewhere.
I thought he was just gonna be all puffy-eyed yelling, Adrian.
Absolutely, I can do all of that stuff. No, but you know what? I posted on Twitter, and really we couldn't do it without you guys, right? Yeah, we took the first step, and we went out on a limb and offered something that was what a lot of people said was ridiculously big, right? But it's the players that believed in it and said, yeah, these I'm okay putting my money up here because these people are gonna take care of me, and you guys are the ones that really made it happen.
Let me read to you a text I got earlier. Speaking of the players believing in it and really putting their money in it, I got this text earlier from Chris. Says, going to max late reg Venom so as not to be down more than I paid for my car in Venom buy-ins. Phil is trying to bankrupt me, but here I am, heart emoji. There you go. So that goes to show you that the Venom love is real, dude. The Venom love is real.
Can't wait for the final table.
I hope Michael Lonkar doesn't get angry at me, but he texted me and he said, you know what? Venom is the very best structure I've ever played my whole life. It may be better than the WSOP live.
What gives you room and time to play? You're not sitting there like feeling like I'm short stacked a few hours into this thing.
That's what I'm saying is I've talked to a lot of the players that have played it, and normally they've been playing a tournament for so long, they're saying, I don't know why, but I'm sitting here with 55 big blinds, and I feel short, but I'm not.
I know,
right? And it's such a gradual structure. It's shout out to Winning TD standing right there.
There he
right?
is.
Him and I believe it was Ryan LaPlante. Right?
Yeah.
He sat down with them and they looked at the structure and they went back and forth with it a bunch of different times, like a bunch of different times, and they came up with this, and we wanted to give everybody max value and the best experience they possibly could get. Now I personally know some people that have fired a car right into the Venom.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you guys accept Hondas as a buy-in?
I mean, are we talking the Elantra, or are we talking that like luxury car?
The
that
luxury,
they did?
for sure.
But at the same time, I also know guys that have free rolled into the Venom.
Well, and that's the other thing is, so generally for the lower stakes players, $2,650 is not exactly a small buy-in. But with that being said, the amount of creative satellites that you've ran to run in there, and it's only going to get more and more better with the cyclones coming down the pipe.
More better. And they make fun of me saying right. He's an announcer, ladies and gentlemen.
I actually should have said Mo better.
Mo better.
Hey,
Mo better.
You'll learn something about training.
You can wear my chain.
Yeah.
Train talks good.
Train talks good.
Not well.
Not
for
well.
sure. Yeah, I think it's so great, man. I can't wait for these cyclones to come down and just really pump up a lot of these tournaments. Man, it's gonna be really cool.
Well, it's. I was talking to a couple of people, and these are lower stakes players, or new players learning. I think we may have more free rolls than anybody out there right now.
Yeah.
Right? We have lots and lots of different free rolls, all of them leading into the Venom, some of our other step type of stuff. But it's and you know what? It's big shocker, guys. That's not to give away money, right? I'm not doing that to give away money. I'm putting out these free rolls for people that are not confident enough in their game to play and try it out and learn the game. That's why I put it out there, right? It's I'm not the dumbest person in the world. I just don't want to give away free money all the time.
Sure.
But at the same time, you know what? If for $6.61 seat, I can give somebody it's a couple of hours of fun, and they can get some of that winning experience and have a chance at the Venom. Yay!
We know that as poker players that any sort of the free poker app of WSOP, well, that's nonsense. You can't learn the game on those things.
No.
And if you do the other way, you're like, well, I'll straight away play for real money to practice. Well, that can get expensive quick. This is a cool middle ground where it's like the game is actually it's like real poker.
Yeah, it's.
So we do have some questions in the chat. Sure. I know that we haven't figured out exactly as far as money-wise what the next Venom is going to be. We do have a rough time frame for when it's going to be, though, right?
So it's yes. I like the end of July.
Okay.
Right, and for those of you who go to the World Series and fire multiple events, some percentage of you have lots and lots of money right after the World Series, and some percentage of you are a little
stuck lots and lots of money.
Probably a higher percentage. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Right. So I generally look to do the Venom after the World Series, late July.
Cool.
Right? It's what happens is July and August, September is generally the upswing for the season, right? And people September, October, November, they put their tournament series. Kids are back in school, this and that. And I like to do mine the end of July, beginning of August, because I like my children. But I would want to take a weekend off after all of summer.
Yeah.
Love my children to death.
You're talking about the ACR players, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the ACR players.
Okay,
For sure.
I want to clarify.
Not me personally. This is what if somebody was putting together a Venom tournament, this is what I'd want them to do for me, right? Do unto others as you had.
Listen, kids. Daddy loves you. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
You are not the reason he got bad beat on the river.
Yes. Doom switch. Anyway, it's none of you guys. You guys are great. It's that. That being said, so I'm looking at the end of July. I'm arguing with my bean counters at the office, right, as to what it's going to be, what the guarantee is going to be, how big it's going to be. It's me, I want to just go straight to 10 million, right? Like that's kind of who I am. I'm not. It wasn't a sweat today, right? It was like, how far are we going to knock it out of the park? And that's the degenerate in me, I guess, right? It's Ryan DePaulo. I'm sure would appreciate it. That being said, we're talking about such really big numbers. We're really going to have to. It's our bean counters are going to have to look at it. It's for a little while and have a good idea. So if I do put I'll tell you what I probably will do is before the end of this week, I'll put it up for $7 million guaranteed, right? That seems like the standard, right? Add another million to it until it's only $1 million. I mean, whatever.
What's another million?
What's another million?
Same buy-in amount, I assume, and we're going to be running
same buy-in amount.
Satellites nonstop, even still.
Yeah. There's going to be a few changes, right? And you heard it here first. They haven't even started yet. For those of you who are stuck with $630 tickets, right, to the Venom, you don't have to wait 6 months. I'm going to change our daily high roller, right, their lunchtime high roller, evening time high roller to $630. So you'll be able to use those tickets tomorrow.
Sick.
Right? Also gonna, if you've got a 215 ticket that was for the Venom, right? I'm gonna change over the next 2 weeks all of our 215s to those that they will accept those Venom tickets. So if you're stuck with one of those, you can go ahead and do that.
Lo and behold, after that, I'm going to do the same thing with the $55 tickets.
Hells yeah.
So you can start. You know what? I don't want to lock that in your account, and you sit there and look at that ticket, and it has to sit there for 6 months.
I can't even use it.
Right. You know what? I'm just going to open up the other tournaments so you can start doing it. We're going to keep doing the Venom steps. If you've got a $15 one, play a step to get to a $50 ticket. I'm going to keep it at $50 and better. Believe me. Trust me, you will appreciate playing a $50 tournament a whole heck of a lot better than a $15 tournament if you're a small stakes player.
Oh, very true.
It's a whole new experience, and yes, I'm going to force you into a whole new experience.
Wow.
Hate me later.
Lightning Poker's in the chat. What up? And the Benz
The Benz
pops in. What up, guys?
And Lightning Poker there. Everybody's been chanting for him as well. He's still in it, and it looks like he's sitting on about 20K right now.
Yeah, you know what? I've been watching him play, and you know what? He plays solid. He plays solid poker, right? He doesn't play. So I've talked to a few people that so I'm gonna bust out Scott Ball. He is not anywhere as bad as his table talk is. He is just not a bad Omaha player.
But he says he's not that good.
I understand.
And all the good ones do.
He plays it up to the hilt, right? He is. You haven't seen him put it in bad. You've seen him make some light calls.
I've seen him make some great bluffs.
And Tom Canoli. We came up with the greatest idea at the table today.
Oh, here it is.
Right? The new book by Tom Canoli, Pot Control. Pot Control by Tom Canoli. And everybody laughed, and I said, no, it's show people how to make really, really big pots. Control it the other way.
No, he's controlling the explosion of the pot.
Right.
100%.
He's exploding the pot.
I mean,
you know what?
do you think when NASA launches a rocket, that's not controlled?
Yeah,
I mean, it's an explosion, but it's a controlled explosion.
Welcome.
How easy is it to keep a spot? How easy is it to keep a spot small? But to inflate pots the way he does.
Yeah, anybody can keep a pot small.
Yeah.
But how can you make it an all-in pot when you got it?
Right. It's maximizing those. You know what? I need to have. I'm looking pre-flop. I am going to need to have fold equity on the river, right? So how big do I need to make this pot so I can go ahead and pound it in his face on the river? Pot Control by Tom Canoli. It'll be a bestseller.
And the best part about it is, especially in a pot limit game, right? He's like, I will always make sure that I am able to jam the rest of my stack by the river. I assure you that.
You know, it might be the single biggest advantage that I have in my nonsense home game that I play with, like, not card players like we're card players, is that I know how to make pots when I want them to be made, and nobody else really knows how to do that.
Yeah. That's a skill that people. It's an acquired skill.
Yes,
right?
it is.
And you know what's so funny is you're looking at those 4 cards in your hand, and maybe you're not thinking about that. You have 3 decisions, and you're not even thinking about those other 3, the 2 of those 3 decisions. Oh, no, you're not thinking about.
That's a behind the scenes visual. That was appreciated.
I flipped everybody off. That's 2 of the 3 decisions. Anyway, it's how many are thinking about, what's the pot going to be? I'm on the flop here. What's the pot going to be on the river with the line that I'm taking, right? That's huge in PLO, and I'm still not very good at that, right? I still ask the dealer, how much is in the middle there, right?
Pot Control by Tom Canoli. Pre-order now available on Amazon.
I'll tell you what, that would be a bestseller. That would be a bestseller, I think.
Also available on Audible, as narrated by Fat Train.
Yeah, for the low price of $999, 5 easy payments of $9.99 actually. That's how you pot control your book price.
Or 1 Venom ticket.
I'm listening.
Yeah.
Cash in your 660 Venom ticket right now.
There you go.
The
Instead of $9.99 for only $660.
It's called Be Like Tom.
So yeah, tomorrow you'll be able to use your 660s. Over the next week or so, you'll be able to use your 215s, and then right after that, the 55s. We have to do some work to change all these tournaments, right? So that you can use them. But you know what? I don't want to lock up your money. I want you to be able to put it in play and use it. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at with it. All the step tournaments are going to be there, and so the changes that you'll see over the next few weeks is where we have 2 or 3 215s every day. Ooh. And we have at least the 2 500s. We have the high roller in the evening and high roller the lunchtime high roller.
And then we have the. Is there a big hand happening? Or?
Oh, I'm just it seems to be heading in that direction. We don't really see what Scott has, but yeah, please finish your thought.
Sure. It's and then the 2 lunchtime high rollers. We got 3 or 4 215s every day. And we're going to have some more $50 tournaments every day. So those step tournaments, learn to grind them because that's where you're going to be able to get your seats. And we're still going to have the $6.60 free rolls. So you guys will be able to use that at $50 outs and $200 outs and $600 outs. Last but not least, maybe not next weekend, but the weekend after that, I'll be adding a 2650 Hold'em and a 2650 Omaha on Sundays.
Ooh. No kidding.
No guarantee, but right now I think there's 400 tickets in players' accounts.
Nice.
That are Venom tickets. They can use them early, right? So there'll be some really high stakes going on Saturdays and Sundays, or you can use your step tickets just like if you don't want to wait for the Venom. Go ahead, take a shot on Saturday or Sunday.
Sweet, and that's what everybody wants, options,
For sure. We were the first one to take 60 different cryptos. Now I'm trying to give you some options. And that's the thing is when we launched the Venom, it was super important to us to keep that money in that economy. Right? It had to happen to make it successful. Right? Now that it's been successful for the next one, and you've seen Cyclones, I don't feel like I have to feel like I have to keep that money in that economy, and I'm the first one to let everybody use it and put it out there. So
let's start off with the right.
Yeah.
What did you
Yay.
I'm telling you guys, when Cyclones come down the pipe, it's going to be a game changer. Every one of you who has no idea what I'm talking about, trust me, you will love it. Speaking of which, you said launch date end of January?
Yeah, it's January 29th is when it's scheduled, right? And the storm is coming to ACR. It's going to make the money rain. I need to get those money launchers and just start shooting into a cyclone.
Rubber banded bankrolls.
Yeah.
Like the t-shirt cannon.
Yeah. For sure. I'll tell you what. It's all the guys that were down here at the cage. We sat them down. It's in ACR. Played some Cyclones. Gave them the logic behind it. Told them what it was and everything. And they said, "Wow. Who really thought of that, Phil? Who are you paying to tell you all this stuff? Because there's no way you were that smart to think of that."
Wow.
I'm never telling you his name.
You're like, ouch, bro.
Jeez. What if I did think about it, you jerk?
Yeah. No, but it's really going to be fun, and it's going to bring a new generation of poker players, right? It's to the game, right? I think it's really going to change things. I don't know if we have any questions in the chat or we got big pots going. I've got nothing going on because I busted the cage for like the 3rd time in my life. 2 of the 3 have been PLO. I'm not very good at PLO. Damn. PLO is hard.
It is
so
very
hard.
Especially this field is not easy.
You think it'd be easier. You're like, I got 4 cards. How could I miss?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the problem. I want to be in every pot.
Right.
I always have a draw. Of course I do.
Yeah, there's just something. I guess I just don't understand the C betting frequencies that I should have with PLO.
We've had some really great feature table action. I mean, some of these guys have executed just some really, really strong bluffs. We had one guy triple barrel bluff and just make it work. And I'm like, wow, I feel like I get looked up all the time. And he's just like, no, this should work. It didn't work once, it didn't work twice, but it'll work the 3rd time. And they make it happen.
Well, I'll tell you, it's definitely you in Hold'em. You don't have to go with a hard line for 3 streets to make a bluff really stick. In PLO, it really feels like you need to set up bluff. Well, and that's where I guess semi bluffs come in PLO. It's when you're bluffing and you can get there.
Yeah.
Right? That becomes like a really big deal.
When you turn your bluff into a whoops, I got the nuts.
I just prefer to flop the nuts, let everybody chase, and I get 2 streets of value.
That's a good strategy. I'm a simple man. I don't need to get crazy.
Okay,
just a couple bets.
It feels like I do really well at PLO when that happens.
Yeah. Flopping the nuts is the part I can't figure out.
Yeah.
Not surprised to see Scott Ball leading the aggression frequency meter there.
Standard 55 seems a little light.
Followed directly beneath by Renee. Again, not surprised.
Not surprised.
Well, it's the question. The question is so
is there people that are deep behind Scott that has slowed down his aggression? Is there somebody 3-betting him a lot? I see Dan there is to his left, and Dan definitely gets a little sticky, right? He's definitely a non-believer.
We're gonna, this should be an interesting dynamic, adding Dan to the table, because as of yet, no one has really sort of thrown Scott's aggression back in his face. Couple of spots, but mostly like it's just the spots where people have it.
So I'm just giving you. Yesterday I played with Scott like all day, and I was disappointed I didn't have him at my table today because I had a plan. Right? It's you can't have that kind of aggression and have a hand every time. It's just not possible. And it's calling is he's too good of a hand reader, right? To just call and kind of feel you out, because you also look at his bet sizing, and he's not just smashing pot every time.
Yep.
Like
more nuanced than that.
Yeah, it's more nuanced than that. So he's somebody that you're gonna have to put it back in his face. I mean, even if it's just like a min 3-bet back or min plus a little or something, to keep him thinking.
Just keep him kind of under control, you know?
Yeah, just try and put some of the decisions on him, because he's so good at making you make the decision.
For sure, right? It's definitely he's a good player, right?
But I asked him, and he said he was just okay.
Yeah.
That checks out.
I'm absolutely amazing. No,
I know. Yeah, that is such a good point, though. Like the person who's like hypes himself up, like I'm the best player ever. That's the guy you don't need to worry about as much as the guy who's like, I got a lot to learn. Ooh, look out for that guy.
Yeah, he says I play a little, but he's just got like $5 million in the mattress at home.
Yeah, it's like you're Justin Bonomo. Are you trying to pull that on me?
And it looks like the kicker is going to work for him here. Scott Ball scooping another little plus 660 to the stack.
Not bad. Little itty bitty pot.
Well, see, like that's the other thing with Scott is he's so aggressive. He's in so many pots. And God forbid, should he run good? Right?
Yeah. It's not fair.
It's just not fair, right? Which kind of goes like the same thing with Cannoli, right? Is he's getting so many folded pots, so many pots where people are folding out, and you watch some of the Hold'em stuff. I haven't watched any of the Omaha stuff with Cannoli, but you watch some of the Hold'em stuff. It's he's shutting down when he knows he can't win. Like he's just not. It's sure Maybe he'll pick a time to bluff, every now and again, and it's just massive. But unless they've got like nuts or absolutely nothing, it's one of those spots where he's going to pick up a really big pot. And I don't know if that's even something that he needs to learn in tournament poker, because that's kind of what you want in tournament poker, right? You want to be able to get that big chip advantage and be able to leverage it, right?
Which he had early on day one. He busted, was it Gromankova? The lone, I believe, female play in this cage, and they got it in, as we've talked about. This was an hour into the first day, and he got lucky on 2 boards and was able to bust her, and all of a sudden he's got a pile. And the last thing you want to see is Tom Cannoli with a pile.
For sure, because you know what? There's a lot of players out there that have a real stack of chips, and they don't know how to leverage them at you.
Tom is not that guy.
Well, you know what? To Tommy, that's not even money. That's just ammo. Yeah. Right? That's just ammo.
He's like, sweet, I got more reloads for my gun.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Holy crap! 6.7 million. How cool is that?
Look at that number.
Like,
so I just want to point out that he rounded down $40,000.
I know. That's the best part.
40 grand.
And so we were looking like, okay, so first place is $1,039,000. I love how we can just call that $1 million and some change. Like $39K is just like it's the extra change,
40 grand.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, we also had like a $20, $100,000 guarantee.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy. How sick is that?
I mean, I played the 109 250K. Even that was sweet, sick value.
I mean, it's just it's for those of you who say that you don't have poker in the States anymore, you're wrong.
Dude, you're just clearly you are missing out.
I just want to blow a little smoke up our asses, courtesy of Flow Junkie, who says, "Hey, Mr. Phil, I just want to say you got 2 great commentators in the booth, and one of them kind of funny."
Yay!
Yeah, thanks, Flow Junkie.
We won't even tell you which one.
Hey, their looks aren't everything. They've actually got a good pair of shoes.
How dare you? Look at this! Look at this mug.
Nah, we got some good guys. Yeah, we haven't commentated on a hand in a half an hour since I sat here.
I've been keeping an eye though. It's been not really any huge spots. There's been a couple, but these guys are we're nearing the finish line, and no one has gone too nuts here in the last little while.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about at the table. Is the cage definitely runs in waves, right? Like
ebbs and flows.
It's there's definitely ebbs and flows to it, and it gets like on a downswing, and
there's like lulls.
Yeah, there's lulls in it, and I don't know how to change that. We were talking to the tournament director. I was talking to the tournament director, and from next cage on forward, if it gets to where there's 14 people at 3 tables, they're going to break it down to 2 tables of 7-handed, right? Because I think we get the 7-handed, you get a little bit more action than you do at 4-handed because it's a little bit too short-handed, right?
Do you find that the lulls tend to happen kind of now-ish as the finish line approaches?
So yes. Here's what happens is the first half of the 50-100 level seems to be a little bit more aggressive, right? The second half seems to be more, I'm just gonna lean back and play a little tighter, and that comes, I guess that just comes from, you've got a bunch of money in front of you and you don't have to take a bunch of chances. For me, for those of you who've watched me play the cage, 50-100, I don't really slow down.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There is no version of you where you're not taking chances.
Yeah. I'm definitely there because I'm also picking up so many pots, right? That there's it's $300 in the middle. Right? It's up for grabs. If everybody else wants to be a niche, then great. We got an hour and a half. We got an hour and a half of every 2.5 minutes. You handing me $300. Yes. Here, I'll give you my Bitcoin chain. Just keep folding.
You're basically at a table with players sitting out, right? You're like, oh, okay, cool.
I'll take it.
And that's not plus EV. And now you'll see that some of the pro players, some of the guys who are higher stakes players, they're not looking to slow down, right? They're also not looking to get stupid with it either. They're not playing 3 kings. Right?
Yeah, Scott here rolled up. Let's see what he's gonna do.
I'm interested to see if he actually plays that hand.
He is reaching for chips. And indeed, he is going to raise it up. Scott Ball don't care about no 3 kings.
So here, raising the hand it's at this point, he still has 4 blank cards, right? Because, he's picking up so many pots that don't really mean much.
So guys, taking a look at the current chip counts, we will update those in the chat for you. Exclamation point updates. I believe it's already there. But wow, we have a runaway chip leader by a mile here. Our biggest chip leader in the cage at 43,000 right now before going into the final hour and a half of day 2.
It's actually a great flop for... the table audio is... there we go.
Brought to you by Phil's Chips.
Oh, got it. So actually here, Scott does find a way to make a monster with his 3 kings. He's got a flush. He only loses to the ace-high flush. We don't see what Priestley has, but unless he's got ace-high clubs in the hole, he is not long for this hand.
I won a hand with trips in my hand.
Wow, yeah, and Scott is very stoked, announcing that he has won the hand with trips.
What the hell?
I have 3 kings. I win.
Yeah. Well, so are they going into the last level now?
I think, yeah, they're going on break right now, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when they go on to break, it's depending on the personalities. You'll see that the people will either knit up because they've got so much in front of them, and yeah, the guy with all the chips, that was.
Oh, you gave him Christmas present.
I had close to 20,000 when I didn't with the middle set that I was telling you about. Yeah, but yeah, I guess 16,000 maybe 16,000 because is $32,000 pot probably, and then that was before I opened with my other 5,000. So yeah, I lost both of those. You know what? Tell with the Venom. I'm gonna go be sad. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, you guys are awesome. We're having a blast here. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna see how this whole thing wraps up over the next few hours. We still have 2 more $55 Cage Satellite tickets to give away as well, so you can win your way to get down here.
Come and see us.
Yeah, buddy. You guys are awesome, so don't go anywhere. We're going to shoot you over to a quick commercial, 15-minute break, then we're going to come back for the final culmination of The Cage.
Live from Costa Rica. See you soon.
Yeah, buddy.
If you think the player reactions to our first $5 million Venom were out of control, wait until you hear what they have to say about what's next. The Venom returns to America's Cardroom, this time with a $6 million guaranteed prize pool, $1 million for first place, and 7 days to take it down. It all starts Wednesday, November 27th. Are you ready? Get the whole deal at americascardroom.com.
Hi, I'm Michael Longcar, and we are here in San Jose, Costa Rica for America's Cardroom's Cage event. I'm accompanied by actor and comedian Norm Macdonald, America's Cardroom's CEO Phil Nagy, poker commentator Justin Kelly, and poker Twitch streamer Jared Gabin, aka God's Big Toe. All right, so we're all down here for the Cage. What has your experience been, each of you, being down here in Costa Rica for the Cage?
It was funny because being a tournament player mostly, I kind of felt comfortable. It felt a little tournament-y for me. The blinds were going up, and actually once I got down to like 30 or 40 blinds, it was really comfortable for me because that's my wheelhouse. But then I was talking to a lot of other people who were mostly cash game players, and I'm like, oh, this feels really like a cash game to me. So actually, I think you guys did a great job of making that hybrid and making it comfortable for everybody.
I think that's a good way to do it, is to choose one and play it like that.
Right.
Because I was, I was always like, I was always confused as to which I should be. You know what I'm saying?
You guys were all out in Vegas this summer. How would you compare playing a World Series of Poker tournament, how that felt compared to playing the Cage? How would you compare the two?
Well, I loved this because it was so unique that you could come in last and make money. You know, and so I really like that. He invented it.
That's right.
That's true.
right.
That's true.
How did that come to you?
I don't know. I was looking at just different formats and how cash games and tournaments play, and like you were saying, it's the millhouse for tournament players. It's that 20, 30 big blind shoving range, reshoving range, and it's where cash games, you're playing super deep. And I said, I want to do something that not everybody's solved, right? And I don't want it to happen so often that everybody's going to be able to solve it. So keep it super high buy-in, and
Well, that's interesting.
keeps it fresh, because nobody can get a big enough sample size to say, oh yeah, I own the Cage. Well, maybe somebody can, but we won't talk about that.
So they're playing is it you?
Yeah.
So how do you play it as a tournament?
No, well, it plays much more like a cash game than it does a tournament, but you have that fallback that when you get to that 15 or 20 big blinds, that you can still do that re-stealing range. So it's depending on the different situations, you have to play really different. And a lot of tournament players, they don't ever get into a spot where they're playing 200 or 300 big blinds deep, especially for really big money. Right? That's awesome. For me, the great part about it is, I guess, making everybody uncomfortable at the game that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, right.
I also feel like when you're doing the World Series, the events are so big and they're so long, it feels like work, especially if you grind out a bunch of events like I did. And this was, a tight-knit group of 30-ish people, and we all kind of came together and played. It almost felt like a giant home game for a lot of money. And
Right.
that was a great experience for sure.
True. And I mean, with the $55 satellites for these players to get in and satellite their way to Costa Rica and get a whole good time and an extreme package, they're playing essentially this game. None of these players have played a 50-100 cash game before in their life, ever. They couldn't even dream of playing that. So the fact that they're playing this now, and it's actually in a comfortable atmosphere to where I think they're actually probably playing their best game at a 50-100 level, it's really cool for them.
Yeah.
Now, how did you jigger the blind? Did you experiment?
Well, I went like this and then a little like that. No, we ran some models, and we looked at it, and we wanted it to run somewhere around 100 big blindish or 80 big blindish average stack. And cage after cage after cage, it doesn't matter if you have 20 people or 300 people, it's going to stay somewhere around it's 80 big blinds-ish average stack, which, turns out we're pretty good at poker, so that's why the blinds ended up like that. And a lot of people, every time people come down here, say, why don't you do these big tournaments? Why don't you do this? Why don't you add that onto the Cage? And that's not what this is about. What this whole experience was about was to make it small enough that you can still shake hands with everybody. You can come feel like you met WPN, to help humanize the company.
Yeah, yeah.
Because a lot of times, there's a lot of internet companies, you just don't know if it's 8 guys behind a conference table, and there's people with hundreds of thousands of dollars on their account with us, and you know what? It's good having that confidence that, oh, they are a real company, and I've actually shook their hand, and they're decent people, or at least not the worst people in the world.
So we're talking about structures and deeper stack structures. On that note, I think all of us, obviously except for Phil, just got done playing the Venom, the $5 million guaranteed Venom. That had a very deep structure. Tell me what you guys thought about the Venom and the structure. Tell me what you guys think.
I thought it was phenomenal. It was kind of a funny thing. I happened to have Chris Moorman on my right the entire time in the Venom. So when I came here, I felt really prepared to have Chris Moorman on my right for 2 straight days. So that was fun. But yeah, I mean, what an opportunity. And the fact that it blew the guarantee out and the Guinness Book of World Records, what an amazing experience. I'm really excited for the next one.
Yeah.
Really, really excited for that.
The structure was really perfect as far as length. You got to play for the whole day. I never felt at any point like it was sort of a turbo and I felt really forced to get my stack in. It was just kind of like you can just play your game. You already know you're going to play for this 12-hour chunk, and you could just kind of go into coast mode and do your thing, and it was really nice. Yeah.
And you can tell that the WSOP is because now when I look back, when they would give you $1 chip for every dollar you gave them, so you're in a $1,500 tournament, and the first hand you lose a 30 or stack, and so this year, they fixed it, but I can't even. It seems so weird to me now that you started with so little, so few chips.
And meanwhile, in the Venom, you started with what, 300,000?
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge. Yeah.
So here's a question for you two. How has your Twitch play affected you in the poker community in any kind of way?
You mean it's how's my stream affected me in life or in poker and everything?
Yes.
One thing I thought was amazing, I got to the feature table and my phone started blowing up and everyone started texting me. I'm like, guys, send me a DM. I love you. I definitely love you, but I'm trying to work, not now. And then I noticed, when I sat there, one thing I knew there was going to be a bunch of people kind of waiting for me. And then when I was in the booth, you guys, you see all the stupid toe emotes floating up and stuff. It's really special, and we're kind of talking this funny, these people spend hours with me day in and day out, and we have a connection even though we've never met. And so just to have that kind of, admiration and support is amazing, and you feel like you're doing it as a team.
Yeah. I mean, for me, obviously coming from a commentary background, it's so easy in the booth because we get to see everybody's hand. And so then when I'm on Twitch, I'm interacting with the audience, and I basically find myself doing commentary on my own hands and kind of just talking myself through like I would do in the booth, blind, essentially. Yeah. In fact, we did commentary on the Venom blind with no cards, and that was a really fun sweat because we got to guess people's cards. And then when when we'd flip them over, we'd be like, yeah, we called it. Yeah. We got it. Yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And I just think
then it's cool and it's honest.
Yeah, I just think Twitch in general is just a really great platform for poker and just going through and good, bad, or indifferent, whether you're the worst player or the best player, man, if you make it fun and the people want to watch, it's just a good time. Yep.
I also think in a way it's made me a better player. One, because you want to be good in front of everybody and you want to succeed. And two, I'm talking about my hands every hand over and over again all the way through every day.
That's super important.
Your fundamentals get super solid.
It's because it's in every hand you have, really 3 options. To call, fold, or raise. And a lot of times people just don't think about all the options. That would be call. But you don't think about all the options in all the different situations. I see you guys on Twitch, and being forced to talk about all of those situations every time, it's got to make you a better player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with that you have an audience, that it's so easy to make a dumb play if you got 6 tournaments.
Oh, and they're not ashamed to let you know. Like, they have no fear in telling you what they
Oh, yeah.
think about what you just did.
Those are
That's
called
actually
chat pros.
That's actually like in NASCAR. The reason they watch for the crashes. That's they watch just so you can screw up and berate you about it.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you're getting a big spot and you almost know the guy has you, but you have a really strong hand and you could make a really great laydown, but the chat and the audience will never know. And so they'll just be like, oh, how do you fold that? How do you fold that? And I'm like, watch, I know he has me beat. Then I click call, and they're like, oh, I told, obviously he had you beat. How do you call that?
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, it's so like validating and unvalidating at the same time. You know,
Right.
yeah.
I did that. One time I did a high stakes poker. I commentated, and I did the same thing. I didn't want to see the cards.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when they can see the cards, they go, "What's the guy thinking?" You know,
Right,
obviously.
It's totally obvious that he flopped top set on your overpair. I mean, how do you lose there?
Yeah, likewise, when just a king high is good and you're like, come on, this is good all day. And you're like, if you really don't know the cards and you put yourself in that person's shoes, there's no way this is good. I'm just going to fold. You know, it's always really interesting when you can get behind the scenes with it.
I stream quite a bit, as you guys know, and for me, I can honestly say the first 3 months of streaming, I think knowing that I've got a group of people that I don't know that are watching and judging and assessing, it definitely affected my decisions, I feel like, for like the first 3 months. Like the psychological aspect of what are people going to think. And you know, you always want, obviously you want to make the right decision even when you're by yourself, and now you've got 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000 people watching you, so now it's really, you really feel like under the gun.
And what about when somebody else raids you with thousands more viewers and all of a sudden, does it make you exponentially a little bit more nervous on your game when all of a sudden now there's 5,000 people watching you every move and you're like, oh God, the chat is scrolling so fast you can't even read it?
Well, you guys all play online on ACR a ton. Tell me what your favorite ACR tourney is on the regular schedule.
Ooh, I have a few. The Sunday warm-up, I won't miss it. The $22 50K, I'm not gonna miss it. I gotten sick and I thought I had food poisoning, and I had this little stomach condition, not a big deal. But OSS was starting the next day, and I told my wife, I'm like, they're gonna have to effing kill me for me to miss the day. So I played the first day of OSS. I was in the ER on Monday.
Nice.
There was no way I was missing it, you know. And so yeah, like I have a bunch of them. You know, I love the series and the stuff. It's you know, for the biggest and the baddest guarantees, there's nowhere else to go in the U.S. You know, it's a great place to be.
So the nurse comes in to draw blood, and you're like, "Hold on, I'm in a hand."
Yeah,
you gotta wait.
Hold on.
Wait right now. For me, it's everything on a Sunday. So we actually talked about this in the commentary booth a little bit, and you know, Sunday is a day for church. Like our church is going to online poker. Like that's what we're doing. We are going to church. You know, and as Kevin Martin would say, we're at the Church of Ace King. That's what it is, right? We're just we're handling biz.
Right.
So pretty much, I don't miss any tournament on a Sunday, to be honest with you.
So we're doing this interview, as you guys know, right here in the heart of the America's Cardroom.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
Winning Poker Network headquarters.
I have never been in a like it's all you know.
So that, tell me your
physical.
impression. Tell me your impression of the Winning Poker Network, being down here and seeing everything. And
well, it's like I don't know. It's like you know, it's like you see a dollar bill with George Washington on it, you know, and then all of a sudden you're sitting beside George Washington. I don't know how to explain it, but
I think that did it just
Are
fine.
you George Washington?
I'm totally just fine with that. I'm totally George Washington or a dollar bill. I'm not sure which one.
Nice.
$3 bill.
Kind of shows you that this is a real business, and they have a
That's the
real
big joke
office
over
with
there.
real people here, and it's not 6 or 8 people in front of a conference room. You know, it's the legit building with a legit business, and yeah, like it's an actual operation.
Right, and they love poker.
Yeah, every single
Love
person I
poker.
talked to last night was from a different department, and every one of them was talking about how much. Even a bunch of them were telling me they never played poker before they came here or before they started in the industry, and now they have an account somewhere and they're hooked.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
get sucked in.
I've had the pleasure of actually seeing 3 offices now of WPN, and they're growing so fast. I feel like every time I come out to the cage, he's like, "Hey man, let me show you our current office and let me show you the new one." And I'm like, "All right." And then I come out again, and he says the exact same thing, and I'm like, "Are you serious? They're just leapfrogging offices because they're growing so fast." And this office is really, really, really nice.
Super
man.
nice.
It's a lot of fun, and you can just tell the overall camaraderie of the entire staff. it's a very group environment where all the desks, all the tables, everybody's kind of like a tight-knit group. And I constantly see there's a lot of different conference rooms, and for a reason, because everybody just gets in there for like a quick huddle. All right, let's touch base on things. I mean, it's a very cohesive group, and you can feel it.
Yeah, we were sitting in a conference room before this, just hanging out, and I happened to notice right outside the window, Ricardo was walking out, and he was shaking everyone's hand as he walked down, and the whole group started laughing, and you can feel the family.
Yeah,
you definitely feel the family.
Well, that's kind of the way we run the company. It's for me. I showed you my office right there in the very front. I like to be right there next to customer service, next to marketing and development, and really have a feel of what's going on. And it is kind of surreal, right? Because when I started in the poker, it's 3 people, right? Only one of them's been here longer than me, right?
Now shifting over to a new topic, bots. It's a word we've heard a lot over the last couple of years in the online poker industry. Tell me what you guys think of WPN's success fighting the bots. And there have been many reports that have just come out in the last month that show lots of bot companies that don't even support America's Cardroom anymore, bots that don't even work on ECR. Tell me what you guys think about WN's success with this.
I just want to start. I just love their absolute transparency on it, right? First off, there's bots on every site, everywhere, all the time, so let's not kid ourselves, right? But at this point, I love that they're super open about it, transparent about it, and that are kicking refunds. And constantly, it's just, okay, let's go back and look at the books. This is funny. This guy's a bot. How did he win? Where did he win? Let's kick money back to the players. And I respect that level of honesty and openness, to be honest with you.
Also, when you guys are playing at your level, can you identify bots and then use it to your advantage?
You know, it's funny. I happened to be studying not too long ago with a bunch of people that I work with, and I didn't even realize that I just lost a hand to a bot. And they're like, "Oh, did you know who that was?" And fortunately, that guy happened to get caught, and I got the refund. But being a tournament player, it's not as much of an issue, I don't think.
Oh, tournament.
But at the same time, I play this game because I love it, and I don't cheat because, luckily, I don't have to. And so I think making it fair for everybody is just, we want a nice, fair ecosystem for everybody. It just makes it better as a whole.
We kind of, as a company, we looked at, okay, how do we want to approach this? What do we want to do? What's everybody else doing? What are they doing right? What are we doing right? And being transparent about it again, right? And it's nothing could make me happier that when I see in these bot forums, they say, oh yeah, we still can't support WPN because they're doing this. Well, I'm going to do more of that. And where it is, it's difficult to differentiate a bot from what a person would be. So our philosophy was to go after the bot manufacturers and make the bots more difficult to work. It seems to be working so far, and randomly bot testing people.
It's a great story. Yeah.
Right. What we did was we outlined a 6-month and 1-year plan to combat bots. Right. And I don't want to get into too much, but we monitor all the commercial bots out there, and we see them complaining and how much they hate us, and that they're even removing. We're not supporting WPN anymore. Well, that's a win, right?
Yeah,
it's and like you were streaming. And
yeah, as a player, you can feel the crackdown in a good way, because I was playing. I had 12 or so tables playing, and all of a sudden I got an alert in my lobby saying, "We need you to take the captcha test to make sure." A little security check, and by sheer coincidence, because I was playing so much and I was streaming, I failed the damn test on stream, and then got on Skype and messaged Phil. I was like, "Phil, just to let you know, I just failed this test. It's me," and I got an email and said, "Oh yeah,
that means
we know
you're
you guys
so
big time."
good.
Yeah, I guess I'm bottish.
You're
I don't know
playing
what happened.
perfect.
You're a human bot, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was kind of funny that it happened that way. For me, it actually makes me feel safer. Like I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And because I can.
And now you can.
Unmuted. Mic check.
Shit. Him versus Kevin.
Well, he plays 1 in every 60 hands.
That's why I said shit. A hand versus Kevin.
Guys,
don't steal my chain.
We are back. It is official. This is the last hour and a half of the crazy cage event out here, live from San Jose, Costa Rica. It looks like we are going to have a battle this hand to start. 5,100 blinds. Scott Ball, Renee, Priestley, everybody hanging out at this cool table. and let's get it on.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us as we approach the finish line here on day 2. We've had a blast chilling with you as always. Let's see what happens.
It's been a really fun 2 days, man. Our chat's been super cool hanging out. We still have 2, by the way, $55 Cage Satellite tickets to give away. So if you haven't done so yet, you can see ! giveaway in the chat. We'll link you over to the Instagram. You just got to do a few things there, and we will draw some names shortly.
Renee is putting in a raise here on this flop with his 7s and deuces. Napadao with a overpair and the nut flush draw. Where's he going? Nowhere. I would imagine he is going to either call here or repot. Both moves are reasonable.
The good old 7 deuce for Renee. Ooh, GG in the free roll, Travis. Looks like he got 27th in the free roll, down to the remaining 21.
Napadao opts to just call, and he finds his nut card straight away on the turn. He now needs to avoid a full house for Renee. And as you can see by the percentages, he's in a great position to do that.
God, that guy is so tight. How come everybody has 33% against me? It's like unbelievable.
Good old Renee. Renee will be doing a lot of live streaming on Twitch. ! Renee in the chat. Give him a follow, give him some love. He will be entertaining, to say the least.
So as you can see, a frustrated Renee checks over to Napadao, who bets his nuts, if you'll pardon the turn of the phrase. And Renee, frustrated and folding.
We all know you have a flush anyway.
I know you got it. I had it.
We all know you have a flush anyways. He's like, sure, here, there's like 3 clubs. Just pick whatever 2 you want.
Yeah, any 2 clubs will do.
I flopped 2 pairs.
I like how he conveniently leaves out that it was 7 deuce, but
Yeah,
he
totally.
flopped 2 pair.
I flopped 2 pair, dude.
That was a good read for sure.
Ah. I hate poker. Anything but a club comes on the turn. You have queen a turn. Yeah. If you queen it, then yeah, I'm nice.
Man, Napadao has been really quite making the comeback here.
Yeah, big get out. He was down to below 4.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, and big spin up.
Oh man, that's so sick. It's like he's playing open face poker and I still lose. It's like nothing I can do.
Renee is going to be tempted to play this hand out of the small blind, I suspect. He might be a little tilted after that last hand.
This can make his decision a little easier now after Anario opens to 300.
He's disciplined, though. He folds. And it's to Scott now with a monster ace, king, king with nuts, spades, and very tricky Scott with just a call.
Good old 8-7-4 rainbow peels down. We do have a gut shot for Anaria, but the best of it's still technically for Scott Ball here with kings with a better kicker redraw question mark. We'll see.
The 5 is sort of a blacker here to the flop straight, which would be 5-6.
You also have some running potential spades for Scott Ball as well.
Mm-hmm. So a check from Scott and a bet from Anaria. So, interesting. So a bet from Anaria, call from Scott, and then after Scott turns the nut flush draw, he open checks again. He also has a wheel draw, Scott does, to the 3. Instead, it's a spade, and Scott backs into the nuts.
Scott runs so pure.
He does. There's 1.8K out there, and it's Scott's action.
And it's interesting because that does give that weird 3-6 the straight as well, right? But again, with running spades, it might be enough to get a little bit of action here. We'll see what he elects to size it at.
I think Anaria's going to call pretty quickly with 3-6. Show it to me, Scott.
I mean, your 3-6, you're only sweating running back to spades.
Yeah,
which
he
is
is,
backdoor, yeah, or 6-9. Like, I mean, of course. Flush. Ew, look, Anaria had to do the double check. Like, what?
And that would be 6-3 spades, 5 flush. I said no flush, not straight flush.
Straight flush is flush, sir.
Here comes the semantics argument between Renee and Scott about straight flush and nut
Oh,
flush.
God.
This ought to be fun.
Buckle up. Just another 2.3K added to Scott's stack. You don't like to see it if you're not Scott.
Now, we did take a look at the chip updates during the break. This pushes Scott Ball to just beneath 20K. For those of you who don't know, he is also our previous biggest winner in the cage, cashing out just shy of 60K. But he might have a bit of a run for his money because apparently Phil's chips went to our current chip leader, who was at 43K coming back from the last break.
I mean, at 43K, do we have more than second? Like, do we have more than double second place? Because second place had what, 18?
Nice catch, buddy. Funny how?
Funny like haha.
Hey, checking out Lignerant's comment on Instagram. Thank you very much for the love, my man. We have a lot of fun hosting this, and we hope you guys have a lot of fun watching it. So Naria here makes it 300 to go under the gun with a very healthy hand. Ace, King, Queen, 10. One too many clubs, but we won't hold that against him. Looks like Scott is going to defend here from the small. And that is just a whole lot of board for Naria.
This is a little bit of a dangerous spot. Scott has two very relevant blockers in his hand. He has two of the 10s, and Scott is going to be tempted, I believe, to bluff at some point here. It's tricky check back on flop from Anaria, and here goes Scott with the pretend straight, betting into Anaria, who has the real straight.
I love to pretend I have a straight all the time.
Yeah,
it doesn't
and
work
your
out.
opponent pretends to actually have the nuts.
Yeah, they don't actually pretend; they just have it.
Oh yeah, okay,
yeah. It's unfortunate.
Semantics.
I thought we were playing a makeup game. All right, so we are going to bet 400 from Scott, and Anari is just going to flat.
Tricky
and
flat.
The absolute perfect running turn river to keep your nuts nutty.
And Scott, again, is going to be, I am imagining, tempted to bluff here. I mean, Scott is not a check-give-up type, if you haven't noticed.
He's definitely Scott's got the I'm going to make another move posture. We've seen this posture, and he is not slowing down at all, like you said.
Anaria just has to love the side of this. He has the stone nuts, no more cards to come, and his opponent is betting.
And you're just watching as he's grabbing chips. You're like, grab more, come on.
Please more.
Just shy of pot. Pot was at 1.6. Scott's going to bet 1.3. And Anaria is just thinking, honestly, at this point, he knows he has the nut. He's not going anywhere. He's thinking, what does my opponent have? Because that's how much I'm going to raise. How much value can I get from my opponent here?
There is only one straight available, 10 king, and nothing else came in. So you have to.
So does your opponent have two massive pair, a
Sure.
set? Mm-hmm. And if they do, how much value can you really get from that?
Probably none.
Yeah. Even a min raise looks so strong here. Like, how do you get the extra value, really?
He's considering that exact question. What's my play here to get max? And we, of course, can see that there is no play. Scott's bluffing. But there are plenty of universes where Scott would play something like ace-queen this way, or something like jack-jack.
Scott has, like, two different busted 4-card straights.
If we could just see an ocean card. And the hand is over. Scott cannot do much to this raise other than fold. You know, he's not insta-folding because he has two of the 10s. And he's just, he's wondering, is it...
That's a fun blocker.
It seems hard for Anaria to have a straight. I'm imagining Scott's just giving this a minute. There's not really a lot you can do here. Like, what's he going to do, repot? Seems suicidal.
JJ Corrado, are you still hanging out with us in the chat, buddy? You still in the Venom? How you doing? I need a JJ Corrado update in my life.
Oh my god, look at this. Scott's going to try something.
Oh, Scott, please don't.
Not like this.
He's got the double blockers. I'm so scared right now. Oh, you had me super sweating for a minute. I'm like, oh god, no, because it's like it's a repot jam for like the epic bluff.
Back?
Yeah.
Snap me off. Snap fold, really? Okay.
Yeah, he does not snap fold.
Liar.
Feel better.
Sevzor has an update for you, dude. JJ has busted.
Oh, my man. Much love, much love. Thanks for the update, Cesar. Appreciate it. Just don't have King 10. That's exactly what he had.
Oh, did you? Okay.
All right, give me a number between 1 and 69.
69.
Of course.
Yeah, buddy.
Come on, we all knew it was gonna be that. Yeah, when I saw the number, I was like, "Come on, let's go back to grade school here. We're all gonna fucking just like everybody picked their first Yahoo username or something. You know, cool guy 69.
420.
Yeah, that's cool.
That makes me feel better.
It's gonna be Magzy 63. Magzy 63.
You sure it's not Magzy 69?
Well played, well played. I will give you a follow and shoot you a message.
Magzy 63.
And
Congrats.
congratulations, and we do have one more giveaway to do.
Three ways to a flop. Doesn't look like anybody likes it. Off to the turn we go. And depending on what Dan has in the hole, it seems that Anaria's aces have held.
Did you go bust? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good thing we don't talk.
However, it's Dan that's betting river, with presumably something better than a pair. And we're not going to find out what it is because his opponents both fold, and Dan is going to take that little pot for himself.
Look at that. You're very welcome, Magzy, in the chat there. Definitely always appreciate that when it's not somebody just like randomly applying to a contest and leaving in the chat watching. Right on. I appreciate you sending me that there in the chat. Now you can all sweat Magzy as well with your ACR username, but I'll tell you what, I just shot you a message on Instagram. Go ahead and shoot me that back in an Instagram message. And for all the winners who won the 4 tickets yesterday and the 4 tickets today, all of those tickets will be credited into your account probably, I would imagine, by Tuesday at the latest, most likely at some point tomorrow.
You think you play better, huh?
Oh, you wouldn't. That's why. Who's that for to make it not play? Little under the gun action for Renee here with Ace King 1010. I believe he is going to open it up. That's what that sexy blue $500 plaque is for.
I just like to argue. A little bit.
And for everybody else looking at their chance to win, we do have one more ticket to give away, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. That'll shoot you to the Instagram link. Go ahead and go over to Fat Train's Instagram, follow a couple, tag a couple, get entered to win. So we do find our way to a flop now with a 1K pot, 10 high board, 2 diamonds out there. That's going to be top set for Renee, who I believe opened the action under the gun, looking real healthy here.
Look out, Scott, top 2.
Ayah, case
Ayah.
10. Guys, there will be blood.
Scott's got no backup.
Renee open checks the Nutter Butters. Now also, it's such a monster for Renee. He also has the nut flush draw to go with his top set. There is just no world in which he loses. The check raise and Scott Ball with the seat adjustment. The oh shit, this is getting serious mentality.
Pot run it, he says. We're getting it in. And Renee almost sure to double
he's
through
gonna
Scott.
Hate to see this.
Yeah.
And
Nope.
that flush draw. He's
No,
like-
you can't. So what does Scott need here? Running 8s?
Yeah, he needs
Running Broadway.
He can catch like Jack King Black.
Running Broadway.
Jack King no diamond.
Seems hard.
Now I'm free rolling. Daddy's
Indeed.
free rolling.
That's
And
it.
That's gonna seal it. Wow, wow.
And
wow.
Renee finds some redemption.
And
doubles through Scott.
That is going to balance the chip stacks of this table quite a lot.
Indeed.
Pushing Renee closer to 10 and Scott closer down towards 10, but still up around 12.7.
Huge double up. Be cooler, Scott. Rides it right to 10,000. Rocket ship to the moon for Renee.
Rocket Man.
Yeah, I just put that over there.
That's his.
That's pretty nasty, actually. Even on that first board, he turns top 2 again, Scott Ball does.
Yeah.
And actually has an ace out.
For a chop.
Well, ace out on the top board, yeah.
Yeah, for a chop.
Yeah, exactly.
The case ace to chop.
That's gnarly.
Yeah,
That's so sick.
Horrible.
25? There you go.
So you could basically chop one board and then lose the other
Totally.
and still lose.
Yes.
Sorry, I want to double check too. So.
My friend says, indeed, you do know that voice. Good to see you, my friend says.
I see what you did there.
You can run it twice in the cage. Poker Guru 740. It is actually mandatory in all the PLO cages. Once 2 players are all in and the action is closed, whatever portion of the hand you're on, whether it's pre-flop, flop, or turn, you will receive 2 boards from there.
Oh, now the needles.
Not the same for No Limit. I don't believe they run it twice. I think it's just once. I don't even think they can't like talk it and have an option to run it. I think it's just the PLO.
It's a matter of course.
All right, Daddy's back in business. Got a danger stack again.
And for the 18th time this hour, Renee has called himself daddy yet again.
Everybody's having 20.
Tell me Renee doesn't have a kid. That would be like the guy who calls himself daddy consistently is like, oh, I definitely don't have a kid.
Oh, yeah.
I have 9 cats though, for sure. That's,
Yeah. Yeah, I had a vasectomy 10 years ago, but I do have a lot of cats.
People are like, oh, I don't know, does your kid look like the milkman? I'm like, well, it's like 2019. If you have a milkman,
milkman.
still, it's the milkman. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to put that out there. And that's an ironic name, but we won't get into that.
Does your kid look like the guy on the cover of TV Guide?
Bad eyesight, but she did marry me.
How real are all those scraps? They're just real. Everything's real.
The feelings are real. The only difference in real life, if I don't like you, I just don't talk to you. On the show, if Daryl comes up and says something, I'm expected to. If I just don't say anything, if I just if I were like you, put my headsets on, I had sunglasses, that's boring. It's boring television, right? That's why we got to make it interesting. That's why I talk in the same thing. If I were like you.
Renee talking about his job on Storage Wars, the show. You guys might recognize him from there. Very interesting. He's even though he kind of probably dresses it up a little bit here and there. I felt after hanging out with him last night and then sweating an episode of Storage Wars, he was actually on there with his dad. I felt like he was just the same guy, the same person.
Definitely a fun dude. And as I've said many times in the past, you know, for this man's money, I really appreciate guys that can bring it verbally when they stream or whatever, do TV shows or any form of entertainment, especially streaming. If you never stop talking, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for you to sit there silently wearing your headphones. That is incredibly boring, in my opinion. Other people seem to like it sometimes. Not me.
The super stone personality just like looks up when they take a bad beat and says, "Ouch!"
Exactly.
And like that's all you ever hear.
And you just hear their mouse clicking silence. I mean, pass.
Shout out, man. Everybody here in the chat. You guys are awesome, by the way. Lots of regs. Thanks for hanging out with us. You guys are fantastic. I see a lot of regs here from some other streaming days. Label Guy, Demo, everybody else. My friend says, Ghost of M. We love you all, guys. You guys are awesome.
See some confusion about what the hell TV Guide is in the chat.
I respect it.
You mean Google?
You mean that thing in the aisle, like when you're checking out at the grocery store that like sometimes your parent bought, but then you just like threw it away?
Next to the magazine that's like JFK assassination. There was a second.
Oh yeah.
You know what's crazy?
And also the miniature small horoscopes you can buy in pocket as well.
It's if you look at the newsstand in the grocery checkout aisle. The covers of the magazines are frozen in time from 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's like Vampire Bat Boy.
Princess Diana, this and that. I'm like, what freaking year is this?
All right, so we do have an $800 pot here at the 5,100 level. First to act, Renee is going to check it over to Scott, who does flop top. And a gut shot straight draw. Meanwhile, Priest is going to go ahead and fire 500 here with an overpair. And he's going to get looked up. An 8 hits the turn now. Priest with not only top pair and an overpair. Although now we're starting to get very straight coordinated here in the middle.
Juicy Joe's like, I never stopped talking. I'd probably be a good commentator.
And this is going to be top 2 now for Scott Ball.
I keep on running into the second net, so.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's going to check through on the river, and all we hear is a nice hand as Renee binks the second nut.
Renee might have missed a little value there. Priestley made a jack high flush.
Unfortunately for Renee, it's weird because, I mean, you don't have the nut flush when you make it. You're out of position against two other opponents. Yeah, that was a beastie hand for Priest.
The check back on the button on the river. He checks behind instead of value betting, and he lets himself off the hook. I would have been tempted to make a thin value bet there.
Whatever he bet was either going to get looked up and gone away, or it was going to get raised and he was going to hate life. So either way, great check back by Priest.
That time, man, it was the right check back.
Priest has been texting us behind the scenes in the Thirst Lounge text, and he's like, I think I really like Omaha. I'm like, yeah, you do, buddy.
You can see why he's made almost exclusively the right decision today. Lignerant's like, I'm 41, man. I still remember TV Guide. Yeah, you're right in the wheelhouse at 41. Juicy Jest. Is TV Guide the same as National Geographic? I have a collection of old National Geographics on my bookshelf that were like my grandmother's.
Oh, yeah.
And they're from the 60s and 70s. The best is going through them and looking at the old advertisements.
Oh my god.
Where it's like give her a vacuum cleaner for Christmas. Yes, a vacuum cleaner. And it's like, oh my god. And it's like a picture
Watch
of
her spit in your face.
It's a picture of like clearly like a housewife wearing like effectively like a maid's outfit.
An apron.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite. Well, there was like an advertisement for Total cereal, and it's like, keep your weight down while you clean the house. It's like, oh my god,
wow.
this stuff aged poorly.
Yeah. Take these smaller shoes so you can stand closer to the sink while you're washing the dishes. Like, whoa, hey.
But really
easy.
though,
easy here. All right,
the new 1979 Cadillac, now 8 miles to the gallon.
Pot at 950. Priest in the cutoff versus the Battle of the Blinds. Checks over to him, and he's going to fire 600 here with top and bottom. And going to get looked up by two opponents again. No surprise there. Everybody wants to call Priest. It is Sunday after all.
I'm not going to say what, but I'm going to beg him later.
3 hits the turn, and this is going to just barely miss Scott's straight draw. Priest still in the lead, checks behind, free cards, and Priest Jackson 5s are good, but again, we're coordinated. We did brick out potential flush draws for Scott.
May I have a tea, please? Yeah. Just like tea, but no caffeine.
Tea, but no caffeine. I don't think we generally add the caffeine after we pour the tea, but we'll see.
Excuse me, miss, I ordered caffeine.
I just want caffeine, no tea. Whatever that looks like, bring that to me. Now Dan, going for maximum bluffage here. But Priest in kind of a weird spot. He does still have Scott to act behind him, even though he did check the river. Priest is thinking, is there a world where my Jack 5 is ever good? There's so many combos. Even 9-10 open-ended on the flop got there on the river.
Indeed it did.
The
Now,
7 is far from a safe card.
That's true. Priestley has 2 of the 10s, though. That helps the
Very
case
true.
a lot.
Blocker, central, and Priest. Ooh. I think he's going to touch those plaques and then fold. Yes, he is. Oh, you can see the painful, slow, like, I don't want to let go of my cards fold. Wait, did he do that yet?
He has made a lot of correct decisions. Can he make another one here by finding a call? It seems so thin. He does fold. Can't find it that time. And actually now Scott here with the best hand, 7s and 3s.
Show it, Dan. Show it.
And a terrific bluff by Dan. Gets it through and scoops a 2K pot.
Wow. Actually, there's a 4K pot, but 2K gain for Dan. Just 2K profit.
Yes. Sorry, yes.
What a beast.
But it's a savage bluff right there. And man, you could see Priest wanted to find the call.
Never going to give it back.
I think it was a combination of Priest just being a little lighter than he'd like to go to showdown there. And also, there's what, like an hour left?
Yes.
So it's like, do I really, if I'm going to take these like very marginal spots, do I want to do that with an hour left in the cage? It's not like I have a bunch of time to like make up a bad play.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And he's sitting on 6.5K. That's real money that he'll get to cash out. And if you just like, I called off a $1,000 bet on the river, I was wrong. That's real money that you get to cash out in an hour.
Yeah. Lignerant, thank you very much, my friend. Good times.
That trained co-host.
Hey guys, this is co-host. Hi, co-host.
Hi, Fat Train, guy whose name we know.
Nope. And co-host. This is co-host.
It's a Swedish name.
Sick needle.
Co-host.
This is Scott Moskowitz, aka the Hop Grenade. I mean, he's drinking a beer. That math checks out.
Sometimes we film storage ones. I put like 3-4 in a tiny storage, and we have to be in there. We're like filming in a sauna, and people's like, "You sweat a lot." Sorry.
That's funny. I mean, I like to hear these behind the scenes because, I mean, you see these reality TV shows, and we all know that they're reality-esque, reality-based, but, you know, how does it really get done? So when you talk to somebody like Renee or you hear him share these stories, he's like, yeah, why do you sweat a lot? Well, A, I'm a big guy, and B, you cram 400 people in 10 square feet. It's going to get a little stuffy.
Holy moly, look at Stuffy here. Renee flops top set, but Scott flops the joint.
And Anharia flops the joint as well.
Oh my God.
There will be blood.
Lignorant, no big deal, dude. I'm only kidding. It's fun hanging out with you today, my friend. And it goes bet, call. And we're about to see a very interesting turn card, and it is an 8.
Oh, and this also now gives the second nut flush draw to Anharia.
Now, Jack 9 would now be the nut straight. So both of the guys here with the 8-9 are not going to be in love with that card.
See, people already love your hard face to the cam right there. It's already a thing for you now. You're good. You mean hard face co-host Scott? Yes, that's the one we refer. It's so quick. All right, so it does go check over to Scott on the button, who fires 1.5. Now back to Anharia, who picks up, like I said, a secondary draw with his already made hand.
Look out. This is a free roll for Anharia. What a dream spot. He can't lose. He can only make his flush to scoop. That is, if Scott and Anharia are the only ones left in this spot. But I guess, I don't know. What's Renee doing here?
Well, it also could get very interesting because we've mentioned blockers several times. He's going to go hard in the paint against Scott if this flush hits. And Scott has the nut flush blocker in hearts. So this could get very interesting.
Do you have one black or 2 black? Oh, you have no black.
Renee looking for a chip count.
Wow, my eyesight's going bad. Sorry, give me a minute here.
Tough spot here for Renee. 1.5 to call. He knows he's looking only for a board pair. And he's still got Scott to act behind him. I'm sorry. Wrong. No, that's wrong. Scott bet. So Renee can call to close the action. He is getting a good price.
Scott could have anything. Canadian smooth call.
He has the top set, so he knows that any board pair is almost certainly good. And he's getting 5-1. God, it's close. Wow, what a disciplined fold by Renee. And he's saying, please don't punish me, dealer. Please, dealer. And Scott doesn't know he's thinking no heart, but man, he's thinking no heart. No heart.
I have 8-9 straight.
Oh, what happened? Did the board pair? Help. Send help. The board must have paired. Oh, show us the river. Because it went check. The board must have certainly paired if it's going to go check. Oh my God.
It's got to be the Alto Scare card.
What happened? We don't see the river. Oh, come on, Action Trigger.
Come on, little camera. Do camera things.
Please.
Not like this.
I mean, that is a very close spot. He was getting such a good price. His set was the top set. It looks like he was punished with a board pair. And neither Scott or Anharia liked the board pair, and they both went check. Scott faded the heart, and they're going to chop the pot. And in this case, nobody likes a chop pot.
Nobody likes a chop pot?
Nobody likes a chop pot.
I guess all things considered, fading Anharia's redraw.
There it is. Scott. The board paired sevens on the
Yeah.
river, and oh my God, Renee is punished like the sub that he was for that hand. Oh my God. Just drag him around and he's pretending he's a pony.
No. I've been playing a lot of this new Red Dead Redemption they just released on the PC. I've been just lassoing random people and just dragging them behind my horse.
You are a sick man. You're sick.
You know, I remember when my mom was just like, oh, Grand Theft Auto, like, I don't approve of that game. Is that the one where you can beat up hookers and stuff? I'm like, actually, Mom, it's a life simulation. So if you just want to, like, go purchase a car and drive around and obey all the traffic laws in
You
Grand
certainly
Theft, you
can
are
do
more
that.
than welcome to do that.
100%.
You are totally cool to just go live a second life in there. And if you want to go, like, rob a bank and blow up shit with dynamite, you can do that too. That's on you.
Train famously is legendary for his quick comebacks against his naive mother's concerns. Like one time, my favorite one is when he was listening to "Smack My Bitch Up" by what is it? Prodigy, and his mom was like, Justin, what is this? And he, without missing a beat, said, "They're saying snap my picture." And she was like, "Oh, that's nice," and walked away.
Yeah, snap my picture.
Snap my picture.
Oh,
got her.
That's actually now a famous story in our family. And I brought up that song the other day, just when I was telling the story. I'm like, listen, you can believe this, right? And then everybody heard it, and they're like, no, bro, that definitely says smack.
Very clearly.
Rios, yes, that is Renee from Storage Wars at the table.
C-Manx, how many left? We are down to, what do we got, like 14 right now?
Yeah, we had 14 at the last start of this half of this level. And I'm now getting several texts from friends, including Chris, who texted me earlier about the Venom, saying, the GTA obeying traffic laws, I'm dead. That's hilarious.
In Omaha, the nuts changes on every street.
Oldham's different, right? People just play whatever they play, and it's pretty face up.
Yeah.
Not the Wizards, but.
Killingbird, what up? Cheers to you, man.
I don't know. I probably should have called him. Like, put 1,500 if you hit, you hit.
You know, I know Renee's kind of beating himself up over that fold. Honestly, that's really just like a 50-50 spot, you know? It's just kind of, what are you feeling? Yeah, maybe 60-40 in favor of calling because he's completing the action. He's getting 5-1 on his money, and his set is the top set.
Yeah.
And against multiple opponents. The argument against it is if the board does pair, which it did, are my opponents with straights going to pay me?
Which is there still extra value to be gained there?
Which
and that's the thing about like drawing towards like non-nut flushes and non-nut straights is even if I hit it, what am I doing? Just check calling?
Right. Right. And given that the board did pair and both of the straight guys went check pretty quickly, it doesn't seem like either one of them, being crushers, would be keen to be calling off there to Renee with a paired board. But you know, he was getting such good odds on his money there with the 5-1 that he might not have needed extra value to justify the call. In any case, the fold is fine. It looks awesome if the board doesn't pair. He gets unlucky that the board paired.
All right, so Tough Spot asking, hey, Train, does half go right to Bill if Priest finishes, or does it all stay in the bankroll? So the cage is actually something special for the Thirst Lounge members. We do have a cage package that we can allot to a Thirst Lounge member every month, but this is off stake. So this is kind of a free roll for the Thirst Lounge members. He does have to split any of the winnings here from the actual table with Bill, but he does get to enjoy all the extra perks of Costa Rica as far as the travel, including the swag bag, and of course, not that Bill's like gonna split your backpack in half or anything here, but they do give you $1,000 spending cash, like we've mentioned several times. That goes directly to Priest's pocket just to enjoy Costa Rica, but they will split whatever he has at the table. But if he were to lose the cage, that would not count against his bankroll.
Milagua 79 is Renee, the same guy from the History Channel. You're thinking of A&E, I think, and yes, he is on Storage Wars.
I do that every day. Definitely blessed.
When we were hanging out off the air last night, I noticed Renee's watch, an Omega Speedmaster, and I was like, "You find that in a storage unit?"
You called
and
that quick, yeah.
And he was like, "Yes, I did. It was from the 1960s, vintage." Really cool watch, and he was like, I'm never selling this thing. But yeah, just found an abandoned multi-$1,000 Swiss watch in a storage unit, and I'm sure he's got a multitude of stories just like that.
Absolutely. Not bad, and I do respect somebody who takes a joke full circle, so shout out to Juicy Joe who says, oh, it is A&E. I guess I need a TV guide.
Yeah, Joe.
Every now and then, a chatter like you comes along, and we respect a good quality joke. We salute you. So this is going to come down king high, a couple of diamonds out there. We do have a healthy diamond draw for Scott Ball, although he is blocking one of his own diamonds. But looking ultra healthy here. We
Finds it.
Yeah, he had diamond draw plus pair on the flop. Just good everywhere.
What was that you were saying about blockers?
Yeah, blocker what? I ain't blocking nothing.
And, man, Priestley makes the Broadway straight on the river. Ugh.
And this hand has been so, like, not filled with
Very,
action.
very passive.
That now that Scott bets 500, I could see Priestley potentially finding a call
Sure,
here.
sure. No problem. Because Scott could be bluffing. Scott could be thin value betting 9-10.
Whoa. You mean Scott Ball can bluff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wrote it down for you on the whiteboard. Just pay
Got it.
attention.
Jack high flush, and he just knows it's good.
Yeah.
Now that would have been a bluff if verbally he lied about his hand there. Jack high flush.
And,
he's
and,
like,
and then Priestley mucked.
I'm just kidding. Okay.
JK.
Oh, I can't believe you mucked. Ha ha.
Yeah, really unfortunate. River card, the offsuit honey. Priestley has a small bet to call to look up Scott. Scott just has it.
That's what I'm thinking, because you guys know if I'm just calling us.
And the first Lex emote of the weekend, courtesy of Juicy Joe.
That's perfect. That's perfect placement there. I'll be here all night, boys. Tip your waitress in colones or dollars.
Try the veal.
Yeah, everybody come out to Costa Rica. You're rich. 500 colones is $1.
Yes.
But everything is still kind of the same price. So it's
You know, and I know he knows that you probably understand. That guy's tight as hell. He's not putting money on it.
What you crying for, Malagua? Pay attention. We answered you.
With me knowing that you're not going to put me up to the river if I bet something there. Oh, yeah. Because what's the best outcome you have? That we have the same straight and we chop.
And there it is. The giveaway command was punched in. You guys can check it out. That's the Instagram link. We do have one more $55 cage satellite ticket to give away. Giving away 2 cage seats every Sunday in that satellite on ACR. Definitely very solid value. In fact, one of the players yesterday was saying he forgot he even won a ticket into it, was auto-regged, came in halfway through the tournament.
What is this?
Yeah, was down to 3-handed pace top 2 packages
Wow.
to the cage. And he was trying to get third because he wanted like 6K in his account so he could just go
I want the
fire.
money, yeah.
And he couldn't even bust himself and got all the way out to the cage.
I
Good
can't
times.
stop winning all ins.
Yeah, okay, sweet brag, but that's what I'm saying, guys. If he literally didn't even want to win and could win, why can't you?
I don't think it's close. No, I'm saying his skill set. Yeah, now it's a little different. I still don't think it's close.
He's like, no, I heard you. Now, these are very different stacks that we've seen previously. These are
Yes.
very close and not small.
Yeah.
I mean, even Priest's quote, the short stack is still $1,300 over starting.
No worries, Malagua. Thanks for hanging out with us, dude.
Ah, he literally meant to turn the frown upside down. Welcome to the chat, my friend.
Like during steroids, he was good. After steroids, he's been like, oh, okay.
After steroids, small balls.
Back knee.
Yeah. Priest under the gun here with aces, 8-3, suited in the nut spades. He's going to open up.
The spades help, but goddamn 8-3.
Yeah,
such
the 8-3
bricks.
is just like, you're like, I have aces, and at least I have one suited, and loud noises. And Scott Ball is going to let it go. And ironically enough, this is kind of what you're looking for when you raise under the gun, and only the blinds remain. At least you have position. Sweet. This probably just going to work. Oh, he's thinking about it.
There'll be 2 players left.
He's like, you know it's borderline. You know it's borderline.
You guys should host
And Anaria does fold.
I've been playing a lot of that recently. You know, so the first day when I played this, I'm playing the hands of overvalued because I'm playing so much big O. I'm like, I can't be good here, I can't be good here. Like halfway through, I'm like, okay, well the ranges go down a little bit.
See, we knows what I'm talking about. And I saw that Drew's playing the cage Saturday and everyone was sitting out. This has definitely happened. This is a thing. I know Payday was grinding the cage satellite. A little bit different time zone for him, but still. So he was grinding super late in London, UK time. And he was like, dude, it's 2 in the morning and I'm just literally open min raising every hand. And it's just full.
Just click the
And
raise
he's
button.
Like, I did that for 30 minutes. I came out with like 3 or 4x my stack, and then I actually got to play some deep stack poker.
Wow.
It was sick.
That's crazy.
Vanessa Cade, she fired the satellite 3 times. One package is twice.
Yeah. She's only used one of them.
Yeah, she's going to come out and party with us early next year, so if you're a fan of her, find your way to the cage, come and hang out. So it looks like we got just a little blind-on-blind action. Anaria and Lang, a.k.a. Priestley, have been definitely involved in a lot of just kind of blind-on-blind limpage. Let's see what happens here.
Instead of 6 hours, we'll play 9 hours. And then, like, you know, one day it's do 7 triple draw, one day it's hold'em, one day it's big O. That'd be pretty badass.
Oh, he's getting into all the DGen fun mixed games. I like it.
Yeah. Well,
I wonder if the RFID readers would still be able to support like Big O. I mean, I know they have some problems sometimes with the 4 cards based, over the 2 cards. I wonder if 5 cards might be just like towards that edge.
Yeah, I don't know. The mixed game table at Reno, they didn't play any 5-card games.
Yeah, I don't know. And I was asking them if you could do like 7-card stud where you'd have the cards up and everything. And I mean, I guess you wouldn't really need it for the well, you would, because you would still need to have the software put those graphics on the screen.
Exactly.
So I think they said you could do it, but you have to like totally redo your table and add a bunch of extra sensors and all that stuff.
Damn, dude.
Mags, let me see here.
I would have done nothing.
See if we got your message here.
Is red wine and chocolate a good pairing? Yeah, if you go on the darker side with the chocolate, it can be a nice pairing.
We're back on this again. The conversation was over.
I'd say like keep a little side of like fizzy water to clean your palate, because red wine and chocolate are very cloying substances.
This is so great. Renee keeps bringing up this hand where they both had the nut with the nut redraw, and Renee had folded top set that would have paired the board.
Yeah,
he's like, I thought we were done about this.
It was a huge pot.
It was.
But you have it straight. And I was right, you did.
Tough spot. Did I get your pick? Oh, I see what you did with the cap. You actually had me for a minute. I reached for my phone, and now I just know you meant a dirty pick, you dirty bird.
What? You're getting nudies from Tough Spot?
Yeah. He puts me in a tough spot. I don't know whether to open them, save them, delete them, or just throw my phone in a burning pit of fire. I'm not sure. All right, so Scott Ball here is going to make it $250 to go under the gun.
It's a really bad call, but it's you.
It's a really bad call, followed by a but it's you. So it's justified.
There are no bad calls against you, you fish.
Good old 7-high board here. A couple of clubs out there.
Check.
And
Scott's got the pretend nut flush draw.
Let's stick it to him.
And Renee is... listen to Renee. I'll stick it to him. I'll show him what's up. Makes jacks up here on the river.
Scott with just total air, so
man of my word.
Renee will not get no value
I'll
here.
Stick it to him.
Are you having as much fun as me?
He's tipping the dealer every time he beats Scott in a pot. This is gold. He can win a $100 pot. He tipped the dealer $200.
Here you go.
Does not even matter.
Because, scooping a pot in PLO can be worth any amount of money, Whatever's left in your wallet after you're done tipping the dealer, it's any amount of money. But beating Scott Ball, priceless.
All right, can I cash out now?
I missed the whole opportunity to talk trash, you telling me?
Yeah.
I must have been excited about that.
I doubled you up.
Oh, you know why? I had you so dominated, I didn't think...
Dude, that was such a sick hand with it. Like, Scott Ball's like, dude, I can run this a million times and I'm basically drawing dead. He was drawing like less than 1%. Like, it's just nasty.
I think I just played that great.
Oh, the top 2 versus top set hand? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe he was 3% on the flop.
Yeah, it's an overstatement. Jeez.
God, when I turned it over, like I saw your face, you're like, I have like almost no answer. Sorry, buddy.
No. Stop. All good. Just show up to the home game next week.
And folds all the way around now. Battle of the Blinds. Oh, the good old Renee and Scott Ball show again. Let's go. Queen 6-6 peels down, and
Renee.
That's a whole lot of sixes for Renee. Oh, dude, Renee is loving this. He doesn't even care about the money. He's just loving this because he gets to torture Scott.
Scott's got a wrap, but instead Renee fills up. Scott did make a bad pair of aces here, but this
Renee
pot is
bets
so small.
250. Scott is just such a. I bet he just wants to see. I mean, this was checked all the way down, right? How does Scott now? He doesn't even have a. He doesn't even have a kicker. That's the problem. Oh, watch this. Enjoy. Get your popcorn. You lose.
You lose.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. I wish this is crazy right now. I wish we went to home game.
I mean, this is kind of a home game.
when I said I couldn't remember, I was serious.
Oh, I believe you. Yeah, I believe you.
I'm like really tired. I know you're tired.
Slinging meat. Hey, welcome back. My man says I won huge today. It's a boy. Congratulations.
Hey, congrats, dude.
That's what I call my food baby as well. Yeah, that's good.
Did you fire off those little cannons with the blue confetti?
That's awesome. So, yeah, as far as Thirst Lounge is the nuts, I hate that it's over on Valentine's Day. You know,
Is it really?
Well, that's the
end of the line?
Well, that's the year mark. You know, you never know with Perkins, man. I mean, it's just, it could be a Tuesday, and he's like, oh, what are you guys doing? You want to spend $1 million, do some crazy shit? Like, who knows? Who knows what he's going to do?
Yeah, he's going to come and he's going to be like, I thought we had said 2 years.
He's like, oh, we're done? Do you guys want to be done? And we're going to be like, no.
Not really.
Seriously though, Slinging Meat, man, that's great. He won a baby boy today. He won a Cage satellite ticket yesterday. Not a bad weekend. One of them will be the gift that keeps on giving for 18 years at least with child support.
It's more like 25 years, dude.
Just kidding.
Get with the times.
Just
I hope
kidding.
you have a finished basement.
Because they're never leaving it.
God, Dad, leave me alone. You're 24, bro. Get a job.
Mom, meatloaf.
The meatloaf.
What is she doing? I never know what she's doing. All right, 833 peels down here. And that's a whole lot of threes for Priest. But definitely not out of the woods yet because look at that. That's threes with a better kicker for Anaria.
Yeah, Priestley's going to have to find a side card here quickly now.
A sidecar, is that the little thing next to the motorcycle with like gives it like a third wheel?
Yeah, we'll both put on our goggles and we'll go through a ride through the countryside.
I've seen Indiana Jones. I know what's up. Can I be Sean Connery?
Justin's hair would be blowing in the wind, but there's so much bat guano in it doesn't move.
Wow, guys, full circle between two cage days. These jokes are just lit. All right, so it looks like Anaria is going to bet 450. Priest is going to find the call. Jack ball now on the turn. Anaria still leading. Priest is going to be looking for a 5, 6, or queen. And meanwhile, our production staff is looking for the nice ice-cold beer.
And there you go. Priestley does find a way to make the best hand. He backs into spades.
Look at this. This is so crazy. Watch him table it.
Oh, he didn't even know he got it. Oh, Priestley, what an amateur. Oh, my God.
No, but it doesn't even matter. You're playing your three. You're just
I mean, I probably wouldn't have even noticed I made a flush there either.
I wouldn't either. I was
your
just
6
like,
and your 5 of spades, you don't even remember that they're there.
Honestly, all I'm thinking is I missed my boat.
Yeah, damn it. I can't find a sidecar.
I missed my full house draw.
Amazing. Priestley finds the pot somehow. He tried to not win it, but no.
Oh, yeah.
This is yours, dude. Enjoy it.
I might go run a marathon tomorrow. Just heat checking, you know?
You've got me worried.
Any marathons in San Jose tomorrow?
Renee looking to run the classic after cage San Jose Marathon.
He wants to win the race.
Oh, and here's Scott with a monster.
Who would be the guy trying to run a marathon?
Wow, that is pretty close to as good as it gets here, guys.
You're slow, you're bad.
And Renee with a very playable 10-7-6-6 double suited. And Scott is going to 3-bet here. Right meow.
Table 9, seat 9, what's up? Good to see you. Even though we're really only playing 6-handed, you are more than allowed here, my friend. Always a pleasure.
Scott with not a huge raise here. He just makes it 300 from the button.
Jessica AB, this is the last level. It's actually the last half of the last level, so we are going to crown ourselves a cage winner very shortly here.
Renee finds Gin on the flop. Against Scott, the 3-better with the aces. Renee flops the joint. And it's a rainbow board. Boy, do you love the sight of that. And he celebrates with a pot-sized bet. Pot!
Save me money, you're in big trouble. You're in big trouble. I got a good redraw.
And I'm not sure what game we're playing here.
I love how Renee has a good redraw. His redraw is running clubs or running hearts.
But he already told Scott what he had.
He said I got the nuts.
This is the Sammy Farha versus Jamie Gold, like, I have kings, I have kings, I have kings. And Doyle's like, what are we doing here, guys?
Yeah.
Scott's got really no option here after getting check raised. You know, he can't continue. He has backdoor diamonds. That's it.
If you show your cards, is your hand dead?
Technically.
What's the penalty?
Renee just wants to lord it over Scott. He just wants to dance in front of Scott with his cards. I got it. I got it. I got it.
How much would this be the most epic bluff on the planet if he's literally like, can I show the penalty? Okay, well, what's the penalty? If he just had air and he's just putting on this huge facade.
If he was doing this with not 7-6, he would be my poker hero.
Dude, that would have to be the bluff of the century if he was just like so adamant about like, well, it's probably worth it.
Just verbally berates Scott into a fold.
So didn't something fun happen like that with somebody like I think Mark Cuban? They fined him for swearing at some sort of like I don't know, NBA conference or whatever it was with the Dallas Mavericks, and he ends up there like, well, that's like $5K or $10K every time you say a swear word, and he's like, great, F this, F that, blah 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 blah, whatever you're gonna find me, I'll match it and donate it to charity, and just like mic drops and walks off. I'm like, now that is the definition of FU money.
Yes, yeah, it's actually F me money. He screwed himself.
It was a good time. It's a good Saturday night, you know.
10, 25, and then 25, 25 PLO.
Welcome to the game. Hi. I was about to text message Phil asking him if you have a player hand.
Good old winning TD over there. That is Dan. Good guy and poker crusher. 400 on the button. Speaking of Dan the man, Jack 8-6 here, single suited. Wee says, how is the ACR 2, or was there anything different? Oh, the same, dude. It's good. I've been to this now the third different office I've been in, and they just keep upgrading, expanding, making it better and better, man.
Oh my God. Renee flops kings full.
And Dan does have the 10, and he's in position, and our pre-flop razor. We don't even know what Priest has, but this could get interesting.
Look out. And if Dan finds a side card, he's in even bigger trouble. He's going to bet what he thinks is for value.
Oh. And Renee with the check
Just
call.
the smooth call. And
sneaky.
Dan missed his full house, but he still has the trip 10s.
Dan should be very thankful. He does not know that if he would have made a full house with an 8-6 or jack on the turn.
Well, look out. He's going to have another shot at it because he bets and he gets another call. And luckily for Dan, he ends up with just the 3 10s.
That's a scary river. You popped out of the river because I kind of put you in aces because that's the first hand you played.
Dan, you don't know.
And Renee checks river, trying to induce a third bet from Dan, but Dan, because he loses to a bunch of combos now, does not bet, and he actually gets off somewhat easily there on the river. Man, he is very lucky that he did not fill up.
Dude, it's so funny. It's one of those things where, you know, you have a flush draw, you have a second nut flush draw, and all of a sudden you end up being against a bigger nut flush draw, and you're like, God, man, I'm so tired of missing. And then you look and you're like,
oh, thank God.
So glad I missed.
Oh, thank God.
Actually, when you made that low bet of the turn, I almost popped it because I don't think you bet that low with 10s.
You're a magician? He's so smooth.
Good. The problem, the river comes and screws you. The river's anything but an ace.
When you pull the stone, I know I'm doing it.
Yeah. If there's anything but an ace on the river, I'm or 10, ace or 10.
I don't know. When he called turn, you knew he was beat. I feel like when you call flop, you're probably beat, right? On a king 10-10 board, nobody's drawn for a straight or a flush there. I mean, he's probably, I don't know, really? He's got
a worse trip 10s, I guess you could hope.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, he's got like, he's got a 10 or he's got like king's full.
Yeah, like
that.
even if he has a wrap, like Jack,
Jack
Queen Ace, yeah, why are we calling?
I feel like he's only ever calling me with king's full or a 10.
Yeah.
When you play big pots with those hands, you're usually winning big pots.
No, that's that big pot we had. I had like the same kind of hand.
How many Costa Rican storage lockers did Renee buy? Yeah, that's pretty funny. Obviously, I believe the answer is 0, but that would be pretty fun if he's just like, you know what? Let's screw it. Let's go around. Let's find some local place and see what we can dig up.
And here's another one full of freeze-dried packages of rice. What is the rice dish called again?
Oh yeah, it's a fresh gallo pinto.
Oh yeah. Here's some MREs of gallo pinto.
and 900 pounds of salsa Lozano.
Yeah, and if I pot it, I'm only gonna get more money there. If you have to eat it.
And updates apparently brought to us by PLO Junkie here in the chat on Thirst Lounge Venom action. Still at that same table, Maddie Forsyth, our Thirst Lounge crusher at 700,000, Alex Foxen at 900K, and all in Pav at 3.3 million.
Pav's got a pile.
Wow. Piles for Pav. That sounds like a children's charity or something right there. Speaking of charities, maybe that's what Priest is looking to get right here. Top set for Priest Dog. But he's against
1,877 piles for Pav.
but he's against the flopped nut straight of
Oh
Anaria.
my god.
Priestley and Anaria could have their own heads-up table. Renee and Scott Ball could have their own table. This is going to be fun. 350, bet by Anaria, called by Priest. Heads up now to the turn. Two-ball corner pocket does complete potential flush draws. This could slow things down for both players here. And it
Quick
sure
check,
does.
check.
And that's
And
the board Parasaurus.
boy, yes, it is. Priestley gets there.
All right, so 1.7. What are we betting for value here? 1,200? 1,100? Too much?
No, that's what I would bet. I would try to target Jack's full.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope my opponent with Jack 10 could call, or Jack Deuce, or maybe even Jack King somehow.
And quick snap muck by Anaria. Good muck, and Priest does go for the 1K sizing. I like Anaria snap muck. This is like the sign of like a seasoned PLO player. You flop the joint and you just snap fold. You're like, hey,
Didn't even think about it.
Whatever you have. You have a flush. You got Jack's full. You got something. I don't want a piece of.
Like, and we've discussed this before. If the deuce paired, maybe the 10 paired, he gives it a little more thought. But because it's the Broadway card that paired, it's just too easy for your opponent to have Jack's full,
Yeah,
King's full.
it's PLO. We're playing
Tens
four. We're playing
full.
4 high cards.
Yeah.
Like, you know. Ranger 101, what's going on? Dropping them Thirst Lounge emotes. I still get caught off guard when I see it's like, oh my god, it's
Your
my own
own
face in
face.
the chat.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Board Parasaurus, you know what's up, label guy.
Did you post for that specifically, or was it pulled from something?
I think it was pulled from something. Yeah, they just made them and they showed up one day. I'm like, oh, that's me.
Here, can you please do a reenactment of it for the camera?
What is that? Is that it right
Yeah, that's
there?
good.
Yes, Table 9, C9, exclamation point updates in the chat will get you the most recent chip count, and that was halfway through this final blind level. And we'll get final chip counts once this finishes up in the near future. Renee popping it on the button with Ace Queen 5 Deuce double suited. It's going to make it 3x to go. Scott's going to come along because, you know, he just likes to punish Renee. And Dan with the mystery hand, 3-betting to 1.2.
I'm going to guess he's got King, King, Jack 10? Renee dumps it, and it's over to Scott, who is going to continue in the hand and see a flop.
Scott's down to roll with Dan. Scott
Sure.
wants to punish Dan.
Let's go, Dan. Not a good flop for Scott, though.
That is not at all what we are looking for in Scott's range.
No relevant blockers, nothing doing. This is going to be no more chips put into the pot by Scott.
Scott Ball's range here is pretty much just show me 2 middle cards, and we'll figure out the turn river.
Exactly.
You know?
I'm not gonna break any more rules for the last 29 minutes. I'll try.
And this is going to be a bet from Dan and a snippety snap fold from Scott.
29 minutes. You heard the man. So he's looking at the clock. So we've got about 30 minutes left to culminate the cage. And like you said there in the chat, lock up the W for Priest and see if we can essentially break the highest cash out to date, which was set by Scott Ball at about 60K at the last cage.
I flopped aces up with that.
Dude, Renee is no stranger to poker, man. It's, you know, he's in a Storage Wars and obviously doing his thing out there, but Man, I'll tell you. I mean, we're talking with some of these previous stories. He's been in the poker streets for quite some time.
You can tell he's made a lot of experienced moves and disciplined moves.
Yeah. I always love when you get a player who's like, "Oh, I'm new to poker," and then they hop to the table and they're shuffling chips like just a demon, and you're like, "Yeah,
Totally balancing a chip on his nose."
Totally
like,
new to
right,
poker.
dude.
Yeah, he's doing like seal amusement park tricks or something over there. Like what?
That was like the worst possible flop in my head.
Yeah, it's a horrible flop for his hand.
Literally, Dan's like, "Oh, you looked me up with that? Yeah, cool."
Yeah, you called me with what? And of course, we all know that Scott can play any 4 business cards and do just fine.
Oh, Scott is an automatic raise if I limp.
Scott is an automatic raise if I limp. That math checks out. Well played, Renee.
Check. Let's get his ass. Check.
6 high board peels down with 2 spades. Let's just flop the Nutter Butters for Renee.
Bad turn card for him, though.
Yeah.
He now loses to 5-7. Now it's very hard for his opponent to have that. He has 2 5s.
And it also brings an additional flush draw on board as well. But we're just going to go bet, fold, win.
Yeah, Scott just missed those boards completely and can't really do much.
One could say.
See, and Scott knows it, and that's the thing is, like, as long as you know your opponents, you're like, hey, man, you're running good, Like, I don't care how good of a player you are. If your opponent is hot, you can't beat
right.
luck,
Yeah, Renee just keeps flopping the nuts on him. Like, what? You can't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Slinging Meat, that is very, very kind of you to offer to go check on Renee's wife, but I think she's doing just fine, bud. Again, username checks out.
I could have check raised potted that.
Flow Junkie says, I have a great idea for a movie, a heist of 25 pinball games stolen from someone's house. Ironically enough, I know a location where we could film.
You're talking about the coin op.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Definitely a barcade, definitely not my living room. And game room and garage. But yeah, for sure.
Facts. Furious, actually.
I kid, probably.
So under the gun, limp here by Renee. Scott limping behind over to Dan on the button. Queen 665 double suited. He's going to limp as well. Interesting. This is obviously going to price everyone in.
The cascade of calls, 10, Queen, King, and that is top set for Honoria.
And Dan with a diamond draw, baby, but still there.
Also, Renee here, top 2 and an up and down straight draw. Now remember, you got to play 2 cards, so the single aces do not make straight. God, there's not a single ace out there. Wow. Wow, and Broadway plays out on the board 3 diamonds, and that means Dan with his baby diamonds has the winner.
This is so funny. Let's hear it for world's scariest board, and somehow your 6 high flush in PLO is still good.
Against 16 cards.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
I fold. Justin would say right now, I listen to commentators, they would say, Renee, you got the block, you need to check raise his ass.
Come on, Renee, you nit.
Be mad about it.
I love Renee immediately needling someone's manhood, too. I love he brings us into it.
Oh my god, Minnesota made another mistake. He has the nut blocker.
What a nit. He had the nut blocker.
All right, you asked for it. You nitty McNit over there, Renee. You knitting sweaters.
But unfortunately, Minnesota only had $100 in the pot. You know, to risk 1,000.
What, did your girlfriend play that hand for you? No, I don't know. That's it. I'm out of needles. He's played very solid like we were talking about.
Minnesota with another incredible mistake.
I mean, losing $100 can't be that big of a mistake.
There's no money in the pot. There's nothing I can doesn't really make sense to make a play at that. Now, if Scott isn't ahead, it's more interesting. It's more fun. But Scott is a maniac. If he has like a 7 high flush with it, he'll call me just because it's me. If he's wrong, it's $1,000. If he's right, it's shit talking for money.
Just looking at those silhouettes. Actually, I think I like ours a little bit better here, guys. I wouldn't mind just like this whole wall in your house. That actually it's pretty funny because that looks really good. But like when you walk into a room and the lights aren't really on and it's kind of dark, you walk in and at first
it
you're
scares
like,
the crap out of you.
You're like, holy shit, it's the zombie apocalypse! Like it's a horde of zombies.
100%. Yeah, they're like pretty much like exactly like life size.
There it is in the chat. KY Wildcat Ogre punching in the Renee command.
Wow.
It's going to be streaming a lot on Twitch.
Look
in
at
the near
this
future.
here. Scott's got 9s full. Renee has turned trip 5s. Look out.
Bet on Drew in the chat. My man. Much love, brother. Good to see you.
Bet on Drew.
Worst spots. Like, I'm just trying to decide right now. Do I want to make you cry?
Oh, this is great.
This
listen
is
to
a
this.
6 spot.
Do I want to make you
This is going to be some sick friendly needles here. Let's listen in.
How much are you betting?
750.
You know, it makes it easy for the dealer if we just put out 750.
I think Renee thinks he's reeling Scott in, I think.
Renee's just enjoying this moment is all he's doing. It's fantastic.
I'm like so ahead.
Wrong.
How much money do I put in that? You know what? I gotta be on a plane with him all day tomorrow. It's gonna be so much whining.
Does he mean winning?
Well, they're both going back to San Diego on the same flight.
No, I just remember the train. I'm gonna lay down my trip 5.
Holy calamity.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
No.
You're gonna show you.
Holy
Look.
moly. Wow.
Wow. That's why you're supposed to call me. Listen.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow, sick. Nice hand.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
What a fold. Wow.
God, my reads are like, I'm like a ninja. You know what? I just realized I'm not a poker player. I'm a PLO ninja. I know.
Better than everybody else.
Yeah.
Might be better than the letting go.
Hey, no problem. Thank you.
Wow.
So they already had Beverly Hills Ninja with Chris Farley, right? How about San Diego Ninja, the next movie, the long-awaited sequel?
You could
San
actually
Diego
probably use
Ninja.
the exact same wardrobe Chris Farley wore and just give it to Renee.
You folding there means you got me really good.
That's pretty good. And the comedy proof right now.
You just folded.
Oh man, anybody in the chat bringing up that old-timey, it's so dead. That joke is so dead.
That's come and gone, dude. Nobody cares.
Yeah, stop beating the dead horse, man.
The only way I win that pot is.
Go subscribe to Joe Ingram. Good talk. See you out there.
You have my 2 peanuts. Small line, bro. Thanks. I'm an extremely talented PLO player. My reads are.
I like it. Table 9, Seat 9 saying our boy Bet on Drew is a good Canadian boy now. We're in discussions to keep him here. Aww. You can't have him. Bet on Drew is on loan right now in Canada.
All you gotta do is watch the stream. Right.
Another amazingly fun, talented streamer, guys. Bet on Drew. Check him out as well. He's hanging out with us in the chat. Another resident member of the Thirst Lounge. Lots of fun. His entire room lighting changes, by the way, when he hits the final table. All the LEDs go from blue to red.
Really?
Yeah, it's cool. It's so if you ever tune in, you see his camera in the corner and it's red. You're like, it's game time. We're playing for dollars. Yeah, or Canadian dollars. That's like fake money, but yeah, same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, what are they paying loonies up there or something?
Like Party would be like, oh my god, I have 10 grand US. I'm rich.
Every time I get it, and like a ninja, I get out of it.
Super wild fold. That's an excellent play.
It's great fold.
It makes up for your 10-10 play.
Sick needle. Oh, that's so good, you nit.
Check. I have an ace.
You good. Makes sense. The 10-10 play, you could argue either way.
But that was 100 times. That will wipe that out. That was an amazing.
Yeah, that was a terrific fold. You turn trips, and basically you're only worried about 9s full and aces full.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Renee having a very good sense of where he was at in these hands.
Yep.
And he was 100% correct.
100%. Great fold.
You know, when I play poker, also my whole I'm honest. I have very little PLO experience, but when I play poker, I play a lot of my stuff just by my gut feeling.
That's how I play.
Yeah, it's like sometimes you like so bad want to call, but you dominated. It doesn't matter. You know what? He had me more dominated than I thought because he had both set of queens, which was sick.
That was an acceptable flop for my hand and a pretty okay turn. It's actually a good turn for your hand too.
Oh, sure.
How the hell you call flop and fold that turn?
What am I? Oh damn it! I got tricked before.
This is right. He's exactly right. He hits the nut turn card and then folds.
What my turn card is, where I'm gonna stick it down? King of spades in the turn. Then we'll play.
Drew, I miss you too, bud. Let's coordinate on a little Vancouver trip before we head back out to the islands.
I'm sorry.
Not arguing.
Some of us have it, you know? You know, the whole stream right now is like, that guy's so full of himself. He sucks at poker.
That guy's so full of himself, man. He sucks at poker.
He's still in this tournament.
Most of the streams are like listening or watching Pain Dry. At least they get something to listen to.
Wow, that's a shitty flop. That's not that.
And of course, cue instant Brando Baggins to come in and say, Slew Drew. He calls me Fat Twain. And your Hop Grenade.
Hop Grenade.
Always good to see you, Brando Baggins.
Is it Glenn Stefani?
Oh my God. Everybody in the chat who is a Thirst Lounge fan, by the way, I know we've talked a lot about it and all of the content on YouTube, etc. That is primarily produced by our one and only Brando Baggins there in the chat, so make sure to show him some love. Brando,
Show him some love.
Show him some love. The adopted Thirst Lounge family member.
From now, I just like to be referred to as PLO Ninja.
Just on that hand, though.
Let me count my chips and I'll get right back at you.
Let me count my chips. I'll get right back with you. Ouch.
Wow.
Guys, apply cold water to burned area.
Hold on. Add on? No, I'm just kidding.
So they are bagging and tagging final chip counts right now in real time. I would imagine if you check out America's Cardroom Twitter, probably have a few spoilers for you, but that will give you final cage chip counts.
You could always just hang out with us until the bitter end. I mean, we're only, what, 20 minutes out?
That's very true. And why does the end even have to be bitter?
Oh, and not related. I just happened to be sucking on
Oh,
some,
the bitter beer.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Understandable.
That would have been a spot where it'd be still tough for you not to raise.
I'm pretty sure I would have made another great laydown or call.
Pretty sure I would have played it perfectly. Okay. So
I would have just folded.
This freaking guy.
Don't you ever play poker where your senses are just on? Of course. I don't know.
No, I've never. I don't know what that's like.
You guys play with each other every day, too.
Not every day.
Not every
Few times a month,
And trust me, the guy with that hand I had you want to call is Scott. Because Scott will bet that would like.
Yeah. With how much poker we played, the fact that you folded that hand versus me is like absolutely
crazy.
It's absolutely nuts. Scott betting 400 from the button with aces and fives.
Good.
Dan calls.
More tilting than getting a bad beat.
Yeah, I tilted the guy once. I never folded
10 on the turn, irrelevant
He just 3-bet me and I folded to 1 raise.
to the river, and Scott actually backs into a straight here.
And Bet on Drew just here to make sure that if Priest cashes over 8K, he gets his free Chinese food. No surprise there. Guys, I have very little time left, about 15 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes at most.
I know I'm drawing and like I don't think I can get any more money in the room.
It's a small pot, but it's the play of the trip.
Thank you. Do we get a trophy?
Scott value betting from the button,
Cerveza downstairs.
Nice.
and Dan left with just an ace.
No, ACR, they hosted a really cool tournament. They took good care of us. This was like 100 times better than I thought it would be.
I agree.
Yeah, it was
Same
really
sentiment.
fun. It was fun. It was.
It's awesome.
These guys are good.
I want to come back. You guys are working hard all weekend. Yeah.
The run out looks very dry, which is why Dan is considering this. 10-6 off? What do you have, Scott?
It's okay. He knows all the places in Costa Rica nobody loves.
Especially because Scott checked behind on turn.
Would you like a private tour to City?
It's See the Flop. The ACR hats are for sale. They're $30. They're amazingly comfy. Unfortunately, you have to be here in Costa Rica at the cage. So start grinding those satellites every Sunday to get yourself one of those sexy hats.
The Nike Air Maxes in the background. Yep. Is it the shoes?
He's heating up. From downtown.
Agonizing spot for Dan. Man, he just does not believe Scott. Oh, he wants to call so bad.
He does, but just the ace.
Just the ace. The board looks like it's
And
nonsense.
Well, the thing is, you get checks on the turn, and then you get this just massive, oversized 3x the flop bet from Scott on the river. Like,
what are you doing?
I want to call him
and
too.
Scott just checked behind on the turn. Like, what do you... What? and ultimately Dan does find the correct fold. You see the power of the thin value bet. I mean, it's not. I mean,
Listen, Scott, you were never good. You never had me. You never had this pot.
He's right. Scott had the best hand. A post flop, he had the best hand on every street.
And then I bet the river with 2 pair again.
No.
Scott Ball with another incredible bluff.
With the straight.
Or straight, either way.
I'm not gonna lie, if you would have called, I would have tried to pretend I was tilted and slow rolled for 1.5. And like, oh man, sorry.
I'm just letting you know, if you called, I would have been an asshole.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, I've seen it. I had 3-4. I had ace 5 3-4.
Yeah, you can hear Dan 3-4 makes sense. Not a lot did make sense, which is why he thought about it so long.
Yeah, it was a really for ace king or ace queen. I was really
So raised to 250 here from the cutoff by Scott. Dan is going to flat immediately behind on the button. And then we have a fun hand for Priest here. Kings and 10s with the second nut flush draw.
Slinging me, it's like, I do not want to know why there is a box of Kleenex under the table. In unrelated news, tonight's dessert, warm apple pie.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The man, the
Look
myth, the
who it
legend.
is,
Get in
guys.
here.
What's up? My 2 favorite
What
commentators.
up, dude? I love it. You're even talking shit about us in the booth. You're like, he's saying right now he's got a blocker. What a nit. Like, no, it's good.
Did you say it?
You're good. No, it's good. It was good. Dude, you make some great fold, by the way, with the, was 5-5.
The turn
when,
5.
Yeah, when Scott had
But
9s
what
full.
else do you expect from a PLO ninja?
Ninja. Yeah, we talked about that, dude. We said, Beverly Hills Ninja was already a thing, but we can make a long-awaited sequel of San Diego Ninja.
Love it.
Let's do it.
You guys should have seen Scott's face. He was like literally losing it. It was like
he showed him the 5. He's like, well, that's why you call. It's like, just do it.
We just talked about it in his room. He's like, how can you? I don't know anybody else I would stack. Like, how do you fold that?
Well, especially because you called a flop bet. You turn your nut card and then you fold. It's a bizarre. I mean, it's an incredibly disciplined. We couldn't believe that you made that fold. But Scott's perplexed. He was perplexed for good reason. You turned your nut card. We don't like to improve and fold very often.
My nut card was the king of spades. The king of spades will pot it.
Oof.
Because you make the nut flush draw?
No, I make the nut flush.
You have a spade draw.
I had a queen high spade draw redraw. So the king of spade comes. I'm nuts, and I let him bet his 1300, be the tough guy, and then I'm just gonna pot his ass.
I love it. Just the fact of the matter is you're like, oh, don't worry, if I limp in, Scott auto raises. Like, that's how it goes. Guys, you can see an exclamation point Renee in the chat. Check him out. He's going to be streaming a lot here on Twitch coming up. It's our Bargain Hunters, and something tells me there will be no lack of entertainment there.
Well, okay, so we've been talking about this. I feel bad. I was like so 50-50 on that hand when I had those pocket 10s.
And then
yes,
the board
I have
pairs
some
of
thoughts
7s.
about that for you.
I played it bad, right? For PLO?
No. Reasonable. A strong argument can be made for a call because you're completing the action.
I know. I didn't think about that.
You're getting 5-1 on your money.
Such an idiot.
No, it's not an idiot. It's really a 50-50 spot. It's not an auto call. There are arguments to be made for the call, but really, the strong argument to be made for the fold, which you did, is if I pair up on the river and make my boat, am I gonna get more value from straights?
I don't think I'm gonna get paid.
I don't think so. Almost certainly not. I mean, the board did pair, and those guys went snap, check, check. So are those guys going to pay you when you fill up? I don't think so.
Yeah.
However, completing the action, getting 5-1, and your set was top set.
Yeah.
So all of those are there plenty of reasons to call, but honestly, a fold is completely reasonable. It's 50-50.
Poker Ninja. PLO Ninja.
Poker Ninja. He threw a smoke bomb and just vanished.
I was really disturbed. Like, I was really going either way on that one. I was like, but I knew between the two, one of them has me beat.
Of course.
And then the Canadian guy, he's playing super tight. I don't think he wanted to risk his chips that much. And when he just smooth calls $1,500, I'm like, I got the board to pair. There's even a small chance.
And Haria, right here, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so I'm thinking, if the board pairs, and there's even a small chance if the board pairs, he has quartz. That's something to think about in PLO.
Sure, I think that is fairly far down on the list of considerations, in my opinion, because the fact that your set is top set is a much stronger notion than they might have a set that makes quads.
Okay.
That's hard. That's very, very hard.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
I
want to acknowledge somebody in there. Kai Wild Ogra.
Oh, yeah.
The chat appreciates your sense of humor and approach to poker. Thanks for hanging out with the 140 off. With the 140 off?
Do commentators see the chat and read it? No, we do not.
No, we do not see what you're typing at all, Melodissa.
Sorry.
Never.
Maybe next stream.
Maybe next time you guys can afford a separate screen just for the chat so you don't miss anything.
That is a great idea.
Hey,
Hey, producers, can you write that down, please?
Yeah.
Thank
More
you.
screens, please.
But hey, thank you for watching, guys, and I appreciate that comment. So when I play poker, and sometimes, I'm going to tell you guys now that you watch this, I try to make it fun. I'm a strong believer poker was more fun in the old days when we had, people talking trash, because it is a competition. You play football, you talk trash, you do anything else. We talk trash. And I think part of the stuff with the headphones, sunglasses, and I do it at the World Series sometimes too, because everybody does it.
Where you just go into your own tank and you're just
It's
you
stupid.
block everything out. Yeah,
it's boring.
It's
Agreed,
so
it
boring.
is boring.
I love poker. I play all kinds of stuff. But like I watch poker sometimes for 10 minutes. Some of these commentators make it more interesting now. Like these guys, they make it fun. But the players still gotta needle each other. I mean, there's different aspects to poker. I think and we're kind of losing it. Aspect number 1, playing your guts, playing your feelings, and reading when I lay down those 5s. Okay.
Yeah.
Aspect number 2, like knowing the numbers, like I don't, which I should have called with the 10s. And then aspect number 3, sometimes you just have to talk your opponents into submission.
That's for sure true.
I will talk you into submission.
We really got a great illustration of that dichotomy because yesterday with you on the table, or now for that matter, but especially yesterday, Phil and Scott and you and everyone is lively. Train and I can just kind of sit there and let you guys you're the show.
Yeah.
And then we'll pipe, little color commentary from time to time. Whereas today's table, much more quiet, much more thoughtful decision making. They're not needling each other, which means Train and I are doing all the talking. And really, the players are the stars. And I don't know about Train. Train and I can do either kind of show, frankly, but we want to watch the players needling. Man, it's entertaining.
Yeah, it's entertaining for us too.
Yes.
I mean,
but you guys are the stars too. It's a team effort on any kind of stream. Okay, everybody. If anybody who says it doesn't, he's just being humble. Sorry, I'm tired. But what it is,
perpetually tired. This freaking guy.
Whenever he says he's tired,
some of you let me go to sleep.
Whenever he says he's tired, it's because he talks. He's like, I talk a lot when I'm tired. I'm like, who does that?
Yeah. So, but anyway, so if the game is really boring and nothing is happening, what are you going to commentate on? And then if you got a table of boring players, well, then nothing really happens. You get a boring screen, and that's what's been killing poker.
I agree.
So and like at one point we got in the World Series, and I think it was the Will Kassouf incident with the lady, and I don't remember her name.
And yes, and he actually who was just bringing up Will Kassouf.
My
wee
screen, just to needle you.
Yeah, well, you actually, I mean, as I've expressed, I have thoughts about Will Kassouf. I think he's poison, and he is not the kind of needling that we're talking about. There's a difference between aggressive antagonism and fun needling. Is that fair to say?
I agree with you. Like I needle a lot of people, but if somebody ever really gets their feelings hurt, I feel bad. And Scott even said something. So and Kassouf does it over the top, and he's too aggressive sometimes.
He's just berating.
He's antagonistic.
Yeah, and sometimes like I know I'm in your head at this point. I just need to stop it a little bit because my goal is already achieved. I'm in your head, And some people cannot take the needling at all, So actually, I played with Kassouf at the World Series, and he spent about 10 minutes talking me into calling with my pocket queens, which I was going to call anyway, but I just enjoyed the show and see if I could get him tired. And he had pocket 9s, but he flopped a stupid 9, so he got lucky.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he was all mad. He's like, how do you think for 10 minutes? I'm like, I don't know, just let you waste some energy, It's like
just wearing you down.
But poker has to become fun again. I would really love to see no headsets, no sunglasses, none of this stuff, and just play poker and talk, and it's fun, We can have fun. Like, people don't know, me and Scott are actually extremely good friends, so it's like, if I weren't that good friends with him, I wouldn't needle him that much,
Yeah. Well, like you said, like, if I don't like you, I just don't talk to you.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
We only needle the ones we love, guys.
That's right.
I mean,
Shut up, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I call some sick hands at the end, and I don't know if they come up yet pre-flop.
Oh, no, they're definitely coming up here.
Yeah, but I'm only calling him because it's Scott. So it's like, what do I lose? $300-400? But if I hit, it'd be so sweet. It's worth more than any money this table.
Yeah, I love. I was just joking earlier. I'm like, you could win $100 pot, and you tip the dealer $200 just because it's Scott.
Oh yeah,
hell
yeah. I mean? I bet you the dealer made the most tips today for individual dealers on the table with me and Scott, because he's trying to up me. I was tipping 10, so he had to tip 20.
I saw that 100%, and nobody else is busting cash out of their pocket and tipping these dealers hand for hand. That was so great. It's so much fun.
They were great dealers. They were professional. I don't even think I've seen a single dealer mistake all tournament. To be honest.
They've been crushing it.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys. Oh, I like Will Kassouf. Oh my God. I also hate puppies and think Stalin had some good points. My God, guys, check your freaking radar, dude.
What's the English guy? Totally. Like I said, I'm tired. The English guy that used to talk trash like crazy.
The English guy.
Older.
Tony.
Yeah, Tony.
G.
Tony G for sure.
I thought it was great for the game.
And see, there you go, guys. Everybody knows when the line is crossed, and Tony G hangs out on it, but isn't aggressive and antagonistic most of the time.
He might. I'm pretty sure he's British.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just pick up board pair 4 here, and that's going to be way good for Narya.
Oh, yeah, well, was I in a pot? Oh, shoot. Oh, no, he riveted third 4. Yeah, I remember that.
Tony G is several rungs down on the ladder, in my opinion, from Will Kassouf. I mean, he seems good-natured, generally speaking, when he does his needling. Will Kassouf doesn't.
And another thing that I think, like, sometimes I go play in games in casinos and stuff, and that guy's trying to needle by, like you said, oh, you asshole, or like saying all this bad stuff. That is not needling. If you're gonna needle, you have to do it clever and be smart and make it fun. Yeah. Like, every one of your needles should get a laughter,
Yeah.
If you can't get a laughter, then just don't do it, because
you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. It's a competition and just getting ahead, but make people laugh.
Ooh, this is a fun hand for Scott right here. Look at this. Aces 8-10 double suited.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah, you're gonna.
No,
you already folded. I was like, are you gonna call and just like run him down here?
I got him on a hand with aces. I think it's already played. I flopped the nuts straight on him, and I kind of told him I got the nuts.
Oh no, you told him I was great with the 6-7, and he's like, I got a big hand here, and then it looked like, and I got a redraw too. I'm like, 2 backdoor flushes.
Well, you don't. Hey, look,
no, I know.
I was 50-50. I told him I had the nuts. You want to draw? Go ahead. The redraw might have been lighter.
Pretty skinny.
You guys.
What's up, man?
Yeah,
Good game.
get in here, bro.
Hey, you too. It's fun. Hey, you want to get in the middle a little bit?
No.
You sure?
Sit back here.
All right,
I'll do less talking than you will.
I don't really talk much. I'm shy.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying I like Tony G and not Kassouf. I'm saying that there is a world of difference between the two of them. That's not how I wouldn't act either way at the table, but there are a few rungs on the ladder separate the two of them. That's for sure.
Bet on Drew in the chat. Everybody saying nice work,
Drew.
Priestley. Yeah, buddy.
Thanks, my man.
Well, I don't know. You haven't seen him bust out yet. I mean, it's still incoming, right?
Still got 10 minutes, right?
How do you guys like that hand when Scott calls me a top set nut redraw?
Oh, dude.
He had like almost no outs.
Dude, we were talking about that, and the percentages said 3%.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I was like,
3%.
honestly, that's being like very gracious. To be real with you.
That was ridiculous.
When I saw his hand, I was like so happy. I didn't even realize it was a 12. I know it was a big pot, but I didn't realize it was a $12 pot. So
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm just gonna get the pot,
And then the sick part is you guys on the first board, you turn the ace, but you have the same hand, so literally he needs another ace to make aces full, and that's still a chop. Like he was fucked. He was totally screwed. All right, speaking of Scott.
So I'm gonna let you guys talk with Presley a little bit. I'll see you guys downstairs in a minute. I just want to come say hi. Good job. I appreciate you guys commentating. Thank you.
You're down there.
Absolutely.
It's really fun playing. You talk to these people. Hey, thank you, chat. Thank you for watching. Join America's Card Room. And also, December 15th, I'm gonna host a tournament, free roll. We're gonna announce it on Twitch. We're gonna give away $1,000 ACRs, but it's gonna be through us. So.
Boom! Exclamation point Renee in the chat there, guys.
I'm gonna do that.
Hey, awesome, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, go. Here you go.
Sweet. So I love it.
You want this?
Yeah, you're good. So Priest,
yeah.
I gotta say it was great after you won that big pot. I heard you, like, I could tell that you literally pinched your mic just to be like, yeah, Train, yeah, what's up, yeah, Justin, like that. And I'm like, dude. And so you see me come on stream, we turn on the camera, and we talk about the Priest Librarian Quiet Celebration. Let's fucking go.
Because I did it subconsciously, and the guy to my right was like, "Oh, that was like the quietest celebration ever." You were like,
"You're like, yeah, it's kind of
my thing, man."
Yeah.
Hilarious. Oh, all the chat in there. Ghost of M, Flow Junkie. Oh shit. Hooded One. What up, guys?
Dude, everybody.
Ranger 101. This like the whole Thirst Lounge crew. What's up, guys?
All the crew.
Big shout out to Bill Perkins, and Thirst Lounge, guys. I had fucking greatest time here.
Dude,
I'm like a 1-3-2-5 player playing these high stakes. It was fucking amazing.
So
you really played phenomenal poker.
You did.
Yeah, you played great.
So you mean you don't normally splash around in 50, 100 cash games?
I'm used to looking at 2 cards at a time too. So.
Dude, yeah, you did really well, man. And so what? You got the Omaha bug now, or are you a junkie or what?
I'm gonna have to rethink some things.
Yeah, buddy.
I got access to Jay Nendez PLO Master Course, so I'm gonna start studying that. And yeah, I think I'm going to start mixing PLO into my game.
So that's it. That was the last hand. Now, obviously, the rest of the staff comes around and they go to count everybody down. So, no spoilers at this point. What did we finish with?
$9,090.
Yeah, baby! Woo! Priest dog.
Now, did you find yourself, from what we saw, it certainly doesn't seem like the case, but did you find yourself making different decisions than you otherwise would have because of the stakes?
No. I just treated it like I was playing any other cash game, treat everything like it was like big blinds. Didn't really think about it. It was, oh man, this is $1,000. I was just playing the cards as they were and just didn't think anything otherwise.
Did you find yourself adjusting? Because you got pretty short at one point, didn't you? Like, weren't you down to like maybe 3 and change?
I was down to 2,500.
There you go. That's
yeah,
really
today
short. So what
I
did you employ to grind back up? Like, what strategy?
I was very selectively picking my pre-flop starting hands, trying not to open anything that I would want to fold if I got 3-bet. And then I just happened to pick up a couple of hands right in a row, and I built it up to 4.5, and then that big pot happened.
Big double up, yep.
Yeah.
And really, so Bet on Drew was sweating you in the chat for one reason and one reason only. He said if you cashed out over 8K, that you were going to buy him Chinese food, and I think he's ecstatic now.
Who said that?
I think well,
did
Drew
he free roll
Drew
himself?
Drew yeah, he free rolled himself. But here's the best part is that, you know, the funny thing about Drew is
I got you, Drew.
He has the best day of
I'm
his
coming
life.
up.
He gets married, whatever. He wants Chinese food. He has the
Yes.
worst day of his life. He takes the worst beat. He loses $1 million. He wants Chinese food. It's so polarized. I mean, it doesn't even.
I got
you.
Ranger 101. What a badass. Paying close attention. A vat of egg rolls. Call back.
I love it. I love.
Well
Of course,
done,
Bet on
Ranger.
Drew's like, we now to tell Priestley, and he just tags everybody who's a witness.
Oh wait, I gotta get everyone.
You guys are the best.
I got
Okay,
you.
so talk to me. Give me a number between 1 and 71.
Oh, okay.
Any number.
Between 1 and 71.
Yep. You're going to be our last winner for the $55 cage set.
Between 1 and 71.
69.
No, we already picked 69. We already picked 69.
The last one was.
Oh, Juicy Joe, you're right.
The last one was between 1 and 69, and I picked 69.
Of course you do.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to not?
All
I
right,
mean,
is this
you
for
know.
like a
It's
free roll
for
kind of thing?
last giveaway, a $55 cage ticket for next week.
Let's see, what's a good number? I like 18.
All right.
Boom.
All right. Well, that sounds like a legal number to me.
Yeah.
Let me go look it up.
18.
So first,
Can't go wrong.
So first cage, man. Right on, dude. Right on.
You guys are sick.
Oh, counting down, counting down.
We're all just gonna sit here in silence.
Hey, Deja Vu.
We'll train.
Oh my God, guys! I'm just Ghost of M.
It's
Ghost of M. Ghost of M.
You're welcome.
If anybody deserves it, I mean, Ghost
Ghost
of
of
M
M.
all
Oh,
day,
Ghost.
bro.
Hell yeah,
Now, okay,
dude.
the real sick part is this: is we're gonna give this ticket to him, but here's the crazy part. If he wins the satellite and comes out to the cage, nobody's gonna believe it's him because everybody knows he's just a bot. Ghost of
Everybody
M
knows
is
that.
just a bot
That's
at this
so
point.
true. Yeah, sure, you're Ghost.
Heart, heart.
Wow, amazing.
Ghost of M in the house, buddy. All right, well, Ghost, you know how to get a hold of me, bud. Shoot me your ACR username, and we will make it happen. You guys, seriously, the chat has been straight up real MVP this entire 2 days, man. You guys have been absolutely great. I mean, any last stuff you want to say?
For me, no, I'm good, guys.
Just
yeah.
Priest is like, let's go have a cocktail and celebrate because this
Yeah.
man just made $9,000.
Yeah.
And half of that he just made for Perky, so he can go out and have a nice dinner. He's gonna have a nice steak dinner.
So he can fill the tanks of the yacht halfway.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
it's
good.
fantastic.
Oh, that'll move the needle literally quarter tank.
As we wrap up here, I do want to thank CEO Phil for bringing us out here and putting on this kick-ass event yet again. I want to thank our production staff here, the guys behind the
Amazing.
scenes.
Woo!
You guys are awesome.
All the guys.
Thank you for kicking ass and putting on an easy show for us to do and just a good time to be had.
All the way.
Easy. So, all right, are we done until Wednesday?
We're done until Wednesday, yeah. So that's, again, if you guys haven't followed and clicked and hearted and got all your notifications set up yet, we do this every other month. But again, this next Wednesday, we get the final table to Venom. And it's really fun to sweat people going for $1 million.
Damn straight. So we will be here calling the action for that final table as we count down to $1 million. And until then, it is Scott for Priestley and Train and our production staff and CEO Phil and Scott Ball and Renee and all of you guys in the Twitch chat. We love you. Saying so long.
Much love, fam. Bye, guys.
Peace.